Then we'll get the theme tune.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. Finally, after 178 days, we are back to bringing you Test cricket, and it's the first Test of 5 for England and India at Hyderabad, the city of pearls. Well, there's been plenty of drama already. We haven't even started yet. Brooke and Kohli both unavailable for personal reasons, and young Shoaib Bashir, the victim of weaponised immigration bureaucracy, probably. Forget away Ashes series. This is surely the toughest test of England's mettle that there could possibly be. Don't forget, India have won every test series at home since 2012-13, when England won that series 2-1. But since then, they've won 16 series, 34 test matches, and lost just 3 at home. Quite simply, at home they are awesome. We expect a turning pitch at the Rajiv Gandhi Stadium, and Ashwin, Jadeja and Patel are a pretty fearsome prospect. Can Leach, Ahmed and Hartley match them at every turn? Well, vital toss and team news, and the key thing, and I think certainly from an English perspective, is that England have won the toss, and Ben Stokes has not surprisingly said they will bat. He has, of course, named his side along with Baz McCullum a day ago. So we know that England lineup. It's Crawley, Duckett, Pope, Root, Johnny Bairstow, Ben Stokes, Ben Foakes, Rayan Ahmed, Mark Wood, Tom Hartley and Jack Leach. Just the one seamer. For India, well, we can tell you that it's Rohit Sharma, Yashasvi Jaiswal, Shubman Gill at 3, Shreyas Iyer, KL Rahul, Srikhar Bharat as wicket-keeper at 6, Jadeja, Axar Patel, Ravi Ashwin, or R. Ashwin, I beg his pardon, Jasprit Bumrah, and Mohammad Siraj. Right, well, with me is a man who doesn't need a visa because he sits in his weather cave bringing us weather from anywhere around the world. It is, of course, Messi Jez.
Hello, Tony. I can tell you it's 27.9 degrees here. It's around 30 degrees, I think, in Hyderabad. Looking good for a full day's cricket, and I've no doubt you're freezing your ass off there, so I feel sorry for you.
It's not too bad, actually, and you know, the bear has splashed out bizarrely, and we've actually got heating in the flat, so we're not shivering like... And, of course, for unbiased and informed opinion on Indian cricket, who else could it possibly be but Anindo Dutta. Hello, Anindo.
Hello, Tony. Hi, Messi. Lovely to be with you guys. First morning of a 5-test series, which should be absolutely fascinating.
Well, it is going to be fascinating, and so many talking points. Where to start? England had declared their side a day early. 3 spinners and 1 seamer. Will that have any impact on the pitch, do we think, Anindo? They had a little bit of extra warning. Would they have changed anything? Have they moved the whole thing to the right and gone for a different pitch? I don't think so.
No, I think they've done the right thing. I mean, if the pictures of the pitch yesterday were anything to go by, and I can see the pictures in front of me, which, you know, show a flat yellow track without grass on it, which doesn't surprise me in the least. You're not going to see grass anywhere except in Dharamshala, and that should be expected by the English team, and it was. And they're batting first, so which means you know, India bats last, and you know, England's got 4 spinners, including Joe Root.
Yeah.
So it's who's probably the best of the lot, honestly. Although I haven't seen hard play. So so I'd say it's a good squad to go into with the information that they have.
Well, Gary, who I travelled in with, said Hartley shouldn't even be in the Lancashire team. So, but however, the Lancashire team doesn't play in the Rajiv Gandhi Stadium in Hyderabad, does it?
Haven't they picked Nathan Lyon for next year?
Whoa, yes. He'll be busy somewhere else, obviously, because 2 live Test matches simultaneously and at the same time. Riches indeed. But indeed. We are, of course, with this one. Messers, 1 seamer only for England. Wood and not Anderson. That's a pretty brave choice, isn't it?
Well, particularly given Wood's propensity for breakdown. I mean, yes, spin is important in India, but my God, if you've got so little faith in your fast bowling attack that you can bring in a spinner who's not only debutant, but is almost a debutant in first-class cricket, I think that's an extraordinary risk to take first test. But it's part of... I don't actually call it Baz ball. I think it's Baz brain. It's about taking risks. It's about doing all sorts of weird stuff. And that's what makes this prospect of this series so enticing. As our friend Dan Liebke put it, if England aren't all out for 280 by lunchtime, then they're not doing their job.
Well, that's the long and short of it. And speaking of the long and short of it, both Crawley and Duckett have made their way side by side to the crease. You'll have to excuse me. As Messers described it earlier, I've got my late night DJ voice on, but that is largely only because I'm struggling with a bit of a cold. Crawley, though, and is going to be starting his 74th Test innings, over 2,000 runs for him. And,
I should clarify one thing, Tony, before we go on. Well, I said 30 degrees. That's the maximum forecast for today. At the moment, it's only 22 degrees in Hyderabad.
Yeah, that's. I mean, it's what 9:30 in the morning, right? It's not going to be much more than that. Yeah.
Well, we should jingle up the participants
winter.
while we're having that conversation. Here is the shorter of the long and short opening partnership for England.
He arrived with a smile and he's going places. He's looking good now, he's in with the aces. He was up at Stowe School playing T20. He might play for England, but he'll still be Ben Duckett to me.
It's going to be Crawley who's going to face. Is not the fullest of attendance yet. 9:30 start in Hyderabad. And plenty of orange seats visible. 3 slips and a gully. It's Jaiswal Bumrah, of course. He's going to hop in. Hop, skip, jump, deliver wide of the off stump and left quite studiously by Zach Crawley. And there's no run. Not quite the explosive start that we saw to the Ashes series. That one did move off the pitch and plenty of bounce too, Anindo.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, all the the talk about visas, all the talk about the pitch. I don't know. I don't think any of these bloody journalists know what the fuck they're talking about. So they're just biased, colonial mindset, a bunch of pricks. Sorry.
Bumrah again, once again left tidily by Crawley. We love a good leave, and he's executed 2 off the first 2 deliveries, which were pretty much right
and
on
very
the
good bounce,
money.
Both of them. Very good bounce.
Both, as you rightly say, plenty of bounce in evidence. I'm just looking to look something up.
I mean, what I loved was some journalists commenting on not having grass on the pitch. So what were they expecting? I mean, seriously?
Bumrah in, that's driven straight to extra cover, fairly short extra cover. Again, no run.
And we had Indian journalists as well. I mean, making completely uninformed statements like this kind of pitch means the test match is not going to go on for 5 days. And my rejoinder to this gentleman was, if the test does not go to 5 days, it won't be because of the pitch.
Well, that's probably true. I mean, you can't tell much from the first 3 balls other than there was plenty of bounce and movement for Bumrah, but nothing that alarmed Crawley at this stage. Just on that fraction short of a length, taken above head height by KS Bharat over his right shoulder, and again it's a dot ball.
And to your point, Tony, when you were talking about England not playing Jimmy Anderson and having only 1 pacer, my view on this is, even if they were playing 2 pacers, they'd probably on this pitch not want to have Anderson, because as I understand it from all reports, he's not going to play all 5 test matches. So I'd probably leave him out in this one and bring in
Bumrah again. That's flicked beautifully off his legs by Crawley, down to deep backward square. It is fielded down there. They will take a single, but England are off and running, 1 without loss for them, courtesy of a swift little tickle off his legs. It's the first time really in Indo that Bumrah has strayed off that 3.5 stump line that was working well for him, and as soon as he did, the first run was scored.
Yeah.
Possibly it's the 4-card trick though. He was looking perhaps for 3 outside of off, and then the one that was looking to try and move it back in.
I mean,
not much movement in the air.
He probably wanted it a bit more fuller. That one.
First ball for Duckett, who has a real swing. KS Bharat, who took that as it thumped into his gloves, probably only at about thigh height though.
Well, Duckett's come to play baseball. Clearly.
Well, Duckett, there was not the hugest amount of movement out of his feet, and it was a wild swing, and he could have edged it. He didn't. And again, there is no run, 1 without loss, and I think that brings us to the end of the first over, does it not? If it does, Messers, give us some messages. Who's with us?
Thanks, Tony. Just Ideal is with us. It says, you've been sorely missed. Thank the Lord that listeners are heading your way in droves owing to the appearance of KP on the host broadcasters' rosters. Ratings are similar to those of the similarly rising in the SA20 where he was previously commentating. It's painful. Mog is working on a KP free jingle as we speak.
Oh, KP free. I know we have a Vaughan free one.
Brown Barris said, "G'day and Gamora nerds. I'm surprised Messi hasn't claimed himself to call both this game and
Mohamed Siraj, the new bowler, that is straight onto leg, and Crawley again has just flicked it beautifully away through mid-wicket, and that has gone for 4. Noticeably fuller and on leg, and whipped very tidily away for the first one of these. And with that first ball of the Siraj first over, England move on to 5 without loss. We should, whilst we're at it, jingle up our other batsman who is just fist pumping Duckett.
Was a cricket player.
Siraj in, that's defended, that's driven in fact, quite defensively, but
Lovely shot.
it was a gorgeous shot, it was steered beautiful on drive, although it didn't really, it was a checked on drive, it wasn't the flow of the bat.
Yeah.
Played almost defensively, but it will get him 4 more runs, and England are suddenly motoring.
1 and 2 and 3 and 4.
Well, Siraj has had 2 loose noses in the ball, so he's not been target at all. And Crawley's put him away beautifully.
Crawley's moved on to 9, and he's got all 9 of England's 9 without loss. Siraj, that's a much better ball. For the first time he's really attacked the off stump, a little bit of swing. Didn't get up much, but there was a bit of movement in the air. And Crawley did, as you rightly say, Anindo, they just took a little bit of pace off it. And there was just a tentative forward prod from Crawley. And he played well inside it, I think, but there's no denying where Bumrah was really getting his movement off the pitch. Siraj, undoubtedly there got some movement in the air, and it went past the outside edge, drew a sharp intake of breath from Crawley. What's Siraj got this time? Again he's past that Crawley outside edge, and again it was rather a half step forward. I think we can give him the benefit of the doubt, and I'll say after those 2 fours that he knew what he was doing there, but Siraj has undoubtedly found his line. He also has the 3 slips and a gully, keeping him and KS Bharat happy. KL not behind the stumps. They wanted a specialist. That's the way England have gone too. That's defended by Crawley, who, because of his height, is able to get forward and right on top of that and just guide it into the offside. Once more, there is no run. England stay on 9 without loss.
Well, with 3 spinners, you can't afford to go with a part-time wicket-keeper. So I think England and India both realize that. And not on Indian pitches anyway.
No, well, that is very true. Both sides, well, India do have 2 seamers and the 3 spinners. England, remember, just the 1 seamer. That one's past the outside edge again. Crawley, I think, played judiciously inside it. It's the end of that Siraj over. It's a bit of a loose start, but then 4 excellent balls probing away at that Crawley off stump, and it means at the end of the 2nd over England are 9 without loss. Messers.
So yes, we've got lots of people joining us on Twitter. As Brown Barris says, plenty of cricket to fall asleep to in the next couple of hours. This is 11 p.m. in the eastern states as we get started. That's of the US, obviously. Oh, Farah Play says, I work in Ireland in an elderly home. I'm head nurse and love cricket. The workforce will be going for India. 1 resident whose wife was Dutch will be supporting India. 1 lady is going for England, has lived in Middlesex and her dad took her. She's 84.
Oh, where does she live? Where does she live in Middlesex? Oh, we don't know, because she's... Okay.
No.
If you could find out, though, I'd like to know that. She used to, yes. That one's driven away sweetly between cover and extra cover. They've taken 1, they've come back for 2. They might look to come back for 3. Jadeja is the man who's out there fielding at deep extra cover. Had to chase it. Moves England on to 11 without loss, and Duckett is away and motoring bit uppish actually, wasn't it? He was uppish but safe because they have a fairly deep set point and an extra cover, but a bit of a gap at cover, which meant that although it was up in the air, Bumrah, who got temporarily excited, there was no one there. Defended right on the line of off stump this time by Duckett.
Well, anything outside the off stump, Duckett's clearly going to throw the kitchen sink at it. That's exactly what he's doing. No field movement, but just swinging his bat. Anything outside the off, while he's playing it carefully if it's on the off.
Yes, you're right. There's been enough. It'd be interesting. There's been movement off pitch and in the air. So England. Well, England can't start with two seamers when it comes to their turn to bat. It'll be interesting to see at what point India may change.
Is there
tack.
someone in the English team who can?
Bumrah over the wicket, defended away towards short extra, and there is no run.
Like a military medium or something.
Well, Harry Brook would have been, but of course is no longer that option.
Maybe Joe Root can trundle in a bit faster than he normally does.
I mean, the honest truth is, everybody can bowl a bit of something when you get to that stage in your level of cricketing life. Well, Ben Stokes, unless there is a complete curveball, and they've been playing, telling us porcupines. Shreyas Jaiswal, Shubman Gill, KL Rahul are the slips. That's almost teasing poor old KL Rahul. He says, you can't be wicketkeeper, but we're going to make you stand next to him to show you what you could have won. Bumrah, 2 from the over so far. In he comes. That's full, and there's look to York Duckett, who got the bat down on that pretty quickly. Big smile through the bearded chops of Jasprit Bumrah, because he knows that was an excellent in-swing. Just shaped in, really. It wasn't wildly in-swinging, but it certainly meant that Ben Duckett had to be sharp about his work to get that bat down. Seems to be a bit of a haze in the early morning Hyderabad air, but the crowd, I wouldn't say disappointing, because it's too early to tell over the course of what may or may not be 3, 4 or 5 days. That one's smashed past point. I think half stopped, but it may have the legs to make it all the way to the point boundary. Yes, it will. It's 4 more for Ben Duckett, and as you said, Anindo, if it's wide of that off stump, he's not going to die wondering, and that has gone away for 4 runs.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4's are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
To be fair, you can't criticise the footwork there. He didn't really need much. It just came onto him. Just actually beat the dive of Gully. And away it went for 4 runs.
He's going to do when he opens as well. He's going to do exactly that.
England moved to 15 without loss. I think that's the pavilion end that Bumrah's bowling from. That's sweetly, that's beautifully off-driven, straight off drive, all the way for 4 more. And if you pitch up half volleys outside of the off stump, there's only going to be one result, I think. So 10 off that Bumrah over. England continuing to motor very tidily indeed. Messers, over to you.
Old Park continues on to carry on. One of her patients remembers cricket in Thomastown in Kilkenny, and everyone watched it. So good, my job. Cricket does come up daily. Jonathan Shorland says, good evening from New Zealand. We have had a lot of T20 cricket here over the last month, so it's nice to have Test cricket again. Mayank's with us, says, evening all.
Hello,
how
Mike.
many people honestly think these tests will go past 3 days? Maybe 1, but I'm not holding out much hope. Also, West Indies batting in Brisbane. Let's hope they can have some...
Siraj in, that strays onto leg. It's whipped wristily away, but fielded a backward square, and will just be... Well, I think it should be 2. He will have come back for 2. England are moved on to 21 without loss, and I think they will be happy with this. Rohit applauds the fielding down there at deep square. Coming in from the north end is Mohammed Siraj, and Crawley Well, now Duckett's Crawley up really. 11 for Crawley, 10 for Ben Duckett, 21 without loss. We're only in the third over. There is the 3 slips, the gully. There's an extra cover and a mid-on, as that one is defended out to that short extra cover by Crawley. Again, there is no runs. Your umpires are, I believe, should be our friend Chris Gaffney of Otago, and it should be Paul Rifle from memory.
Tony, you were talking about the spectators, and
yes,
this is something I've been trying to get across to Aussies and Englishmen for the past few years, but the message just doesn't seem to get through.
Oh dear.
Yeah, it's the fact is that Test cricket in India, or much of cricket other than IPL, is not consumed the same way it's consumed in England and Australia. 99% of it is live.
Siraj in, driven fantastically away through cover. That's 4 more. Crawley loves it there. If you give him the width outside of off stump, which Siraj did there, he will gobble that up, and he does it in stylish, almost David Gower-like fashion, were he left-handed, which of course he's not. But what it is 4 more of these. England move on to 25 without loss. Shorter, and Crawley really. Well,
that's what he's been bowling. I mean, on the on, it's absolute rubbish that Siraj has been bowling this morning, except for maybe 3 deliveries.
He has bowled a few decent balls. That's a better ball, but it's again on sort of middle and leg and angled away by Crawley, but straight to short mid wicket. So no run on this occasion. Remember, England won the toss, and absolutely no surprise that with their 1 seamer and three seamers plus Joe Root, the spinners plus Joe Root, they have decided that batting first is the way to go. And I think we all could have seen that one coming. I'm sure India would have done the same thing, wouldn't they? So I don't think there's any doubt.
Oh yeah, absolutely. India would have batted. I mean, in India anyway. I mean, you win the toss, you bat. I mean, it's just keep it simple.
Mohammad Siraj in, nicely defended, just back towards Duckett, who ambles out the way, and Rohit, who is the man at mid-on, is fielding. And there is no run. 1 ball left of the Siraj over. None for 14, Mohammad Siraj. Sorry, Anindo.
No, I was saying 2 things. One is, I think Siraj is going to be replaced after this over. But also, so to my point in terms of people at stadiums, you're not going to see people at stadiums too many. That's just the way it is. So people are tuning in. There are hundreds of millions of people tuning in, but they are tuning into the TV feed.
Siraj in, defended again towards Rohit at mid-on, and again there is no run. A rather pensive looking Crawley there, but that seemed to be the right shot to play. It means at the end of that over, England are 25 without loss, and I'm not sure when you start to say it's a good start, but it's certainly an encouraging start. Messers.
Oh, it's a very good start. Messers, you're on mute.
Messers is going to deliver your social media through the medium of mime.
You didn't hear the sound of me finishing my breakfast. Silvery Beams is with us on YouTube. He says, good morning, everyone. The bloody dog has just looked up from the sofa at disgust at getting up this early. And is here the best method of communication for those of us who have abandoned Twitter? It is indeed, until such time as we get struck down, which is always possible.
I can certainly see plenty of YouTube action, Messers. Is that where you are?
Yeah, it is. We've got Perko and Brian Barish and Mog and Silvery Beams all with us over on YouTube. We've got 43 people watching us at the moment, I'm pleased to say. So
welcome
feel free
to you
to
all.
message us. Let us know where you are.
Just 2 slips and a gully now, and a little bit of extra reinforcement in the offside. We've got a backward point, shortish cover and short extra, as in comes Bumrah wide of off stump, a slash by Duckett. And it went to the second of those slips, and he throws back his head in frustration because I think he feels he missed out there. And Indo, he'd be right, wouldn't he? He sort of bottom edged it, didn't he? Straight towards second slip. Yep. Real sense of frustration.
He was lucky not to edge it into the slips.
He was. He was indeed. He was indeed. 25 without loss. We're in the 5th over of a slightly hazy Hyderabad morning. He's coming around the wicket. Is Bumrah. Duckett is slashing again outside of that off stump, but straight to deep backward point, where Jadeja is the man.
Jadeja there.
And he's getting high fives and plenty of applause. Let's have a look. The ball is on the second or third bounce, but it was a fine piece of goalkeeping. Not quite Gordon Banks in Mexico City in 1970, but it was a fine dive to his right in quite spectacular fashion. And he clearly enjoyed it, and his teammates enjoyed it. Bumrah in, full, straight, and defended. Much better ball by Bumrah that time. There seems to be a plan for me and Indo that it's a couple wide, a couple, not wide, but attack off stump, duck one in. Which I suppose
and
is
especially with Duckett, I think it's definitely giving them a chance of getting that slash caught somewhere.
Very true, and he's come close a couple of times. 25 without loss still, 3 balls into the 5th over. It's a maiden so far from Jasprit Bumrah. Those 2 slips go down, defended in front of his off stump by Duckett. Back to Bumrah, who bends quickly to his left to field, and once again there is no run.
A couple of deliveries ago, when Duckett defended it from middle stump, the ball actually went on middle stump and straightened completely. So yes, it is. I think it is part of the plan to bring that in and probably bring the Yorker in at some point in time.
Well, I'm sure they will. They've mixed it up a little bit. Siraj somewhat waywardly on occasion. Bumrah, that one's through. Duckett could easily have taken his off stump, could have taken an inside edge. It did neither, but there was a big old space between bat and pad there, and that, how much did it move in? Not really. It did just duck in a tiny bit. It could have taken the top of his off stump. It could easily have taken his inside edge. It went through to KS Bharat. Duckett puffs out his cheeks, and I think he'll be thinking that he probably got away with one there, and I think we would agree with him. Fine over this from Bumrah, and he comes. What's he got up his sleeve this time? It's going to be a first run, worked off his hip down towards fine leg where it is fielded. Duckett will keep the strike. England will move on to 26 without loss, although with a bit of fortune, just the one run off that Bumrah over, and we can go to the weather cave for more social messages.
David Stump says, nice guy, but Owen Morgan is really bad. I think it's like he's presenting Country File. West Aussie Leeds says, perhaps by playing 2 keepers and 1 seamer, Bairstow and Folkes could take turns in bowling seam. Strange selection given Root makes
You
4
mentioned
spinners.
Country File. It wasn't Country, it was the Fast Show, but I feel a bit like Bob Fleming this morning. And that literally every time I say something, I'm going to burst into fits of coughing. Sorry, Messrs, carry on.
That means absolutely nothing to me, but I'm sure all our English listeners will know what you're speaking to. Old Father Plays says, you're all wonderful. Everyone who listens is always happy, even if we are doing shit. Or just fuck off, as the bear would say.
Well, it's a profanity-free zone this morning. However, when is the bear on? Oh, he's on next, so you can expect the profanity score to ramp up. Over the wicket comes Siraj, defended by Duckett, away into the offside towards cover, and again there is no run. Again, defended really without a lot of movement of anything, just standing and letting the ball come to him. So there isn't the bounce that we were seeing earlier by any manner of means, although it was Bumrah more than Siraj that was getting the ball to bounce.
The way Siraj delivers the ball, I don't think you're going to see much bounce. It's
what did he do in the Ashes?
To get the movement up in the air, so you're really not going to see much bounce.
Highest score of 98, I think, in the Ashes with Duckett. If I remember, that's past his outside edge, taken down towards his left ankle by KS Bharat, pretty much in front of KL at first slip. And yeah, that's a bit of a dangle, wasn't it?
Yeah,
it was
moving further away.
literally no footwork at all. And Siraj has a little look back down the track, gets a warm round of applause from his captain, and I'm not surprised. It was a fine delivery. One of the better ones he served up this morning, and he comes again. That's past the outside edge again. I think he's found his line now, because that's twice that Duckett has sort of wandered without really, shuffled really, rather than with real purpose. And
Yeah, Duckett looks like a little puff-cheeked schoolboy who's got his legs bound together.
you could argue he played inside that. That said, with that kind description from Anindo, if I get the chance, I'm going to ask Ben Duckett what he thinks of Anindo Dutta. That Indian fellow. I've only ever seen his top half. No idea what his arse looks like, as this wide of off stump through to KS Bharat. I think that one you can definitely say was left by Duckett. 4 probing dot balls in this Siraj over. 26 without loss, England. Remember, it's been, what was it, 2000 and when was it England won? 2011-12, has I got that right?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. The last
Panesar and Graham
India.
Swan, of course. 36 matches since then, as that one is outside of the off stump and left by Duckett, who's rather enjoying that now. I think he's realised that the best thing to do is not to dangle the bat. He's a little bit of shadow batting, but long
I
after
think
the
he's
ball
realised the
had
best thing
thumped.
to do is not to get an edge.
Well, yes, that is right.
He's still dangling.
There's a
the
no
bat,
ball.
so don't be
Chris
so kind to
Gaffney.
him.
Oh, is it not only a no ball? It was a
That was a no.
huge no ball by Mohammed Siraj. And gaffers, of course, umpires these days, they wait for someone to tell them that it's a no ball, which I think just doesn't feel right to me. If you're the bloke literally right in front, but we've had that debate many times.
I like that.
Over the wicket comes Siraj, and
It's a great initiative.
I agree, Messi.
defended. Well, I think I'm outnumbered here by men in one case.
Yeah.
One case older, in the other case wiser. So I'm not going to argue.
You were kind in one case and not so kind in the other.
Well, you can take that, gentlemen, as you wish. We shall see. We shall see. It's been a very interesting line from Siraj, predominantly off stump. Every so often, as we've said, he's working the off stump. Those 3 slips, KL Rahul, Shubman Gill, and I wasn't quite sure who the third one was there. That's wide and too much width. That's what Duckett wants. Thank you very much, he says. Tucks into that like a man who hasn't eaten a breakfast for months on end. And away it goes out towards extra cover for 4 runs. And he rather blotted his copybook there, did Siraj, because everything else had been pretty much on the money.
Giuliani had his reasons for selecting his landscape seasons. There were 4.
Siraj throws his head back, all 3 slips, and it's Shreyas Iyer, the man at third slip. Stand with hand on hips, double teapotting, and Duckett repeats the shot in his mind. Actually, sort of shadow batting with his glove at the moment, but it means that at the end of that over, 6 overs complete, it's 31 without loss. And actually, Messers just
over on YouTube.
Just let Bumrah bowl this delivery because they're very
sorry.
quick about their work. Smacks into the gloves of KS Bharat. There's no run. It stays 31 without loss, Messers.
Calm Holding Card says, I've just been suspended on Twitter a moment ago myself for the next 12 hours for apparently being violent. It's a joke of an act. Yeah, well, when you consider some of the people they allow on, it is just ridiculous, isn't it?
Well,
John Coop says, morning everyone from rainy Adelaide. We are on Threads, by the way.
Is that Johnny
by the
Co-op?
way.
Is our mate Johnny Co-op?
Yes.
Fantastic. Well, I noticed Johnny. I have to say to you, Johnny, you were very, very kindly promoting us for which we were eternally grateful. I saw that on your Facebook group. Defended by Crawley, fielded off his own bowling by Jasprit Bumrah, no run. Are we watching replays now? Yes, we are. That first one wasn't a replay. Keep going, Besser. Sorry, they seem to be going through every delivery that Bumrah's bowled now.
Mog says, is Twitter still a thing? And Perko says it's an X thing.
It's an X. Oh, very good. Very good. 2 dot balls in this over so far. 31 without loss. England. Bumrah in. And again, defended without as much bounce now. Noticeably, the level of bounce Bumrah was getting in the first 2 overs that he bowled seems to have somewhat deserted him. And it was easily defended by the very tall Zach Crawley. Duckett and Crawley matching each other quite literally, ball for ball, run for run. Duckett was a bit slower to get going, but it's 20 balls faced by each of them, 15 runs scored by each of them, 31 without loss. That extra run, a no ball from Mohammad Siraj. Bumrah in, worked beautifully off his hip, and they will take an easy single. Crawley should move on to 60. I think they did, didn't they? Please tell me they did. Oh, given us a leg bye. But it is one more to the score. England move on to 32. Ben Duckett will be back on to strike. I'm trying not to find ways to call him short, Ben Duckett. It's, well,
just failed miserably.
Well, I did. But normally, you always go by the squat Duckett, the whatever other words we come up with for the poor chap. I think I was just trying to leave him as compact Duckett. Compact's probably the kind of word. Squat, less so. Bumrah around the wicket, past that outside edge again. They know how to probe away at that Duckett off stump. They've been doing it relentlessly, and he hasn't looked altogether convincing when they do. But that does smack into the gloves of KS Bharat as the looming form of none other than Gary Naylor, my co-pilot on the way in this morning. Picked up in Tooting at lurking on the roads at 2 in the morning on a street corner.
Oh God!
How many people wound the window down and said, "How much, Gary?" I don't know. As this one was nicely worked off his legs again, but straight towards short mid wicket. And there was no run.
I can't unsee that.
I don't even want to visualise this.
He's all right, he wasn't hitching up his trouser leg. You're okay. 32 without loss. It's the end of that Bumrah over.
Dear.
None for 12 for him. Still 15 each for Duckett and Crawley. Am I going to stay here, Bear? I might as well. You're tapping yourself like you've lost something.
I'm off.
So,
I'm off.
You're off for you get a short break for good behaviour in Indo.
Yes.
And you have been very good so far. Well done. And we're going to see you in the next session after this. I think I'm taking over on social. Messrs, you get us up to speed on
just
where we
ideal.
are.
Well, I said, shall we expect Gorilla Hendo appearances in the post-T sessions? We shall.
We shall, yes.
And West Aussie leads. So 6 overs gone. England 31 for none, while West Indies 9 for none.
Oh.
Yawn.
There we go.
Oh, Wiggy says, can you compare the run and over rates in 2 test matches in real times at once? England obviously outscoring the Windies. Happy days.
Well,
okay, we're up to date on tweets and YouTube.
And Bear will tell us what happened with that ball while you were doing it.
Crawley just worked it down to long leg for a single.
Well, I'll tell you what. Here, you looking for a good time, mate? Well, I'll tell you what. Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett are looking for a good time, aren't they?
Yeah.
Wonderful stuff.
Yeah. It's been a great start by England. It's Bazball. It's Bazball in India. Love it. Love it. Love it. Hello, everyone on YouTube. It's been a while, hasn't it? An awful long time since we were last on air. We tried to do some of the West Indies, but was I on strike? I don't know if I was really on strike. There was me swearing one night
You and the screen
as I
actors
got
guild,
lost on
is
my
it?
way to Ealing. Duckett is facing up to Siraj, who cuts it out to Gully. And there will be no run.
So Bazball's already got rid of one of the slips. This is another thing about Bazball. It opens the gaps.
Well, it does. I think both teams probably want to bat first, wouldn't they? I mean, whoever won the toss was obviously going to bat. The wicket's only going to get harder to bat on. Yeah. So
I don't think you were on strike. You were working to rule.
I was working to rule,
Making those rules up as you actually went along. The rule being, if I felt like doing it, I might. Otherwise, fuck off.
Well, I did say I didn't want to do any of it.
Yes, you made that very clear.
He's the Mick Lynch of guerrilla cricket.
Right, Duckett's facing up to Siraj. And is it Siraj or is it Bumrah? I can't even remember.
Siraj.
Tried to cut it. It's too close to cut. And just goes into the deck, and there is no run. And the funny thing is, when you haven't done this for so long, you almost forget how to do it. You forget the rhythm of talking cricket.
No, you'll pick it up.
You quickly get back into it, yeah.
You'll pick it up.
But Bear and I have just been talking in the green room, and you kind of tell it's 176 days since either of us have talked Test cricket, because we talk non-stop.
Yeah. Well, I'm excited about this. I think
I
it's going to
am.
be.
I think we all are.
I think most people we talk to on the Bish and the Bear, and they've all thought we're going to lose this. I'm the only one who's well, I'm an eternal optimist anyway. But I think Bazball has got a chance. It's certainly got a better chance than we had last time we were here.
I agree. I think we'll
that
lose.
doesn't buy injure a wicket, nothing will.
No. Cut again. That was too close to cut, but he's got it through as a Duckett, and he's got it out dead square, really, to point. There's a man set back at more third man, and there's a sort of cover in front of square, but he's got it through both, and we've got 4 more runs.
1, 2, buckle my shoe. 3, 4, shut the door.
I think we'll lose, but I think we'll compete. And we did compete for a while in the last tour. Obviously, there was the Joe Root test where we made that double 100, but we weren't competing at the end of it. I think we'll compete through all 4 tests here.
Well, this is the thing about
Is it
Bazball.
4 or 5? It's 5, isn't it? God, yeah.
Proper 5 tests. But I mean, this is the thing about Bazball. If it wears the opposition down.
Yeah, it does.
Now, it weared the Aussies down. It's weared every team
Well,
we've played down.
I made that point in the green room that Pat Cummins looked clueless after about 45 minutes in the first Ashes test, and he's not clueless, as his record since has shown.
And Australia, throughout that series, looked clueless at times. That's defended, really, out to cover, and there's no run. I keep losing my ear.
Yeah, you looked all at sea when you came in. You were tapping your pockets, and you looked like a man who thought he'd lost his wallet.
Well, I thought I'd lost my phone.
Oh, Lord.
Speaking of losing wallets, I'll tell you a brief story between deliveries and the next over.
Well, Siraj, last ball of his 4th over, full driven. Nice, can't drive, can't pitch it there for Duckett, who drives it superior. Lovely. Through cover out to the boundary for 4 runs. I've got a bit of a migraine cricking on as well.
I was going to say that was a touch of almost. Was it Andre Prebin? Was he
No,
of the right words, but not necessarily in the right order?
That's the funny thing. When I get migraines, I get word blindness.
We'll shout if you need to have a break. Old Fart at play says bucket ducketh. Well, he's driving with some alacrity at the moment, and looking good doing it. Talk amongst yourselves, you two. I'm just going to flip onto you two.
I just an incident. I was on my way to Chiswick to the theatre last Thursday, and I left my rucksack on the train changing at Gunnersbury. And I could see the rucksack. It was like a comedy movie. I could see it on the seat as the train was pulling out, but of course got no way of doing it. So I ran upstairs, spoke to the woman who was manning the turnstiles, if a woman can man the turnstiles. She phoned through. I got the rucksack back at Richmond, but for a while, because I had the computer in, my heart was beating very fast at having to lose the computer. But well done, TFL staff. They sorted me out, and I was very, very lucky and very, very pleased. I bought her a bunch of flowers, and I recommended her on the TFL website, because when you get good service, it's important to recognise it.
It is. But turn down the volume, Tone. I can hear you. I can hear YouTube through the.
Oh yeah, that's wonderful. Yeah, sorry.
Well, here we go. Spin
here we go.
is in. Jadeja is going to take his first ball of this series, and Crawley just lunges and fans it out to.
Here he is.
Cover no run.
Who's that spinning?
Oh, and is an attempt at a sweep. It's probably a little bit full for sweeping, and Crawley missed it.
It was the premeditated sweep there. There's nobody in at leg slip. I think there will be soon.
Oh, we got an edge as well onto his
Yeah,
pad.
top edge.
going to be interesting. That one he goes back. Tries to cut it through the offside as Crawley. Suddenly the game changes.
Just completely different, isn't it?
It went under,
completely
his
different.
bat. And KS Barrett take it behind the stumps. I was saying to you, wasn't I, next door, he's gone back. Another guy on these sides.
Went straight on that one.
Yeah, it's gone straight on. I like the Indian kit.
Yeah, I feel there's a little too much blue on it because the stripes are a little too thick. You know, reminiscent of the 1974 World Cup Adidas West
Well, I was
Germany.
about to say, it's got a hint of Adidas about it.
Yeah.
Is Adidas their provider? Wouldn't have thought
I don't
so.
know.
It is, must be.
But
Well, no,
those
I
three
don't know if
stripes.
it would be. Wow, that's turned absolute fucking mile. What are we on? 9th over. Sweet. This is going to be a short test match. It beats the outside edge. And it's taken by the keeper. No run. Oh, that's gone a long way.
Oh, it's gone a long,
and the
long
pitch
way.
hasn't even looks okay at the moment. That one is a little bit full, a bit of leg side, and just worked into the leg side by Crawley. And there will be no run.
It's a maiden.
It's the first maiden of the day.
Probing maiden, indeed. Linux Leo says, I'm a sex worker inclusive feminist. Gary wouldn't be my first choice, but I don't judge. Jeff Perkins, wicket now in Brisbane. I'll have a look and give you an update on that in a moment. The Adelaide Barmist says, OK, the indomitable Johnny Co-op has sorted out the YouTube account. We're in. Also, Twitter can do one. So there you go.
Oh, yeah.
And Disinterested Handjob said that may be the funniest thing Tony's ever said. Out of so many, but what was it?
I'll tell you what, Ravichandran Ashwin's gone for a bit of Travis Bickle look here, isn't he?
My word, yeah.
Oh, he has, yeah. It's very sharp on the
Shaved-
sides and
shaved on the
high on
side.
top.
And that was what my wife asked me to do that to my son. Obviously, he's got sort of, you know,
Had he done
afro
something wrong?
hair. No. She wanted
For
a.
punishment.
Who's the guy who plays for Vinicius Junior? You know, that
Oh,
sort
yeah,
of
yeah,
sharp,
Real Madrid.
shaved and sort of thing
Yeah.
at the side. I just got the memo that, you know, can you do that? But they didn't actually explain it. She said she wants a bit long at the top and then shave it and grade it up. to
I
the top.
love a fro. Absolutely love it.
Wicked. And I just made a flat top, and everyone got really upset. Ashwin is into Duckett.
This is the in a long
back at the track now.
in a long series of the bear does. This is the bear does barbering.
I've been cutting his
Oh, God, can you imagine?
hair for ages.
Need a leg slip in there.
Yeah. Well, not yet, I don't think.
Oh, need it from the word go.
Ashwin around the wicket to Duckett. Just defends it on the offside, and there's no run.
Here he is, our man.
Pitches are all brown, the pitches are all brown. The selector's hair's gone grey. Selector's hair's gone grey. Waiting for a bat. Waiting for a bat. White laid on the second day. White laid on the second.
Ashwin turns, drags his length back, and Duckett pulled his bat away in the end.
Yeah,
and
he
it's
needs-
taken by Barrett. No run.
He needs to get down the other end here. Crawley's got to take as much as possible from Ashwin. Of course, you can't protect an opener, but
No, I think they're gonna stay a bit, and then I think they're gonna attack, aren't they?
I know, but you've seen
that's defended back to the bowlers. No run.
Ashwin's record against right and left-handers. There's
It's
a big
ridiculous,
difference.
I know. And it's always better to be able to turn it away from the batter.
He just bowls such a lovely
Which is
line.
why. Well, there you go. There's the first. There's Bazball to the four. It's a reverse slap by Duckett out to. There is a man who would be at point on the boundary. It's Jadeja out there, and it's defended.
No, it's
fielded.
Shubman Gill.
Single.
Shubman
Is it Shubman Gill?
Gill.
It was
Yeah.
Shubman Gill, yeah.
Always looks very good in the field, I think, Shubman Gill.
Yeah, he's a
He's
very-
kind of rangy, isn't he? And
Yeah.
he's gazelle-like.
Yeah,
Is he still shagging Tendulkar's daughter?
I think he is, yeah.
Well, not at the moment.
Well, obviously not at the moment. But, you know.
Gone off for a comfort break.
To make him feel good.
Oh, dear.
Crawley, 16 of 28, is facing up down a track to Ashwin. Ashwin saw him coming, dragged his length back a little bit, and then he's just defended it into the leg side. There's no run. 10 overs done, 42 for none. Where are we?
Just Ideal. More studio Gary Naylor, please. Does that Just Ideal? Does that mean you want more of Gary, or you want him turned up a bit?
No, it's fine. His
Can you
volume's
be
fine.
clear? We can hear him fine, but
where do I send the fiver?
to Just Ideal. Messers is going, you naive young things. Yes, of course, Adidas is a major sponsor of the BCCI. Well, there we go. So we all recognise the 3 stripes. They are pretty iconic.
Yeah.
So we were bang on with that, weren't we?
Mm-hmm.
Plenty of. Let me see. Calm holding cards says, of course that's Adidas. Look at the bloody shirts. Well, that's what we did, and that's why we said Adidas. We just
it certainly looks out.
wanted it confirmed.
Well, that's out, surely. No, it's worked. I thought he'd gone it straight to short leg. Jadeja's stayed around the wicket to the left-handed Duckett, who just worked it out through. Well, it would have been leg gully, not leg slip, probably.
Yeah.
And it was aerial for a while through it.
Yeah, would have been.
May not carry to someone just round a corner, but it's
just
single.
a get-out shot as well.
Well, there is the man at very short, forward short leg, isn't there? And they just threw out a left hand, but
dragged it short to Jadeja. On the back foot, Crawley punches it out to cover. There's no run. You've got to find the gaps. That's the one thing about this.
3 stripes on a shirt, jewels remain still gleaming because West Germany lost.
yes, very little relevance to this.
3 stripes on a shirt.
By the way, I'm reading the new Duncan Hamilton book. Is fantastic.
Oh,
if you get a chance to read that, beautiful read.
Yes, I get the idea. I'd like to sort of be in a hammock on a summer day at about 5 o'clock with a martini at hand, reading Duncan Hamilton. I think that would be good fun.
Right, Jadeja around the wicket, driven by Duckett, and they've gone for the quick single down to mid-on. He's set back a little bit, and they get a single.
Yeah, that's unusual for Jadeja with his field. He should have Bumrah a little bit closer there.
You'd have thought so, wouldn't you?
Well,
you don't want to be able to. You don't want to let the single.
Well, especially the left and right, the long and the short. If England can start getting singles as well as boundaries, then you really have nowhere to go.
Well, exactly.
Not that England have been able to take Ashwin and Jadeja on so far, but you just don't want them to get a foothold.
No.
Against the spin. They certainly did against the pace.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? I mean, well, there you go. Duckett is very industrious. Gets right inside and just laps it around the corner over Barat down to long leg, and it was 4 more runs to Duckett. It's 29 off 34, 48 for none.
Well,
and he went very early. That's a great shot.
It is.
It was a reverse ramp.
Yeah, no, it wasn't a reverse. It was a normal ramp.
Yeah, it's the value of bowling to Jadeja, bowling to the left-hander.
Oh, well, that's because he's going around the wicket as well, isn't he? You know, so he can get inside.
Sweep.
And that's a hard sweep. Sweep.
Well,
and it's 4 more. 33 or 35, and that's the 50 up for England. England moved to 52 for none in 10.5.
One could argue that that single that Bumrah conceded has actually brought 9 runs here because it got Duckett on strike against the left-hander, and Duckett is obviously going to go after the left-hander in a way that Crawley won't.
Yeah.
So, you know, there's going to be real value in England rotating the strike and getting the right the right matchups, as I believe they call them these days.
Well, exactly.
Cue a wicket, but let's see.
Duckett, sweeps again. This time only out to deep square, mid-wicket in fact, and it's a single.
2 men out in the deep already.
Yeah.
Right, we should do quick reminders of a few things, Bear, should we not? One is the GPL is open. Guess the number of runs going to be scored in the day. It's open till lunchtime, am I right, Bear? How long's the GPL open? Should be till lunchtime, yes? Open till lunchtime, guerrillacricket.com/competition. Register, you can have as many goes as you like for £1 English per time. If you get it on the nose, the number of runs to be scored in the day, you win the pot. The pot at the moment is £80 English, so it's well worth the winning. So do get yourselves on board with that. We would love you to do that. If you want to help the show, then please do super chat us on YouTube. That really helps motor us along and is unbelievably helpful. Or become a Patreon of Guerrilla Cricket. we get first dibs at our regular podcast, and we will be starting up, we hope, our newsletter. It's taken a short break, but we hope Hendo's going to get back on that horse very shortly.
Yeah.
I have a question for
Hold on,
our
Ashwin,
listeners.
around the wicket. It's full and into the pads of Duckett, defends it up to mid-on, no run.
Just throwing this out there, is England have put on 53 here for this wicket. Outside the first test, the last time England were in India, did England put 50 on for any wicket at all?
Yeah, they must have done when Root got his 200.
Yeah, but outside that first test.
Oh, so maybe not. That's defended up to mid-off, sorry. But that get through for a single. Is it set back again? I think it's given away the single. Yeah, it wasn't. I don't know. I mean, we were out for. I think probably the highest score we got wasn't 200. It was
No,
probably
that's what I think.
150. We just fell apart for that,
Yeah.
didn't we?
Yeah.
There was a fair few innings where we were out for sort of 70 odd.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. And England have got it right. As you said, it's conceded an easy single, and now they've got Crawley on the right-hander against Ashwin, which
And
is
they
the
got a-
matchup they're looking for.
And they got a leg slip.
Yeah, well, they need one.
Leg slip, short leg. And is a slip. And Crawley just gets right forward and defends it back down the track, and there's no run.
Yeah, I've liked Crawley's footwork here. It's not the Duncan Fletcher forward press where there's a half movement forward and then a full movement forward. He's very much, when he's on the front foot, he's going right onto the front foot.
Ashwin floats that up and is punched by Crawley. And mid-on is kind of no man's land, isn't he? It's a single.
Yeah. Again, the camera's picking out Rohit here, and he's moving fielders around. He's telling them to come in and go out, and already we're seeing Bazball have this psychological impact on the opposition captain.
Yep.
Well, England 55 off 11 over 11.4, nearly 12 overs. The West Indies 19 for 1 off nearly 11.
Yeah.
Quite a difference. Obviously,
Tough.
different kind of bowling.
Oh, tough gig facing Hazelwood, Stark, and Cummins. Though,
Is it the first air that test?
Nathan
Yeah.
Lyon is on there.
Is he?
Yeah, he's just bowled his first over. Went for 5 in his first over.
They like to get it on
where is that test?
That's at the Gabbatoir.
Briz.
The Gabbatoir. So it started at what, midnight?
No, 4 a.m.
Well, it was
day
at the
night.
same time
It's
for
day
us.
night.
It's
Oh, okay.
literally simultaneously going on.
Oh,
That's a
there's
great
an
ball.
appeal. That's sliding down leg side. No, he's been given. I don't think that's turning, does it? That
No,
one's gone.
they'll review this. There might be a little bit of an inside edge, but it looks like it's passing leg stump to
To me, I think he's reviewed it. England have
Yeah.
three reviews now. Not sure about that.
That looked. I'm
I
a
thought
little less optimistic from a
I
Duckett
didn't think, I thought
perspective
it
on that
went
one.
straight on. Actually, I didn't think it for that once. That one didn't
No,
turn.
I
think
you
it
could
was
see
sliding
middle.
down, Ned.
You could
It is one
see
of
middle
these.
and off. The question is,
I was definitely.
You can talk over it. I'll just leave
Okay.
it bumbling in the
well,
background.
when you can see two stumps, the ball does need to turn. I'm not sure it did. We'll soon find out.
Yeah, well, it's tossed up. Oh, actually, maybe.
No, it's hit him in front of leg. It's got to go on to hit leg.
It's hit the inside of.
But
well,
it only needs to sort of shave the leg stump because it's been given out on the field.
That
Is
out,
there a
out,
little
out.
edge?
there's
No,
there's no
no
edge, and
edge.
it's been given out. So I mean, the chances are it's going to
See,
shave the
I-
leg stump.
Oh.
That's not sliding because that's coming
No,
back.
I thought it was
coming
sliding
back
more
towards the
than that.
left-handed
Well,
batsman.
we're going to know now.
Nah, it's going on to hit leg stump, isn't it?
Bit-
There you go.
Oh! Umpire's call.
Leg stump. It was actually just hitting the top of leg
Just
stump.
hitting the corner, as they say in baseball.
But it is out. And
Yeah.
England lose their first wicket. England are 55 for 1. That's not a bad start for England. They're not in India.
And the matchup worked. Ashwin
Yeah.
against Duckett.
Yep.
Now let's see how Ollie Pope. Ollie Pope.
What's happened? Oh,
Jacob.
It would be too much to say India needed that wicket, but it's certainly a welcome wicket for India.
Yeah.
Another hour of that, England going into lunch at 120 for without loss.
Would have been.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
would have been pretty bad. But India now have got a foothold in the match, and Ashwin to Duckett.
and it was spin that did the trick.
Well, if you had that as your first wicket, Ashwin to Duckett, I think that you wouldn't have had high odds, but you'd have be cashing in now.
You would. A few messages then while that's going on. Philip Shaw, the bear sounds sober. It drags the commentary down.
Well,
he
it
also
was
said-
4 in the morning, and I did only get up an hour ago.
Frank Sidebottom did a song, 3 Shirts on My Line.
Yes, he did.
It's about a man washing his home away and goalkeeping.
Little.
Home away and goalkeeping top. Frank Sidebottom, he was the guy with like the big pepper mache head.
Yes,
wasn't he?
him and
Yeah.
Little Frank. Little Frank.
Frank Sidebottom, yep. Paul Harrison wants to know, is this real or a COVID fever dream? What, looking at us on YouTube, Paul? Well, it's up to you. As far as we know, we're real, but it could also be, something you go on and have a dream about.
I think this is a big series for Ollie Pope. He's got to deliver, I think, here. He's got to show some leadership. He's been in the side a long time now.
Yeah, he's getting injured, doesn't he? He's got weak shoulders. As Ollie Pope's first ball just worked into the leg side, he wants to get off the mark quickly, but Crawley sends him back.
Yeah.
And there is no run. End of 12 overs, 55 for 1.
Oh, it's a good match.
Tusif Navaki, sorry, I've said that completely wrong. Tusif Nakvi says, hello, assalamu alaikum. I don't know. Hello, assalamu alaikum. Well, hello to you, Tusif. I'd probably made an absolute dog's breakfast of that attempted pronunciation, but I know what you meant. Let's have a look. Tuwit Tawoo says, looks like 3 bouncers commentating after finishing a night shift down at the Ministry of Sound. I think that's the 3 of us. Thank you, Tuwit.
We haven't got our lanyards and our little badges on the arm the way they have to.
I'm not quite sure we'd be the scare. I think of the 3 of us, you'd probably back Gary more in a fight than the bear or I these days, but you never know. Never know.
Huh. Yeah, I've run away.
You'd run and probably be caught all too easily.
Of course, I would try to run away, which isn't quite the same thing.
Well, Crawley is going to face up. Jadeja is going to come into his 3rd over. He's gone for 11 and 2. Crawley goes back and just defends it out to the offside, and there's no run.
I think that's the first time Crawley's played back,
Yeah, possibly.
He's been forward to almost everything, pace or spin, which is his game.
Well, they've got to try and score some runs. He does push that out through the covers, and he will get through a single.
Did we say how many Duckett got? Because he got, was it
33 or 38, one of them.
That's almost a run of ball, so it's not a bad start from Duckett by any means. And that easily could have been given not out, and had it been given not out, he would still be there on umpire's call. But that's the nature of the game these days. I'm not complaining about it, but he was to some extent unlucky.
Yeah,
gaffers will be happy with it in a way.
Jadeja tosses that one up, and Pope gets right forward and defends it to City mid off.
We haven't jingled up His Eminence, have we?
No.
My ecclesiastical brother.
We kept a review as well, didn't we? Because it's umpire's call.
Yeah.
Quite handy. Oh. Is that out? No, it dropped short.
Ooh. But
Pope was
already
trying to work it into the leg side. Big fat outside edge. It's ballooned out into
But
the offside.
already he looks frenetic, doesn't he?
Yeah,
He's lunging at the ball. It's completely different to we've seen Crawley in particular, but Duckett as well.
Well, he is coming out cold. That one he does just push into the offside. There is no run.
But it's the foot is going down at the same time as the hand is going to the bat. He's not waiting for the ball here. Was his problem last time in India, if you recall. He was too frenetic.
Well, yeah, he has scored a lot of runs. That one he cuts. Can't beat the man at backward point.
And it's
pushed through. There's no run.
There's a fine line between being busy at the crease and being just too hyper.
Yeah.
And I think that the way Crawley is played, with the front foot coming down, the bat slightly behind it, all looks in rhythm, in balance. We've already seen Pope sort of half falling over, slashing at it. It's not. He needs to just get the heart rate down here and work out a plan.
Well, he's played 4 in India, and I think I'm right in saying his highest score in those 4 was 34. 19, 34, 28, 22 and 12 his scores, and that's hardly super impressive.
No, but
and he's short of cricket, don't forget. Although he topped the averages for Surrey in the Championship, but I don't think he's played anything since, has he?
Well, he's had an operation on his shoulder.
He
Again,
did.
that's the 3rd, isn't it? Ashwin, just pops that up into the leg side. It bounced up on Crawley. He's a tall man, and just fended it into the leg side, past short leg. Lucky there.
This is why England.
Well, this is the first day. That shouldn't pop like that, should it?
Well,
Really?
this is why England have picked Hartley, because he's a tall man who pushes the ball into the pitch.
Swept too full by Ashwin. Down to long leg. There is a man out in the deep, and it'll just be a single. I presume it's Shiv and Gill out now.
We'll have a change, I think, after this over.
We do. We're going to see Jacob coming in. Bear is going to be your man for social media, so he's going to probably slip across
You're gonna pass me
into
that
this seat.
iPad. Unplug the power.
And we're going to hear an Indo back, who will be feeling a little bit chirpier, I suspect, since that wicket.
Yeah. Swept
Dear, oh
by
dear.
Ollie Pope. No, it was caught by a man at short leg.
If he's in the nets here, Ollie Pope, he thinks he's on about 27 after 6 balls, but he's barely connected with one of them.
It's come off his chest, and then it bounced before it got to
Crawley, on the other hand, has been playing in the Big Bash, hasn't he? And looks in fairly decent nick.
That's tossed up though, and Crawley, Pope finally gets himself off the mark as it's down to mid on. Who again is set back too far for me, and he gets an easy single, gets himself off the mark. I think partly he's frenetic because he hasn't got himself off the mark, and it's never that. It's always harder to come in against a spinner. But he, defended by Crawley, no run.
But he played like this last time when he averaged, as we've just seen there on the graphic, 19. If he plays the same game as he played in the tests last time round, he's going to get the same result. He's got to work something out here, I think, Pope.
Well, that's a reverse sweep and a good one by Crawley. Slight misfield by Bumrah, I think, at backward point. There will be no run. And that ends that over. 1 for 5 for Ashwin off 3. England are 58 for 1. Crawley's on 20. Pope's on 1. And Jacob is going to take over, and I'm just going to switch.
You're going to switcheroo. I'm going to take a wee break, and see you later.
Good morning.
Hello, Jacob.
Hello in India, how are you?
Very well, and you?
I'm well, thanks. I'm enjoying the first seconds, savouring the first seconds of my glorious return to guerrilla cricket after quite a long hiatus. Thank you. I can't say I'm overjoyed to be here on account of the 4 AM start, but other than that, it's great. Great to have cricket back, isn't it, lads?
Isn't it just?
I mean, there isn't anything better you'd love to do at 4 AM, right?
Well,
I can think of
you watching Test cricket.
I like watching Test cricket. I was rather 2 hours later would be okay.
Yeah.
I swear the last time we were over there, it started at 4:30. You got an extra half an hour.
Yeah, that was nice, but no, they clearly decided to pack a bit more in this time round. I'm off to work in now a couple of hours, so it's a whirlwind day for me. But it's as I said, it's nice to have the cricket back.
Yeah, I think the difference there, Bear, is it's a bit later in the winter, so the start. So which means you can start a bit earlier, because otherwise there's too much haze in the morning in many places.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm now receiving a colour pad from Warner Bros. Discovery, and we're back now. We briefly
the replays.
We briefly lost the feed there for a minute. Small technical issues on the part of WBD.
Yeah. Well, I know Ashwin's taken a wicket, but I still think he's bowling too fast and too flat.
Yeah, but I think both sides wanted to win the toss, didn't they, and get first use of the pitch, because it looks. I mean, it's misbehaving already, and you can only imagine it's going to get worse.
I don't see where you see it misbehaving so far, because it's just bouncing, and there's the bounce. I don't know if you've been watching from the beginning, but the bounce has been consistent from the first ball.
Yeah, I think some have jumped off a similar length for the spinners, not necessarily. I don't think for the pacers. But I do think it's not massively inconsistent. But the fact is that some have jumped up sort of glove high, and they're not skidded through. But it's the ones that have jumped a little bit. I can only see that. In typical Indian fashion, I think that'll only go first. It'll only get worse, but.
An India tour, it always heralds conversation about the pitch.
Well, look, I don't mind it. I always think it's quite fun.
I do. Yeah, I'd like to see more spin bowled as well. As Jadeja's in, and that's played back by Ollie Pope, and he just dots that down, and silly mid-off will pick it up.
So it would be bloody boring if every pitch in the world had behaved the same way.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, as long as it's not dangerous, I have no problem with pitches anywhere.
And Pope goes for the reverse sweep. Oh, there's something
that
there.
should be gone. No,
I'm not sure if his foot was down. I think it was, and India don't seem too keen. There was a little appeal there, but I'm now 99% certain that his foot was down. It was about 40.
I think the appeal was for a cut behind. I don't think it was for...
Right. Yeah, well, his foot was certainly down, and he doesn't appear to have touched it. So
no,
we're all good as Jadeja is back.
Jadeja's look more threatening of the two, actually.
He does reel through him, doesn't he? In he comes. That one's a bit slower, and Ollie is forward in defence, out to it off.
Well, this is the challenge, isn't it? You've got to try and score runs against this spin attack, and you've got to attack it. They're not attacking it yet.
I haven't even seen Axel yet. In comes Jadeja, and Pope, that's an edge, and
that's
caught
gone.
At slip.
Yep.
That's gone.
Well,
he's just forward to it. Funnily
matter
enough,
of time.
Ollie Pope looked a little less frenetic there. He was just starting to... He looked like he was just starting to settle down. He lunged forward, and it's taken the outside edge and a good low catch at slip.
Is he taking a DRS? Why on earth is he taking a DRS?
He's chatting to Crawley. Are they checking the catch? It was a low catch.
Well, that's the umpire's job to check that. I don't see why he should be taking it.
He's just having a chat with Crawley.
Anyway, let's give him an out.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
Yeah, it's a very good low catch from Rohit Sharma there in the slips, and Ollie Pope, his woes in India continue. He's out for one, and that will bring Joe Root, former captain, to the crease.
His voice is high-pitched and ginger hair like a pick, but massive runs he has hit, so there's that. Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root.
Introduce yourself.
Joe Root, actually.
Ah, how I've missed the jingles.
Oh, yes. Well, I mean...
They play in my sleep. I wake up hearing them. I go to bed hearing them. I think of nothing else there.
Oh, lovely. How is life at the Sun? Is it the Sun you're working for?
Yes, yeah. All well. I'm on the motoring desk. It's great. It's good fun.
The motoring desk?
As we see the Dacia advert topically.
Have you done a review of that recently? Then?
I have not done a review of that recently, very sadly. But back to the cricket, as Joe Root is at the crease because
Jacob doesn't want to admit twice in 2 minutes that he works for the Sun.
Yes, I'm off there in what time is it now? I'm off there in a couple of hours. In 2 hours I'm off to the Sun's offices in London, and Joe Root is back. Oh, that's kept low. That's kept low all of a sudden from Jadeja, and Joe Root just with the toe of the bat manages to get something on it. As we replay the Ollie Pope dismissal here. Very good catch from Rohit Sharma. It was right down by his right ankle, and he's picked it off the ground.
Yeah, he's been doing that all his life. I mean, he loves fielding in there.
Sweeps as an appeal.
But that's gone. I would have to appeal for that one. Oh, come on.
Did he get something on it? It's not out from the umpire.
I thought A, he got something on it because he was so far down, and B, I thought it hit him outside off stump and was only turning away.
No, I thought he hit him middle stump actually.
Did you?
Maybe he touched something.
And
he goes for the DRS. Jadeja just convinced him to go for the DRS. So I'm just not sure whether he didn't touch anything.
Is it Rod Tucker in there at that end?
I believe it's Rod Tucker at one end. I don't know if it's that end.
Yeah, it's this end because
I think there's Gaffney.
Certainly wasn't Gaffney. I saw giving the not out.
See, this is the problem. I mean, this is where baseball has to conquer. Is it has to learn to. I mean, if it's going to work.
Well, here we have a look. It's just kept on straight. I think there's a bottom edge on that.
I think that might.
There's some deviation. I think he's got a little.
Yeah, he's got the edge there, surely, isn't he?
Well,
we'll see on the DRS. But
very difficult. Decent.
It certainly looks that way.
There is a deviation there under the bat, and it's gone up quite close under the gloves as well.
Yeah. Might be the bat.
Root doesn't look too concerned.
Actually, he looks a bit scared to me.
Yeah, I was just going to say that.
He looks like a bit.
I thought you were going to say he doesn't look convinced.
Well, I thought he looked calm, cool, and collected. He's having a little smile there. He's having a laugh. I think he just said bottom edge, so I'm going to stick with my original call here.
Well, they seem to have lost the TV pictures. DRS has stopped working or something because they haven't showed us anything.
Oh. I don't know what it is. There's been a couple of test matches recently, haven't there, where you just kind of you hear stuff like, oh, they just didn't have DRS on that dismissal. Well, why not? What the hell's happening? This is meant to be a part of the modern game.
That definitely shouldn't be happening. But where was that? In South India, South Africa. I don't think there was.
No, I think it was whichever the
West Indies.
Occasionally they lose it for a day, don't they, where the technology fails, or for a few hours. Didn't it happen it handed in the Ashes, didn't it? There was a period in the Ashes over the summer for a session or something where they lost it.
And we just had the spectacle of the umpire just kind of rounding everyone up and going, right guys, we don't have DRS, just so you all know. So we're just waiting here. We are in a holding pattern, as Joe Root again looking more concerned by the news. We'll see.
It's probably at the delay.
Yeah, we'll see what's going on. Crawley.
He looks amused at the delay.
Yeah, they're just having a chat with each other in the middle. The Indian team is huddled about. The umpires they're all off in their little cliques at the moment. It's umpires, English, Indians, no mixing. It's very high school. It's very sort of you can't sit with us for lunch kind of deal. Root's broken the barrier. He's broken down the social barrier. He's the first lad to chat to the girls at the disco, bridging the gap with the Indian team there.
Jadeja would be amused at that. To be described as a girl.
We have DRS now, and there appears to be a pretty healthy bottom edge on that.
Yeah.
A couple of different spikes. Yeah, you'd have to say that's evidence of an edge. There's a spike there. Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, they keep looking at it. They keep running it backwards and forwards.
Well, I don't know actually.
But there is a little spike there.
There's a tiny one.
Yeah, it's not huge, but I mean, it's next to the bat.
Well, there's definitely a deviation.
Spike on DRS. There's a deviation, and umpire Tucker says not out. Thank you very much.
No, that's rifle.
Ah, it's rifle.
Yeah, it's a rifle.
It's
a rifle and gaffing.
And it's Maria Erasmus in the chair with the big red button upstairs. I assume they do it by big red button.
That was interminably long waiting for that, wasn't it?
Yes, it is, and that's actually the end of the over. So now we've got Ashwin on, and Bear, do you want to quickly run through some social media if you've got time? They really do get through it, this spinners.
There's a couple. Is Pope the new Crawley? Asked West Aussie Leeds. An old fart at play says, whose son is he? I don't know who he's referring to. Pope?
As Crawley's down the pitch. Is that caught? Yes, it is.
Yes.
He's lofted a drive straight to Siraj cover. First time he's really come down the pitch in anger. And, I think they're checking the catch. But Gaffney is signalling out. But
I was expecting Crawley to get caught at mid-on, but not at cover. He just loves stepping out, right?
It's 2 reviews in the space of 2 balls.
Well, whose review is this?
Well, it's the umpire's review.
Umpire.
Both, the first one was an Indian review. This one's an umpire review. They're just checking the catch because Siraj was a whirlwind of arms and legs as he picked that up. Let's have a look. The picture is not terribly clear. It looks to be going into his hands.
It's one of those you can never tell.
It's going to be one of those where we start talking about things like foreshortening.
Exactly.
Well, Maria Erasmus is having a look. Is this the best angle we have? Because it's quite far out.
Well, normally they have like 30-odd cameras, so I mean, I can't believe that that's the best.
Well, we now cut back to Crawley. We're having a look. Here's another angle. It's just a zoomed-in version. Was that hit the floor?
It looks it to
looks
me.
Like it hits the palms of his hands and then drops to the floor.
And
it's very difficult to tell. He might have his fingers below, but it's just impossible to tell from here, right?
Yeah, it's amazing in the modern era when they've got HD cameras that they can't do super slow-mo on that kind of thing.
Here we go.
Oh, that looks like it goes
Looks like
down.
he's got his
onto-
fingers underneath.
That looks
I
like
don't
it's gone
know.
straight in.
I think it went into his fingers. That doesn't look like ground.
It's one of those where they could quite easily say his hands are horizontal, it's gone down into the ground and he's picked his fingers up, or they could say it's gone straight in.
The previous one they were showing seems to show that it's the only one which shows anything. I mean, honestly, but it shows, seems to show it's going.
A couple of angles ago was from the reverse side, and it looked like it was going into his hands. But then the one from the other side looked like, where you can see more of his left hand, looks like it might have bounced off the left hand and gone down. The decision is
pending.
Still pending,
Out.
and it's
Out.
out. It's gone. Zach Crawley gone for 20, and England, all of a sudden, from 51 for none, they've gone down to 60 for 3.
Yeah, this is typical
And this is
shit
India,
that happens,
isn't
isn't it? This is India. Woohoo!
That's been 2 for 5. Is there a jingle playing?
Just didn't get over the top of it, did he?
And that's a good catch from Siraj. It's low, right low down, and he appears certainly to have got his finger under it from that angle, and that brings Bairstow? No, Johnny Bairstow to the crease.
Yes.
They've rejigged the order, and Johnny Bairstow is at number 5.
He sounds like this.
Johnny Bairstow's smarter than the average Bairstow. Johnny Bairstow's been this good since daycare, so all put on your wigs and let the crimson hair flow. I want the Pope to give him his own large prayer. Oh, he can hit the sixes, although it's so dark. He'd even run a 10 at Bradford Park Avenue. No other Yorkshireman can compare. I tell you, Johnny Bairstow's smarter than the average Bairstow.
For me, this is where Bazball, stands or dies. Really, it's got to be out. It's got to work against the spinners, isn't it? I don't think
it's the only test there is.
Yeah, it is the only test there is. And the thing is, I don't matter if you lose a couple of quick wickets as long as someone. It just takes someone to be aggressive and get 60 runs against it or something, and it puts you in the game.
I thought Duckett would, if he survived. I mean,
yes.
he was very, he was throwing the kitchen sink at everything, but if he survived, I thought he was going to get a big one.
And this is it. You've got to get on top of Jaiswal. You've got to get on top of Ashwin. Otherwise, you're just getting bowled to, and you go nowhere very fast and lose lots of wickets. And that's exactly what we usually do. And I don't mind if they're aggressive.
The only one who's got the skill is Joe Root. So
I think Brendan McCullum might be slightly disappointed with what he's seen so far, in that all of the Crawley just now, both of the other two got out kind of defending. Well, they both got out defending. They didn't get out trying to smack it down the pitch, and no one's really, as Bairstow just plays back and dabs that down into the offside, no one's really sort of come down the pitch and tried to thwack it for 6.
No.
But the problem, Jacob, is on these pitches against this quality spin, you can't just go at it like that from the ball one, and that's the whole point why it's different.
Well, we said that. We said against the quality of the Australian pace attack, you can't sort of go at it from ball one. You've got to play.
No, but it's not the same thing.
No,
I mean,
it's
going
not the same
against
thing.
pace versus going against spin on a spinning track are two completely different things.
Yeah, exactly.
As in comes Ashwin, Bairstow back again. He just dabs that into the offside, and no run. It's back to the square, and it's picked up by the man there. It's sort of backward. Oh, I'm forgetting the fielding positions. He's not quite a third man. He's squarer than that. But,
modern batsmen with the T20 style of playing, it comes naturally to go and hit against pace bowling, wherever you're facing it. It does not come naturally against spin because it just takes much more skill to bat against spin on a spinning track.
Spins down the leg side, and it's collected by Bharat, and they hover it close to the stumps. So it's the Yorkshire pair of Bairstow and Root at the moment. And a very good start for England, you'd say. 50 for none has been subject to the chaos of the hour before lunch, as that's whipped into straight on the leg side and picked up by deep mid on, and that's the end of the over. England 61 for 3.
We have our first super chat. And it's Jehan, I hope I get your name right, I'm sorry if I don't. Jehan Yatnam. I apologise.
How do you spell it?
Ayararatnam.
Ayaratnam.
Ayaratnam.
We pride ourselves on our cultural sensitivity here.
Yeah, we like to get your names right. He says, I've been saying it for years. Get rid of this umpire's call nonsense. It's a complete farce. How can two same deliveries be both out and not out? It's not Schrodinger's cat, for fuck's sake. It needs to go. Yeah, but it makes it exciting. $14.99 for that. Thank you very much, Jahan. I like it. I like the jeopardy.
But it does exist
see the
for a
logic
reason.
very.
There is a margin for error in the technology, and the technology.
Exactly.
Just because we see the nice graphics saying it's hitting the stumps doesn't mean it definitely would have. As Bairstow just props forward to that and defends. Didn't quite get to the pitcher at that time. I'm worried if a ball exactly like that, turns viciously, he might be in trouble. But it didn't in that case. But yeah, I mean, what the umpire's call is saying is that the technology can't be certain that would have hit the stumps or even clipped the stumps. That's the ledgy from Bairstow and down towards short third man.
And that's exactly why, I mean, if you get a DRS wrong, then you retain your DRS.
Yeah, if it's umpire's call, then that's fair enough.
Yeah.
As that shorter, Bairstow plays back, cuts,
lovely shot.
beating the fielder, he's chasing it hard, but it's going to win the race boundary, and that's 4 runs.
Nice. Been a while since one of those.
1, 2, 3, 4.
So yeah, I mean, England in recovery mode a little here. I came on to the Zoom call at 5-5. Just as I did so, we lost the wicket of Ben Duckett. Since then, Ollie Pope and Zach Crawley have gone, and Bairstow en route at the crease, both in single figures in terms of score and balls faced.
Well, you'd better apply for an Indian visa quickly. You might get it faster than Bashir.
I might get it in.
I'm assuming you don't have
4 to 6 working months.
So you'll be fine.
Yeah, exactly. It'll be completely fine, and there's definitely no unusual thing going on there. As Bairstow cuts again and again, it beats the field, and again,
very well.
A man to the rope. Backward cut for 4.
There's not one board for me. I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
Jade's just dropping short a couple of times, and Bairstow's rocked back and just cut him away. And make it to the rope each time.
Right off the stumps, though, wasn't it?
Yeah, the difference is, that's exactly the point. The difference is Bairstow's actually moving his feet and going right back to the stumps and taking. That's the only way you can play this, if you want to play back here.
Oh, that's a bold lead from Bairstow, but it turns sharply. It was right on the line of the off stump, and if it had gone on with the arm, he'd have been in trouble. But he clearly saw something we didn't, and it turned viciously as he got his gloves right out of the way, and well collected by Barrett, actually, up by his shoulder. And he's followed that nicely. Ben Folkes will be having a whale of a time here as that's driven past again by Bairstow and chasing it down. This time they will stop it, and they're running hard, these two. They're always quick between the wickets, and I think they've made 3.
I believe so.
Well made 3, actually. That's a good effort from Bairstow and Root. As I say, they're always quick together. They play together at Yorkshire, of course, although not
3 lovely shots from
regularly.
Bairstow.
Not very frequently.
Yeah, but they are nominally teammates.
Let me get some tweets in. Just Ideal says 11 years since Joe Root's debut in India. God, he sent a picture of him looking very young. Josie, morning all, we're doomed. There's a surprise. With 5 seconds of turning on, Crawley does what he does best and gets out. Soon to be fall down with Bairstow coming in. Well,
that's a bit unfair.
Well, I mean, the thing is, Bairstow
He played well last time as well.
Yeah, he would have faced these boys a lot as well in IPL and stuff. Mark Lamborn says 11 years since Joe Root's debut in India. Last time a visiting team won a series there. Indeed.
Yeah, but they don't play. They don't bowl the same way in the IPL, and they don't play on the same pitches.
No, they don't.
But,
I mean, but you'll be familiar with the actual man himself.
Bairstow misses the cut there, and Barrett snaps it up. The jaws of his gloves closing ominously around that one as there's a little sigh of exasperation from the Indian team behind the stumps. Rohit had a little appeal. He very quickly shut the hell up about that one. As that's swept by Bairstow, it's gone up. They're appealing. Has he got anything on it? No, says umpire Gaffney, and no, says Ravichandran Ashwin. He decided that was not really anything in it. It's come off the pad, I think. Bounced, turn.
Yeah, and he's outside the line.
He's well outside the line. It's come off the back thigh pad. As it's just popped up, ballooned up to Rohit Sharma there in the slip. They got a slip, a leg slip, and a short leg. Johnny Bairstow, Jaiswal, young Jaiswal in the short leg. Don't be too good in there, young man, or you'll stay there for the rest of your career. As Bairstow clips that into the leg side, a little uncertainty about the run from Root, but they make it through for a single. I can call him young man, of course, because he's actually younger than me, which is depressing.
Well, you know, it creeps up on us all, mate.
Someone's got to be younger than you, Jacob.
I think he's younger than me. How old is Jaiswal? Is he?
Must be 22, something like that.
Yeah, he's younger than me then. Just. But no, it's always fun watching people younger than you achieve your dreams. Anyway, enough of that. Did I mention I'm off to work? So.
Well, look at it this way. You bring the average age down significantly on this commentary team.
As there's a sweep from Root, it's aerial, but it lands in that no man's land, which often appears in India between the close fielders and the boundary rider. It's gone over the close fielder, dropped well short of the boundary rider, and they'll get through to another single. Not controlled though.
Root's a very good player of spin, very good sweeper.
He really is.
That went the other way from Ashwin, I think. That's a little carom ball or something like that. It's just held up, really, more than it didn't turn with the natural motion of him. As that beats the outside edge of Johnny Bairstow, and well, I'm sure he's getting flashbacks to stumpings past, but that was not one, as the bails were whipped off, but his foot was firmly secured in its crease, presumably because it wasn't the end of the over. Quick hands.
That went with the arm.
Yeah, his foot never left the ground.
He was close there and looked over balance, and he just had a little wobble, but there was always firmly a piece of the boot.
But there's plenty of weight to distribute on both feet, as far as Bairstow is concerned.
What are you saying about Johnny Bairstow as he plays back to that bends into the leg side for no run? And that is the end of the over, so stay where you are, Johnny. 74 for 3.
It does look like he's lost a bit of timber, actually, Johnny. A lot of people call him fat last summer, but there you go. Nitin Bajaj says, hello, folks, reporting from the ground. Hello, Nitin. Great day for cricket, mild weather, turning track, all visa issues sorted. Which is true.
Young Bashir would have been having a watch of the first couple of overs and seeing it spin and gone, I would have actually fancied getting my visa stamped a little earlier, to be honest.
I'm not sure that he'll get a lot of game time, really. There's not many lefties. Yeah. There's not many. I mean, the part of the reason I read that they got so many lefties in Tom Hartley, and obviously they got Leach and Ran Ahmed, bowls a lot of googlies anyway, so he offers you both. But there's an awful lot of righties in the Indian team.
As
there are only two lefties.
And Root plays up into the leg side, there'll be no run there.
So there's Jaiswal and there's Jadeja. I think that's it.
Yeah, exactly. Ran Ahmed can deal with those two, and the lefties can bowl to everyone else, I assume.
As Root again just dabs it into the leg side, playing forward. No run. Yeah, I mean there was small speculation that he could have been in the running, but not really that he was sort of nailed on. As that's faster, flatter from Jadeja, and Root stands up.
You're not going to get 5 spinners playing, right? I think 4 spinners is enough.
You never know. You never know. All it takes is a little bit of illness, a little bit of injury, and suddenly you're playing 6 spinners. Get everyone going. Give Johnny Bairstow a trundle. Medium pace, I think he bowls. As Root forward resolutely in defence, bat and pad close together. No run, and the scoring rate, well, it's been dragged down, and Bazball doesn't like to see that. But as we say, England in a bit of recovery mode.
Oh, unfortunately.
Spinners locking them down. That's just dabbed into the offside. That'll be an irritating single for a bowler. There's really not a single there. Root's just leant forward, defended it. It's gone slightly to the right of the man at cover. and to his left, and as he reacts to it, Bairstow and Root just scampered through for a single. That's good batting, but irritating to bowlers. Because the man is in there. There shouldn't really be a leader. He's just kind of on the...
I think Jadeja won't mind the chance to bowl to Bairstow. I mean, he'd prefer bowling to Bairstow than Root.
As Bairstow plays that back, he plays it past that man at cover, and there's a man out there deep point. I remember the name of that fielding position now, and they get one run, as it's 76-4-3 at the end of the over. Are we due?
We're due for a little change.
We're due for a change.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
Gary is.
I'll see you folks tomorrow.
Indeed. Have a good one, Anindo. Gary is going
Don't
to
write anything we wouldn't want to read in the sun, Jacob.
Yeah. Gary is going to take over for me. Messers and Al are going to join him, and I will see you after lunch.
Hey, Mr. Hotchkiss, welcome.
Welcome to the test match.
Welcome from the depths of deepest Durham.
That is correct. That is correct. I am. This is an away test for England, and this is an away.
Well, good on you for getting up at the crack of dawn to bring us some coverage.
Who doesn't love a 3:20 alarm in their lives?
Everyone.
is indeed the correct answer.
Well, hello, messages. Hello, Al Hutch.
I'm from the streets of Tooting.
Yes.
Gary off the street corner. How are you, Gary?
That's right. I'm in mid-season form. I'm very much enjoying this. Perhaps you can shed some light on that very strange referral that Joe Root had, where it took an age for them to load up real-time Snicko, and it didn't look conclusive at all to me. And then, pretty much then they just got on with the game. But I just wondered if there was a technical glitch there. We certainly haven't seen ball tracking, but we don't necessarily do see ball tracking if they've decided there was a scratch on it. And we're somehow getting no cricket here. Has Johnny Bairstow gone off with a bit of Delhi belly? I don't know.
I think they were drinks.
Strange.
Drinks?
Yeah, the
no.
Yeah, the line on the RTS, as it's called, or Snicker, was very flickery, even when it was nowhere near the bat. Wasn't it?
I mean it's
a bit strange.
I mean, unless they've said something like, it was given not out on the field, and therefore we don't see conclusive evidence that there is a snick. No, it was given out. No, it was given not out, wasn't it? So
yes.
But it was just a strange sort of 3 or 4 minutes actually, when the players were standing around, and it's the kind of thing where you do start thinking there might be a technical hitch rather than a hitch with the technology, I should say, rather than anything on the field. But Johnny's good enough to face now, and he gets one on leg stump from Ashwin, and the man's close in at mid-on, and there is near run. Al, it's good to have you back on. It's been a while since we've been on air together. So Ashwin's in again, and Johnny goes back and defends this back towards Ashwin.
It feels a long time since we've dealt with something that's longer than 50 overs aside.
Yeah, well, 176 days apparently since we've been commentating on Test cricket, as that's a bit of an arm ball from Ravichandran Ashwin, and Johnny punches it to long on, and they walk a single. England 77 for 3 in the 20th over. Bairstow has 15 off 20. Joe Root a scratchy 4 off 8.
He's looked to use. He's certainly gone back in his crease well as Bairstow. I always worry a bit more when he sort of lurches forward.
Yeah, I worry about that cutting off the stumps, which he does enjoy. That's a big full toss from Ashwin, the first bad ball he's bowled really, and Root was taken a little by surprise, but managed to get it out towards mid-wicket, and they're through for 2. Shubman Gill, always recognisable. The gazelle out there in the deep does the fielding.
That is a well run too. The person at deep mid-wicket, Gill, didn't really have to move too much.
Well, these two do run together well. They've been doing it since they were 12 years old or something, haven't they? As Root gets himself off strike there, he does do that better than any other English bowler. Batter, he just got it to third man, and we're seeing this strange... There's no lining up that I can see between any spike and the bat on ball with the pictures here. We're seeing that referral to which we were talking a minute or two ago, that Root survived. It was a strange incident as Johnny Bairstow pulls out. There are scratches and noise, as there always is with Snicko, but none of them seem to line up with the pictures of the ball passing the bat. But obviously it was good enough for the umpire. Maurice Erasmus is on third umpire duty. As Johnny Bairstow faces up to Ashwin, who's bowling a very much a stump-to-stump line today. And it's defended by Johnny. It's the end of the over. England are 80 for 3. And Jez will have your comments.
Leah has an excellent stat for us. She says, I think Root needs around 10 runs here to become the leading run scorer in England-India tests.
Yes.
I looked that up, and in fact, Tendulkar's the leader with 2.535. Cricket Info is currently showing Root as 2.530, which I presume takes into account the 4 runs he's scored so far. 2.533, so he needs 3 more runs to become the leader.
10 is what he gets, and there will be an announcement if he does get to 10. And because we haven't had the this interruption in play, we're getting the ball won't go through the rings interruption in play. 20 overs, I remind you, with spinners doing most of the work in an hour and 36 minutes. Incredible.
It's interesting. England are 80 for 3. West Indies are in the 21st over and are 57 for 3.
Heinz varieties.
I love the fact that it always looks like a magic trick.
It does.
The way that it's like now you can see that the ball does go through this hole, but it doesn't go through this one.
We're seeing again in ultra slow motion the referral that never went to ball tracking, and I think Root has got away with one here. There's no way that we can see real-time Snicko giving evidence of a little under edge there, and I think had that gone to ball tracking, I think it was clattering into middle and leg. So I think Root may have got away with one there.
Yeah.
But you've got to take that. You know, there's luck in all sports. We don't want the sports to be played out by algorithms. We want it to be human.
Well,
I'll do a couple of tweets while we're waiting.
Actually, that's not necessarily correct. I think, Gary. I think there's now more of a prevalence that we want sport to be right.
Yeah, I think there's a prevalence. It does bring. I mean, and I'm a fan of DRS. I think it does. There is a kind of feeling in the air with VAR in football as well, and in rugby, that you'd rather have the right decision than a quick decision. And in general, I hold with that. But I think there's also a feeling that human error, either on the field or through the technology, can be eliminated altogether, and I don't think it ever will. And therefore, once you get to that position, you have to accept when the human error arises that it's part of the game. Sorry, Jess.
Stardale says Windy's going wicket for wicket with England. Josie Oak says Gary blasting my speakers.
Sorry. I've been told I've got to be slightly quiet because it's sort of pre-watershed, if you like, for noise here. So I am trying to keep the pitch of my voice. I won't quite go to the Ted Low because the best Ted Low...
Is the tenant asleep in the back bedroom?
Oh, he might be. I'm not sure. It's Grubby does the best Ted Low. We've got to change a bowler though, and it's this.
The stroke plays diverse, and as sweet as a slice of Battenberg. Extra.
And it is Akshar, and the first ball is defended by Joe Root, and there is no run.
I'm glad you told me that was Ted Lowe. I thought it was John Arlen.
Oh, yes, possibly. This ball is pushed into the leg side, and there is no run. He's a interesting bowler, isn't he, Ashar Patel? He seems to be all arms and legs. He's a lanky type, left arm, very round arm, but he's very effective with these kind of flying saucer deliveries that zoom in to the stumps as this is defended. No run.
He arrived comet-like, didn't he? with the last England tour, but then really hasn't featured too much since.
Well,
this is his 14th test.
He's a specialist against England in India, I think, and he's swept with a bit of bottom edge by Joe Root, and it goes all the way to the fence, and Root goes on to 11 with that boundary, and now Joe Root is officially a better batter than Sachin Tendulkar.
One, two, ka, four, four, two, ka, one. My name is Lakhan. My name is Lakhan.
Well, he's got it at an average that's 12 runs above Tendulkar's in 6 for your test match.
It's hard to know why there's barely an argument. His left arm round comes Ashar as well, and Root square drives this backward of point, and they're through for 2. So by now, in the last tour, Ashar would be looking for his second wicket, but he's gone for 6 in 5 balls so far. England look confident. Al, I don't know if you saw Pope's innings.
You call that an innings?
This is defended, and there is no run. It's the end of the over. England are 86 for 3. Bairstow has 15 off 21, and the non-parade Root has 13.
Leah says, I can count the hairs in Al's nose from this angle. That's a worrying thought.
Thanks, Leah. I'll give my future a stern thinking about that. I'll reappraise all of my life decisions thanks to your critical output.
And I just tell you, Stark has just taken his 350th test.
He's bowling very well at the moment, Mitchell Stark.
57 for 4. Just Ideal says, Akhtar Patel, Scott Boland. Yeah, there is a bit of a parallel there, isn't there?
As Ashwin's in again, and this is just tickled round the corner, but there's a man round the corner by Johnny Bairstow, and there is no run. I must admit, I thought the Test 2 series on Amazon Prime about the Australian Test team was a huge improvement on the first series, and it was really quite touching when Scott Boland got his Man of the Match award, as this ball is full toss, and it's reverse swept by Johnny down to, I think that's Jaiswal Bumrah there at... would be running round to third man, and they're through for 2. Johnny goes to 16, England go to 87, the devil number for the Australians. Yes, Al, did you see Ollie's Pope's innings?
Very briefly.
Yeah, well, that's the only way to see it, to be honest.
Yeah.
It was very frenetic. It was exactly the same as the problems he had last time he was in India, which will be disappointing if he continues. Root comes forward, his feet are moving pretty well now after a slightly stiff start. Defended, and there is near run. Ashwin has 2 for 13 in his 7th over.
It's the...
Root clips this to short mid-on, no run.
Bairstow finding a better balance between... cautious optimism of attacking the ball that needs to be attacked.
Yep. Root gets this to the right hand of... It's either a short mid-on or it's a straightish mid-wicket, whichever way you want to call it. But he gets a single for his troubles. He moves to 14. England 88 for 3. Rebuilding the 2 Yorkies here. Not quite in the veteran stage of their careers, but they're both highly experienced.
Yeah, Pope, that freneticism about having something to prove.
Yeah, maybe. That's a full toss again from Ashwin, who's been very scrappy in this over, having had excellent control throughout, and Johnny just dismisses it through the vacant mid-on area for one of these.
Give it to me one time.
I don't know why Ashwin has lost his control in this over. He's been immaculate, as he so often is. But
maybe a loss of concentration, maybe.
Yeah, he's serving up the pies at the moment. So speaking of pies, my brother insists that Johnny Bairstow is a stone overweight, and I must say he does look like he's got a bit of timber about him. But if he can make runs, it doesn't matter. And that's Ashar Patel back into the attack, and he beats the forward defensive of Joe Root. That's a pretty good ball, actually. It took a tuft of grass out of the wicket, and England spinners will be licking their lips when they see that. He goes back this time, does Root, and that's the one that goes straight on, which I suspect is natural variation. And the only way you can really play two deliveries like that from Ashar Patel is to watch the ball right onto the face of the bat. Patel's in again from wide on the crease, and this is defended. It's a bit fuller, and that's the benefit of bowling a couple of decent balls, because I think in the previous over that would have been punched down the ground, but Joe Root was given the half volley the defensive bat, and there is no run. He's admirably quick in his work as Ashar, and he's back in again, and this is defended by Joe Root. Another half volley that's defended. So circumspection here from Joe Root, which is probably what's called for. He bowls quite quickly, 94 kmh there from Ashar. I'll bring you in a sec, Al, but there's very little time in an Ashar over, as Root gets one which he can just touch to the man who's Shubman Gill, sweeping on the offside, and they walk a single. Sorry, Al.
No, I was going to say Root displaying an admirable mix of concentration and short-term amnesia.
Yeah. Short-term amnesia is always valuable for a batsman. It's the next ball that matters, not the previous one. Although, as I did allude to the fact that Joe Root was a little more circumspect, having been beaten by Ashar on the first ball of this over, and getting a good 1 second up as well. So Johnny's got 20, Root's got 15, and Johnny gets it's a big gap between bat and pad. He does get bowled a lot, does Johnny, and that's why he made room for himself, got a little bit of an inside half of the bat, but he survives. 23 overs gone, England 93 for 3, and we have your socials.
Nitin Bajaj is with us. Hello, Nitin. It says, modified baseball in action. Wait for a bad ball to attempt a boundary and try to run quickly between the wickets, also known as normal aggressive cricket. Farong's here. He says, India to bat before stumps. Perfect opportunity for Duckett to open the bowling. You're a dog with a bone, Farong. James Guitar Powell's on YouTube says, good evening from Los Alamos. Thanks you for the great commentary. My ducks. Thank you, James. Good to have you aboard.
From Los Alamos.
And good to have a game where it's not such a ridiculous time to be listening or watching in the USA.
Yeah, well, speak for yourself. Ashwin's back into the attack, going round the wicket this time to get a bit of control, but he's reverse swept by Johnny Bairstow, and they're through for a single. We're seeing the freneticism here of Pope lunging at the ball, feet and hands together. It's just a recipe for disaster. It was Joe Root who played the previous shot for the single, so it's Johnny on strike now, opening his stance as Ashwin goes round the wicket, and he goes back to a ball and sort of crabs it out into the leg side. And we're seeing a contrast here between Johnny Bairstow's first 4 balls, in which he's played back, waited and watched the ball onto the bat. But he's forward to this one and punching a full ball from Ashwin to the man at long on, and they're through for a single. We're approaching the end of the session. There's 10 minutes to go, so I'm slightly concerned about asking this question when there still could be quite a bit of action. But India will obviously be the more. What's that?
I was going to give you the opportunity of not asking the question.
As this ball is just pushed into the leg side. Well, I'm going to ask it anyway. India will definitely be happy with 95 for 3, but will England won't be overly disappointed, I would suggest, if they take lunch around 100 for 3. Would that be a fair summation?
I think England will be cock-a-hoop.
Really? Well, this ball is just pushed straight at the man, who is Jaiswal at short leg, the traditional pick the youngest man in the team and put him in at short leg, and he gets one on the thigh pad there. Sorry, on,
all right.
on the knee protectors, I should say, as Ashwin's in to finish his over, and Root can do nothing except get that ball into the leg side. It's the end of the 24th over. England are 95 for 3.
England will be happy with
GPL
about the 95.
closes. Sorry, yeah.
Yep.
GPL
go on.
closes 10 minutes. There's £88 to be won. All you need to do to enter is go to the Guerrilla Cricket site, click on competitions, and you can choose for a cost of £1 per pick how many runs will be made in the day. And if you are the sole correct entry, you will win the pot, which will probably be more than £88 by then. So it's good fun apart from anything else, because it keeps you ahead in the game even when we're coming towards the end of the day.
Yeah, so we've gone from the pot to the Patel, because it's Ashar who's about to resume the attack, left arm round to the right-handed Johnny Bairstow. Oh, pulls out again. He's making a bit of a habit of this. There's movement behind the bowler's arm, or birds flying, or something. It's not so close to lunch that they're pulling out in order to make this the last over before lunch.
No, I think if we'd have made some predictions at the beginning of the day about what we thought the score might be at the end of the first session, I don't think 95-3 might be too far away.
Well, I would have some agreement with that. And Johnny goes back there, but the ball was onto him quicker than he expected, and he ended up just jabbing a bat down on it. There's some concern as to whether they're going to go for a review here in case it hit the pad before the bat, but the ball was surely missing the leg stump anyway, and Rohit isn't that bothered. He's had a quick word with K.S. Bharat, his wicket keeper, and Johnny makes sure he stands in the crease. Bit of natural variation there, the ball skidding on, and that's another ball spearing into the stumps from Ashar, and Johnny just jabs a bat down on it in time. 97 kmh, which is about pushing 60 miles an hour, isn't it? Maybe more than 60 miles an hour. So these are quick deliveries around the wicket from Ashar. That's a bit of a slower ball, and Johnny goes back and he plays it off the stumps, which he enjoys doing, and in fact he gets it past the man at third man for one of these.
And if you kids can't listen, and you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
Well, Johnny's not going to be tied down, is he? He's going to play his shots.
That's how making all the facial expressions in the world of someone who feels very aggrieved.
Yeah.
But that was more edge than premeditation.
Well, it wasn't the shot for the ball, but he got away with it, and this is a little more outside off stump, and therefore he's able to throw his hands through the ball, Johnny, but he's got no timing. It goes to the man at backward point, and there is no run.
Have we heard anything about Rishabh Pant and his recovery while you were bringing up the wicket?
Well, he was at the awards, wasn't he, a couple of nights ago, the BCCI awards. This ball is defended and there is no run. It's been a long recovery, but it was a hell of an accident. So I think world cricket will be better for Rishabh Pant being back playing it.
Absolutely.
Ashar is in again, and that ball again it sort of scoots on rather than turns. It's taken by K.S. Bharat, who's been excellent behind the stumps. It's the end of the 25th over. England on 99 for 3.
Got a very Kevin Bacon sort of tweet here from Nitin Bajaj. He says, it's going to really start turning and spitting an hour after lunch, according to my seat neighbour. And we can take that to the bank because he's the curator's nephew's brother-in-law.
Oh. Has he got any transfer rumours? Has he got Jadon Sancho to Tottenham?
Yeah. I love those connections.
Yeah, it's my sister-in-law's uncle is a taxi driver, and he's just picked up Vinicius Junior at Liverpool Airport. He's on his way to Liverpool. You get a lot of that kind of stuff around, don't you?
Yeah.
It is the transfer window for football. I know we're not talking about football, but just a few more days left, so the rumours will start to come forward. England on the edge of reaching 100 runs. Joe Root is looking for that as he faces up to Jadeja, who turns the ball past a defensive bat I didn't quite turn square, but that turned a long way, didn't it?
It feels almost uncommon to see Jadeja turn the ball.
Yeah, he certainly on day one. He does turn it later in the match, but on day one, as this ball goes to the man at short fine leg, and there is no run. Of course, he does have Ashar Patel to do the quicker stuff, spearing it in, so Jadeja does have a bit of license, both being left armers, to bowl slightly slower and to look for turn. He's such a clever bowler as well, as Root gets one backward of point, and England have stolen a single there, as they have done throughout this session, and in doing so they raise the 100 for 3, an over or 2 before lunch. That's a decent effort. But we've seen the risk and reward of Bazball, and some of the shots that have been played to get out have not been particularly judicious. But on the other hand, England are going at about 4 and over, which is better than they did for most of the previous series in India. So it's an old sore these days, but there is risk and reward in Bazball.
The balance is so much finer here than almost anywhere else in world cricket.
It is, as Johnny Bairstow defends this. Johnny's got an unbranded bat. You do see them now and again, but not usually from England players. So he's obviously looking for a contract here from a bat manufacturer, as Jadeja is very full, and Johnny drives it, but it's the captain in there in the Crawley position at, or was it KL Rahul? Sorry, it was KL Rahul in there at short extra, and he fields the ball, no run. Jadeja's in again, and this takes the inside portion of the bat, and Shubman Gill is coming in from short mid wicket, and there is no run. It's the end of the over, just a single from it. England 100 for 3.
Just to update you on Rishabh Pant, there's a report that he's hoping to return during the IPL, which is good news. And over on YouTube, Leah says batsmen shouldn't be concerned about the ball with their name on it, but about the one labelled to whom it may concern. Mayank says Australia have reduced West Indies to 64 for 4, and Leah says, given the turn on offer, I'd give this session to England.
Well, that's kind of a slightly different answer, isn't it? Which I'll come to in a moment. This ball from Ashar is defended, and there is no run. It's you win the toss and bat, and you know conditions are going to be tricky. So, yeah, sort of subjectively, you'll take 100 for 3. Objectively, if you win the toss and bat, you're looking to score at least 300, and 100 for 3 is not really on the way to 300. It's more on the way to 250, as Joe Root gets the ball backward of square on the leg side, through for a single. He goes to 18. Johnny's on 25. So yeah, England have done well in the conditions, but on the other hand, I think India, whatever odds India started out at, I suspect they're a little bit shorter now. It's hard to predict too much. So maybe it's an even session. Maybe that's the answer.
Yeah.
10-10 round.
41, the current partnership, off 67. So England are getting on with it, mainly through Johnny Bairstow, who again does that thing where the foot goes down the line of middle and off, and the bat comes through on a kind of fifth stump line. And you do think if one skids through the gate there, it's going to be curtains for Johnny. He'll hear the death rattle as Ashar is in again. He goes back, does Johnny, and he cuts. He's looking for that shot all the time. There's a man sweeping. I think again it's Shubman Gill out there, usually recognisable by the fact that he's one of the few clean-shaven men out on the field. It was Shubman Gill. So he takes a single, does Johnny. It's 102 for 3. This is likely to be the last over. They may squeeze one in, but I doubt it. Before the luncheon interval, this ball is defended, and there is no run.
I suppose going back to Ali Pope, Gary,
yep.
We talked about the analogy of a ball with your name on it.
Yep.
What you have to do is not write your own name.
Well, quite right, yeah. He doesn't need to, no batsman needs to give these Indian spinners any assistance in their work as this ball is defended into the offside, and there is no run. England 102 for 3 after 27. They're both batsmen are looking at each other. They're wondering if there's going to be another over. I'm slightly surprised, but sometimes there's a bit of a delay on the pictures, so
there was no desire to move quickly. There was no running around like there was seconds in it.
And they have got
more hot news from from the curator's nephew's brother-in-law. He says Sancho is going to Galatasaray, is it?
Galatasaray? Yeah, well, I think he's already gone, to be fair. It's a joke from the exploding heads about Jadon Sancho to Spurs, as this ball is pushed by Johnny Bairstow to the right hand of the man at slip, but he's got plenty on it, and it goes all the way to the fence for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
So
Sancho is definitely a Dalton.
Yeah, as England have not just allowed Jadeja and Ashwin to bowl, and that's quite important. You know, often you see Jadeja, he's got figures of 1 for 32 in his 8th over. Against England in particular, he can have kind of 1 for 15 in his 8th over. But they've made sure that they've tried to put away anything loose that he's offered, not that he ever does, as that ball is just pushed by Johnny Bairstow to short mid-wicket. The camera picks out Marcus Trescothick, who is...
another wicket to Mitchell Starc, who has 3 for 11.
Yeah,
the West Indies is 6, 4 for 5.
I've been very impressed with Mitchell Starc in this Australian summer, as that ball is punched to the man sweeping on the offside, and they're through for 2. England 108 for 3 now. I'm just thinking that maybe this is England's session. 108 for 3.
Yeah.
It's been a decent fight back after a clatter of wickets by Johnny Bairstow and Joe Root. He's in again. It's actually, that's a good ball. Turns past the outside edge, and Johnny is playing at the ball rather than through the ball. He's often leg side of it. Of course, that does open scoring opportunities, but there's a
That's a great delivery.
there's a big gap between bat and pad, and he's looking for it. It was an excellent delivery, Al. You're absolutely right.
I love the fact that the conditions can mean that a ball can be too good.
Yeah. 2 slips in now for Johnny. He goes back, and again there's a big gap between bat and pad, but he punches it to the man at short extra cover, who is a little theatrical in the diving stop. Yeah, big turn there for Jadeja. He's in again to finish this over, and I think finish the session, and Johnny lets the ball go. Well, that was a big leave there from Johnny in the traditional manner. It is the end of the session. England are 108 for 3. Johnny Bairstow has 32. Joe Root has 18. 28 overs bowled. Both sides will take something out of this session, and it sets up an intriguing afternoon to come. Gentlemen, your thoughts?
Well, these two put on 48 at 3.74 per over, and that's changed the nature of where things were at, because England were in great peril when they were 3 wickets down. And I think you're probably right. I think England have probably shaded the session in the end, and it sets it up really nicely. I'm looking forward to the rest of this test, however long it lasts.
Al?
I was going to say that you can. I suppose there's an adage that you can't win a test match on day 1 or session 1, but you can certainly do your best to try to lose it. And I think that at 60 for 3, we might have discussed England teams in the past that displayed a lack of mental fortitude, and Bairstow and Root have been exactly what you would want for a 4th wicket partnership at that stage.
They've not been without luck, though. There was that very strange referral against Joe Root, who looked plumb in front, and they've decided, as Marais Erasmus, that he had enough evidence from real-time Snicko to say that he got a little scratch on it. I wasn't so sure, and I don't think the television people are either, given the number of times they've reviewed that. But as we say, there's a bit of luck involved in the game. We're going to take a break now, and we'll be back in about half an hour's time or so, maybe a little longer than that, with session 2 of what's shaping up to be an excellent test match. In the meantime, the Bear's going to press some buttons and we're going to give you the Bear and the Bishop.
Maybe.
We're going to be podcasting to you for, say, half an hour or so. We'll be back soon.
Okay, cheers. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
You wouldn't block the pores on your face, so why block your armpits? It's good to sweat naturally. Say goodbye to antiperspirants. Make the switch to Bionson. It's a deodorant that allows your body to perspire naturally, meaning no more blocked pores, no more parabens, and no more aluminium. In fact, nothing but all-day freshness. Go ahead, let's sweat the small stuff. All armpits, all day, all fresh. Bionson.
Spark your creativity with The Sims. Sometimes you might feel like you're not creative and you have to go in search of your creative spark again. Maybe this is catching up with creative friends, experimenting with a new look, or trying out a new recipe. And thanks to The Sims, inspiration is just one game and one spark away. Ready to spark something? Download The Sims 4 and play for free.
The Bishop and the Bear, the Bishop and the Bear, and to the delight of everyone, they are here to share jokes and rants and guests and things. Who knows what any fun they'll bring?
Not affiliated with the Mad Bishop and Bear pub at Paddington Station.
The Bishop and the Bear, bats beyond compare, buckets of savoir-faire, the Bishop and the Bear.
Well, welcome back to the old Bishop and Bear. And a reminder, of course, before we start, that the Bishop and Bear this week is brought to you in association with NordVPN. NordVPN stands as the unrivaled leader in digital protection, offering exceptional speeds, impenetrable encryption, cutting-edge features, and an unparalleled commitment to privacy. Full details and a Gorilla special offer are in the notes accompanying this podcast. And remember to use the special Gorilla order page, nordvpn.com/GCradio. Well, we've got two fabulous guests in the old Bishop and Bear on our bar stools of bravado. It's the lads from the Cricket Podcast, the podcast with the name that they spent literally years thinking about, and smiling there as ever because every time I crack the same joke. Jack, what can I get you to drink? Jack Hope.
It'd be a pint of water this morning. 9:30 a.m. It's a little early for a podcast.
You don't tell people that. You don't tell people that. As far as they know, we're just in a pub.
Oh yeah, like a Wetherspoons pub. That's what I'm thinking. If the two of you had a joint, it would be an open all hours.
Can you hear your feet sticking to the carpet as you try and lift one leg and the other leg?
You can get full English and a Bloody Mary for it, you know. That'll sort you out at 9:30 in the morning.
And that coffee.
Okay. A coffee, we can get you a coffee. The erudite and poetic Max Rowe Brown.
Oh, that's
Max,
very
what
kind.
can I get you?
Well, I was going to say, actually, we've just come off the back of a bit of a lock-in, haven't we? So I'm a bit full of beer, so maybe just a neat scotch to to see the night out, or the morning.
We do the finest single malts here. I think a Glenfiddich, one of the finest products of the Spey, for you, and we'll get that over to you right now. So, well, let's start. Funny we should have you two on. It seems to have a bit of a T20 flavour, some of it. Some things we're going to talk about. That crazy India and Afghanistan game. And it's, of course, unique currently, I believe, conclusion. It was Pakistan, New Zealand, 2 to go. That seems to be going to form. Going to question the Big Bash a little bit. It's got bigger and bigger, but has it got better? We'll get into the SA20, not in too much detail, because the Bear and I have to confess at least that we know very little about it. I'm hoping that you two do. The Adelaide Test seemed to go to form. Some interesting news on who is finally covering the India series. My notes here say drinking TNT. Oh, because it's TNT, and because that is a line from a Muddy Waters song called Ready, drinking TNT and smoking dynamite.
Nice.
Which would summarise this podcast probably. And well, of course, we'll talk a little bit about the test. Well, let's start with that Super Over, guys. Did we all see it live? Because I was lucky enough to. It was fucking nuts.
So I couldn't find it live. I didn't know which channel it was on, but I did catch up with it afterwards, and it is the whole sort of last hour is mayhem. It was a really fantastic match. A little bit of a shame for Afghanistan. I mean, like in those ones, you really want the underdog to come through, don't you? And it felt like they had at least 2 bites at that particular cherry.
Or 20 something before, weren't they?
Along with the bunch of cherries that they'd failed to take the bite out of in the first place.
So, a real classic T20. It's probably not India's A squad, particularly on the bowling side, but still, an absolute thriller.
But they'd also won the first 2 in that series comfortably enough, both by 6 wickets. Rohit had got, I think he'd batted a grand total of 3 balls. Second baller in the first one and a first baller in the second one. So no runs at all. And then he smacks, whatever it was, 121 or 69, didn't he, along with Rinku Singh, to lift them to score that 20% you'd never have believed. But honestly, I've got to ask, with my slightly sceptic head on, and I know you guys are probably going to go, you're talking bollocks, it just had a whiff of contrivance, or did it? I guess the whole debate was around he retires hurt, or did he retire out? No one seems to know. And then mysteriously, like Lazarus, up he gets again to bat in the second super over. It just seemed a bit strange to me. What was going on there?
Well, I think they just fucked it, didn't they? I think the umpires just forgot the rules, or didn't know the rules, or got it wrong. I think it wouldn't be the
or
first
hadn't
time.
experienced. Well, there was no precedent.
No, well, Jonathan Trott in the post-match interview was saying that there was a lack of communication with both the sides. He was saying that they, they wanted to use the same bowler again for the second super over, and then were told that they couldn't, which wasn't something that they were aware of in the first place. As it happened, I think Farid Ahmed bowler did put a decent effort up in the second super over, but I would not be surprised if India just, I don't know, maybe didn't know, or perhaps made it appear that they didn't know that Rohit wouldn't be able to bat if he retired out, and then said, oh no, he retired hurt, or pleaded ignorance and they let him off, or something.
It's like the legal system in what's the law of precedent, isn't it? And there was no precedent for we've suddenly got a second super over.
At least it happened in a dead rubber bilateral T20 series that almost no one cares about.
Except by a few Indians in Bengaluru, by the sound of the crowd and by the look of the crowd. Bear, you were going to say, I know you're a big T20 fan.
Oh, well, I knew nothing about this until you put it into the thing and said, oh, we're going to talk about this game. And then I went and looked at the result and read the report and looked at the commentary on ESPN Cricket Info. It did seem a bit mad at the end. Probably a T20 worth watching, actually, which is...
It wasn't a bear game, let's put it that way.
Put it that way, it wasn't a bear game, which is probably why I wasn't watching it, because every time I fucking watch it... I mean, I've watched a bit of the SA T20, and the game I watched, some team had 220, thought, oh, this could be a good game, and then there were 3 wickets and about 5 overs, and you thought, oh, fuck that, turn it off, you know. And this is one of those rare games that goes down to the line, and looked like it would have been an absolute cranger to watch, but no, I didn't see it.
It's worth catching up on the highlights just to see Rohit Sharma do the world's slowest switch hit.
Yes, yeah, he did. I mean, and it was extraordinary. I had my other half desperate to go out. She needed me to take her somewhere, and literally it was halfway through the second Indian
but it's
super
India
over.
Afghanistan, don't you understand?
Funny.
In a pointless bilateral T20.
It didn't work well. I ended up quickly getting the highlights onto my phone, and then said, I've got to go to the loo. Sorry, we can't leave till I've got to the loo. Old man anyway, it's a perfectly plausible excuse. So I basically managed to see the last 3 balls in the loo, so I could convince my other half that I really wasn't quite ready to go out, even though she had a train to catch. But there we go.
Is next week's prostate exam worth it?
Yeah. Well, I haven't gone that far. Although it's all the rage now. I mean, look at the king.
Yeah,
if the king's doing it.
Well.
So yes, it was extraordinary. Dead rubber, a whiff of controversy. But you get that with India, and I genuinely think there is a bit of precedent in there. The fact that there wasn't one. It's a bit like countbacks in World Cup finals. You know, boundary countbacks. It's like no one's done it before. It's like someone's making it up on the spot to me. I don't know how you guys feel about it, but it just felt like that, Max, didn't it?
Well, let's say it felt like it. It's probably exactly what happened, isn't it? That's cricket.
Well, yes, sometimes it is. That's it for India, I think. until June in terms of international T20 cricket. But given that you've got the IPL, do you guys think that, whilst other teams are frantically trying to organise T20 internationals so that they're match ready, but Indians' top players are just constantly playing T20s, they kind of don't need it? Do you think that's a fair assumption?
That's one point of view. The other point of view would be to say the IPL is probably the most grueling 3 months that you can go through in the cricket calendar. Not necessarily in terms of like minutes played, of course, but the fact that you're sort of living in a hotel and the focus is on you 24/7. And if you're an Indian player or a local player, you can't jet off with a little niggle with a couple of weeks to go in the tournament if your team gets knocked out and get a bit of R&R in at home. No, you just have to live in that bubble. And then you get on a plane, and then the national media, with all of the IPL history that's just built up, will be on your back going into that tournament, whether that's good or bad. I think that's probably a little bit of a tough situation to be in. I would say that's not ideal preparation. That looks very much like a sort of mid-2000s England football team coming off the back of a tough Premier League season.
Was that the golden generation?
Yeah.
Beckham, Lampard, the underachievers.
Yeah, and in some ways, there are some comparable cricketers there as well, in that maybe because of the IPL, a few of the players in that India side are slightly overrated when it comes to T20 cricket. Maybe not as much of a golden generation in that format relative to the competition as they are in Test cricket and ODIs, which I think
Lampard and Siraj, you shouldn't play them together.
You've
dropped that little bomb. Who's overrated?
Well, I mean, they would be two names. I don't know whether they'll make the squad. But you'd assume Virat will. But King Legend, his time might be up. Rohit Sharma potentially. Yeah, I know he had a really great game here, but
in a dead rubber, having got two ducks before it.
Yeah, against a weak Afghanistan side, to be honest as well. They played very well, but this is not the bells and whistles Afghan side. This is a bilateral, make up the numbers Afghan side. Yeah, I think there's a couple in there like that. Obviously, at the other end, you've got Surya Kumar Yadav, Jasprit Bumrah, and Hardik Pandya if he's fit. But
again, if he's fit, he's always bloody injured. That boy.
Yeah. Is that his full name now? Hardik Pandya,
if he's fit. Yeah. It may as well be, right? Yeah. And to be honest with him, his batting is diminished in T20 cricket. It's different to how it was. Whether his return to Mumbai Indians will galvanise him or not it remains to be seen. But India went out the last T20 World Cup, because they were playing an old-fashioned version of the game. England pounded them, humiliated them basically, and will they have moved on in enough time, or in the time between those two tournaments? I don't know. I think the jury's out as far as I'm concerned.
Well, do you not? Well, this is the problem with it all, though, isn't it? I mean, they play international tournaments like they play the IPL, and I can't imagine the IPL will change that much. Partly down, isn't it? I mean, the way that the IPL is played out is partly down to the way the wickets play out and all this kind of shit. The fact you have dew in the evening, which kind of dictates to a certain degree how the game is played. And then you're going to go into an international tournament where people have different ideas and different wickets, and they could, same thing could happen again.
And the other thing with that is that none of the Indian players play in any of these other tournaments. So from a learning what the conditions are like point of view, they're probably a step behind. I mean, the USA is a bit of a wild card here, and means that might not be as much of a difference. But some
Pakistan versus India in New York. That's going to be interesting.
And the other thing is they play quite a lot less T20 cricket than other players in the world at the moment. I mean, I think Butler played 40 odd T20s last year across different places. Virat Kohli would have played about 20. It's a big difference in experience at the top level of the game.
BCCI stops them competing in some tournaments, doesn't it?
All tournaments.
Who the players? Yeah. So they can't. They literally can't go to the SA20 if they wanted to. But Butler Will Jacks will, Phil Salt will, and they're getting better and better.
Very well. They are, and they're smacking it all over the place.
Yeah. Well, okay, so that's it's interesting to hear you say that. And the other thing about India, of course, is how well do they travel by and large? And I know this applies more to test matches. I mean, you look at that ridiculous record in tests at home, but they tend not to travel so well, as we saw in South Africa, particularly in the first test series. They are playing on harder, bouncier West Indian wickets, which do take some turn, as we saw recently in the England series.
They're not exactly quick, though. A lot of West Indies wickets now are really slow.
Yeah, I suppose it does work more into their favour, but it's not home advantage for them, that's for sure. As we saw. Well, let's move on. Did you catch any of the Pakistan New Zealand series? So that one really is the ultimate low key, under the radar. You have to be a cricket fan to kind of know it's going on series, isn't it, Max?
Yeah, and that will probably align with about how much of it I've paid attention to. I am a real cricket fan, but I guess not that much. I'm aware that it's happening, and that is about the extent of my experience.
It just seems to be going to, when I looked at the sides, Jack, the one thing I thought was interesting, probably halfway decent bowling attack for Pakistan, but once you get down past 4 or 5, they're going to really struggle. If the top order doesn't click, they're just going to fall apart, and that is exactly what has happened in the first 3 of those games. They've just collapsed. I mean, they're batting. What's his name? Chap who played for Middlesex. Shaheen Shah Afridi. He's been batting at 7, I think. You think, well, hang on, that doesn't. Yeah, that suggests it's not the. No. That suggests it's
I
not
feel
the strongest mid to lower.
But he's
order.
the captain, isn't he? So he's
that's what's happening there. I feel like that's nobody being honest with the captain about what their real ability is, and because he put the time in, doing the admin, ringing round Azam Khan and Rizwan the night before to make sure that they turned up in time for the meet. No one's going to ask any questions when he got the game on. So that's where I come from there. The only thing I know about this series is that Finn Allen went bananas.
Who did, yes.
In one of the games.
Took an extraordinary catch, didn't he? Or was that in that series, or was that?
Well, I wouldn't know about that. But I did see 132.
The domestic catch where the guy was sliding towards the boundary and threw it over his shoulder as he was on his way over.
That was an unbelievable catch. I didn't know that was Finn Allen, but 137 off 62 balls is impressive, I think. That's the word.
I think one of the interesting things about cricket at the moment is it's like the history of other sports. You know, there was the 4-minute mile by Roger Bannister, and everyone went, "Oh, phew, no one's going to do that again." You know, literally every time you set a new benchmark or record, someone's going to beat it. I mean, clearly there's a mathematical point in cricket at which
17
which you
balls,
cannot do better. You know, whatever it is, you divide 100 by 6. Is that 17? Is it 17 balls?
I think it's 17.
You think at some point it's going to get close to it, because in a way the beauty of it is it can always just be beat.
The fastest one I can think of, Will Jacks in a T10 game got 125 balls, which not an official match. I think it was like a Surrey reserves v Lancashire reserves match.
Got what?
About as unofficial as you can get.
How many balls?
I think in a T10 he got 100. So it's 30 or fewer. Then there's the AB de Villiers ton, isn't there, against West Indies, which was low 30s.
Was it low 30s? I thought there was one in the 20s. Am I being stupid?
Chris Gale got a 30 ball 100 in 2013 at the IPL, I think. The RCB against Pune Warriors. There you go.
I feel like I'd know that. If we're talking 4-minute miles, I think that's the threshold, isn't it? 30 balls.
The 30 balls.
Yeah.
I mean, like if you get a 147 break in snooker, it's a big thing, but you know it can happen again and again and again. Whereas 30, you go, well, you've got best part of 16 balls to still improve on that.
Exactly.
So, there's no reason why it shouldn't.
You failed. Do better.
Yeah. Exactly.
I'm not satisfied.
No.
But what I find is interesting is that exactly that we're all cricket fans here, but I find cricket is coming. it's definitely become, with all these T20 tournaments, it's definitely become like world football now. And there's all these fucking leagues, and they're all on some channel somewhere. And if you're a really, really massive football head, you might watch Polish football somewhere. But the fact is, there's just too much of it.
Did you say Polish football?
Yeah,
You just picked on Polish.
that came into my head because when we were in the TV
Did you get
studio
some plumbing done?
years back. No, when we were in the TV studio years back, the channel that we were with were so cheap. They wanted some live coverage of football, and they got really cheap coverage of Polish football. So that was on their channel. So that was why it came from.
Well, that actually does sort of lead us on to one of the things we were very keen to chat to you two about, because I think we sort of sometimes joke that there's a bit of an age gap on guerrilla cricket. Why people think that, I have no idea. But
I mean, the repeated jokes about me being the Bears' son.
Yeah.
Well, actually, every time I see you, you just get that little bit more earth in your appearance.
You need to get your beard a little bit bigger there, man.
A bit fluffier.
Fine, yeah. Exactly.
But I guess I was thinking about it. There's the IL-20 starting, isn't there? Fairly soon, if it hasn't already started. 24th it starts. Yeah. Is the global talent pool getting stretched so thin that it devalues a lot of the... Well, there we go. There was my halfway through my rambling question. So Jack, you clearly have a point of view. So yeah, tell us about it.
Well, I think aren't there like 50 English players playing overseas this year? Now, I don't know how good people are at maths, but I can tell you that that's not the number that fit into the best 11 for the England cricket team. So there's obviously some watering down happening there. And yeah, fair enough. England have got a really good talent pool, really deep, and it's the winter, so you can raid English players without having any conflict really with national boards or domestic clubs.
If they're not alive, they don't have central contracts. That's one of the reasons England rushed, I think, into central contracts at what seemed to be the most inopportune times during the World Cup, was that there were certain players they wanted to ring fence and give them enough to
yeah, but apparently that was all
to hold them in,
it had all been talked about before, and it had all been set in place.
Even then, a few people with central contracts, I would imagine, will end up at the IL-20. They just won't be, required in India. So there's loads of English players as a sort of test case here, and that obviously means that the talent pool is watered down. You're not, if you go to an IL-20 game, going to watch international quality T20. That's what happens when Adam Rossington is one of your star players. It's no offence to Adam Rossington.
He does a job in the 100.
Very capable cricketer, but it is you creating a different product there, and I think the model that they're going for is something like professional golf or professional cycling, whereby you have these kind of travelling circuses, and each one of them will feature a handful of great players. I think there are some good West Indians in the IL-20 coming across. Maybe Dre Russ and Ryan. Well, they are quite old.
Well, they were there last time,
names.
because I remember catching it on the TV and watching a game that had Moeen Ali, Kyron Pollard, Dre Russ, and a whole bunch of people. It was like exactly that. It was like a travelling circus.
You could almost put Formula One into that category.
But
the ultimate sporting travelling circus, isn't it?
Last year, it didn't even get official ICC sanction as T20, did it? The IL-20.
Yeah, there weren't enough domestic players, but they've changed the rules on that.
This year
it's a real tournament.
Yeah.
Yeah. With some really shit players there, and then some old timers. And this is the other thing, isn't it? It's like the fucking cricketer's graveyard going into this little fucking bandwagon. Get over 35.
Serves its job.
Well, yeah, true, but it's it's like what's that? The Legends League in fucking India. Get all these old boys. I suppose at the end of the career they're still capable.
The road safety tournament.
Yeah, well, it feels like it is.
A, makes a lot of money for charity, and B, to be honest, these players are.
Yeah, but do you
a lot of them aren't legends. It stretches the definition of legend.
Well, yeah, but I mean,
Tremlett.
Yeah, yes, exactly. You have to slightly question that.
I'd go to see those guns.
Well, yeah, that would be a different reason to.
Monty Panesar.
How well his stats stack up.
Who wouldn't pay to see Monty Panesar at any age?
But to finish off my point, I think if you go down this model, then you are accepting that there will be an expansion. Like, not every golf tournament is the Masters.
No.
but you need something to fill the TV time, and that's how it appears that the people who own a lot of these teams, and it is the same people who own
All
teams
these teams.
across, think they can make their money. I guess. I mean, like I don't really know what the TV market
do you
is.
think-
The IL-20. I
Well,
can't
this is it. Do
imagine
you-
it's massive.
Well,
but
no.
it's underwritten by a oil state, isn't it? So
It's underwritten by All State. My theory on all this is that something like the IL-20, the amount of gambling on cricket is fucking phenomenal. And I think a lot of these tournaments are there, and it's the Indian market, although gambling's officially illegal in India, obviously they got their fantasy shit, and obviously there's a lot of people who do illegal gambling as well. And I think it's primarily for that market, and that's why the Indians are in it, and that's why they own everything, because they think they just pump it out. And I think probably the TV rights for some of this stuff that's overseas doesn't actually cost that much, and they have a set price now, and producing TV is a lot less than it was before, right? So they go out there, they do all that, they hire the same fucking commentators, da-di-da-di-da-di-da, they pump it into India, and then people are playing Dream 11 and they're gambling on it, and there's a tie in there, and they're all making fucking money out of it. And it's just a product for that. That's kind of how I feel about it. I mean, there's sport in there, but it does seem just a bit too much.
It is an interesting one because I mean, it can't be, as Jack, I think you were alluding to, it can't really be about global TV rights when it's somewhat watered down. It's ubiquitous, just and as we say, we all love cricket, whatever particular formats we may favour around this bar. And yet, how many of us are really going to sit down and go, "Oh, great, the IL-20's on. I'm going to watch that." And that's how I've been with the FA20.
Maybe for comedy value.
I watched a bit of IL-20 last year because it was on BT, which is on, like
TNT now. Remember?
Yeah, which is on my TV. I didn't have the Sky app, so it was handy to put on in the afternoon. Quality is pretty bad. I mean, I think you've got 3 or 4 local players who are miles off the pace. A few old boys who, similarly wouldn't make a very serious tournament, and without a doubt, a few people just picking up a paycheck. Like nobody really cares whether you win a tournament for the Desert Vipers. I would venture. Like it's not a massive feather in the cap, is it? Most people in cricket don't know who the Desert Vipers are, where they're based, who owns them, what league they play in.
Who owns them?
Are they the team owned by the Glazers?
The Glazers have got a team. I assumed it was some Indian team.
There's one random team owned by the Glazers who bought the team based on a mobile phone Zoom call, where they did a stadium tour on the Zoom call. I think during the World Cup that Australia won, sort of 2019, 2020. Like all these things, it's all a bit naff. Where the money comes from, I wouldn't be surprised if there's some local money that gets pumped into it to make it attractive.
But the players are on stupid money, aren't they? I mean, some of the players are on $500,000 and shit. So
yeah, so I think that's where the money comes from in that one. I would say this is one of the tournaments that I think is particularly dull to me.
It's a
I've
crap
got no
product,
interest
and
in
it's
watching
pointless.
cricket there.
It's happening at the same time as the SA20.
But the South African one I actually quite like. I think the
Yeah.
South African one's decent. You get, I mean, the just visually, there's nobody at these IL-20 games. Like there's nobody in the crowd. In the SA20, you're looking at 80% plus capacity. You got a band
They
in.
bet the farm on it.
Yeah, they
absolutely bet the
tickets,
farm on it. South Africa.
The tickets are cheap. They're promoting it properly. The players are engaged. You've got a really good local talent
They
pool
weaken their
in
test
South
team
Africa
to enable to keep the local talent, the best local talent back.
Yeah, and you could criticise that decision as much as you like, and I think it's probably a fair criticism. But if you're looking at what's a successful route to producing one of these tournaments, what they've done in South Africa is good, and what they've done in I don't even know which country it's in, the UAE, I would say is bad for the players.
Usual places, I think.
For the players, though, you get loads of cash whichever one you end up at. So,
The Glazer
they don't care.
The Glazer connection makes me think you could actually do some quite interesting cross-fertilisation and not necessarily weaken either team. You could put a couple of United players in the Desert Vipers and take a couple of cricketers and whack them at the back for United, and I can't think either team would be that much worse. Be that much worse for it, but there we go. Maybe that's the coming. It
I mean,
used to be every cricketer played football, and every football was a footballer as well. They played football in the winter and cricket in the summer.
Yeah, it's true.
That was the old model, wasn't it?
That's true. Even fucking both of them did, didn't he? He played for Scunthorpe or something.
We just have to have a short break, chaps, to remind people who our kind sponsor is. There's a little bit of a chat Bear and I had trying to figure out why NordVPN was so good. Just a reminder that this Bishop and Bear is brought to you in association with NordVPN, working for a safer and better internet.
Hold on, Tone. What exactly is NordVPN and why would I use it?
Well, Bear, NordVPN is a service that gives you safe and private access to the internet. By encrypting your connection, it hides your IP and online activity from spying eyes and keeps your data safe from cyber criminals. And yes, it means you can listen or watch what you want, where you want, anywhere in the world.
And none of that geo-blocking nonsense.
Yep, that's it. And it saves you money too. You can change your virtual location and sign up for subscription services via other countries and pay a cheaper price.
So it's a good deal.
Yep. You can get over a 50% discount depending on your package, plus 4 months completely free when you order at nordvpn.com/GCradio. nordvpn.com/GCradio. Everything you need to know is in the podcast notes. It's so simple, even those of us who aren't technical experts like I am can use it.
Ha! Marvellous, Tone. Can I just... Well, I just want to say, I'll further on that. I mean, it's interesting. I mean, you were talking about players who, wouldn't make it into an... I was reading one of your links last night. It's like Laurie Evans has left the BBL and it's big news to go and play in the fucking IRT20. And it's just like, Laurie Evans, he came into the sofa once years ago and that was when he was young. So he can't be that young anymore.
He is quite good.
Is he a really... he may well be quite good, but, and it is kind of weird that a player would leave the latter. I mean, I don't know if Laurie Evans is a team that's got to anywhere near the final.
Well, he's been absolutely smoking it.
Has he?
In the BBL? Yeah, I think he's hit I think like 82 or 34 or something in one game, and another like 70 odd off 30. He's been, he's been lighting it up.
Well, it's interesting you mentioned the BBL.
But he's not going to stay there though for the final, is he? Because he's going to get paid more to go fuck off to the ILT.
His main income, I think, is Step 1 underwear modelling. So I think his.
Is that for real?
Yeah. Well, he models Step 1s. Yeah.
And Step 1 is that? I'm presuming that's an underwear
bamboo
brand,
underwear.
Bamboo.
Very
that must be
expensive
uncomfortable.
pants, Tony.
Bamboo underwear.
Yeah.
Wasn't there a Chinese torture they used to make you sit on bamboo and wait for it to grow? Isn't that the same sort of thing?
Our next door neighbour is nicknamed Step 1 because A, we never see him, but B, one day during a pandemic, when they used to advertise those Step 1 things, and then a chafe free or whatever, he's quite a fat man. We got a delivery for him from Step 1, so ever since he's been nicknamed Step 1 next door to us.
It's not made of bamboo, is it?
Yeah, it's bamboo fibre.
Bamboo underwear.
Everything's bamboo these days.
I've had bamboo socks. They were quite.
Yeah,
cool.
you get bamboo recycled cups and shit like that. Cause it's all
Tell you what, you wouldn't bend over near a hungry panda, would you? Jesus Christ! But there we go.
Anyway, you could outrun him.
Isn't that the old joke about the bear? Why are you taking your shoes off? All you have to do is run faster. He said, no, all I have to do is run faster than you. That was the joke, something like that about a bear. I'm sure I paraphrased it really badly. Going back to the BBL though, to rescue myself from that blind alley. They've made the BBL bigger and longer.
No, they haven't.
Yes, a couple of years ago they did. They've trimmed it back again, have they?
Yes, it's back to the normal. It was the bigger Bash League, and now it's the big Bash League.
Now it's the slightly smaller. It's back to the ordinary.
It's back to 40 games now. You didn't even read the article you sent me, did you?
Well, I was so busy sending you all the links because when you asked me, I don't, quote unquote, I don't watch T20. Have you got any links? And I sent him one link, which was basically the Crick Info.
Yeah, that was a bit smart, wasn't it? You just sent me a link to Crick Info. I could have figured that out myself.
And then I weakened and put them all in the meeting request. But when I do watch the Big Bash, because I used to get up early in the morning, when my lads were little, and it used to be quite fun. And bacon sandwich, stick on the Big Bash. But now when I look around the crowds, they don't seem to have the same intensity. Is it fair to say it's losing its luster?
I think it's bounced back this year. So as the group stage finished, I think that's where we're at. Or it's finishing.
Yeah, the big four have been nailed.
So there was an Australian article that was released a few hours ago that I've got up here, and it says, I assume this is true, that the average crowd is up 27%. 800,000 people attended live. That meant the average crowd was over 20,000 for the first time in a couple of years. I think TV ratings went up as well, and that's without, according to this article, and I think according to facts as well, without a lot of the test players being available, because the scheduling of the test series in Australia this year overlapped quite significantly. So the tone of this article is very much like, it's gone very, very well here, but next year it'll be even better when Steve Smith plays, and I think they're doing something to try and unoverlap it with the IL T20, so they don't lose stars like Laurie Evans and Jamie Ferguson.
Yeah, I'm also reading an article but from ESPN, which is saying that all the four finalists are losing someone to the IL T20.
Yeah.
Laurie Evans, Sam Billings, Colin Monroe, James Vince, Jamie Overton, and Adam Hose.
I think this is.
Going.
But they didn't know quite a good formula. I think in Australia they've got quite a good formula for handling this, because I don't think they're setting the Big Bash up as the best T20 cricket tournament in the world. I don't think that's how they market it. I think they market it a little bit more like Tony was saying, maybe without the bacon sandwich and with a KFC bucket head. But
I don't put one of those on while I'm having my breakfast.
But I think that's more the vibe. It's like, bring your kids, 3 hours, they can run around, you don't really have to pay attention to them, have a couple of schooners, and go home. It's a pretty cheap night out.
What the 100 probably should have been.
Yeah, and it may well end up being what the 100 ends up being, because the Big Bash started, I think, probably slightly more seriously from the perspective of wanting to challenge the IPL. But you don't hear that too much from Cricket Australia anymore. You hear them talk about it as basically an entertainment product. And I think they put quite a lot of eggs in.
Yeah. Enough of that. We is back after lunch, and I am joined by Messi.
G'day, Bear.
It's been a while, mate.
Indeed it has. I've been missing Test cricket, and I've been missing guerrilla cricket as well.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
It's really good to be back in the stream of it, as it were.
Yeah.
Andy should be joining us too. He's
on the Zoom.
Yeah,
there he is. He's joining us.
Excellent.
We got a picture.
This is quite cool, having the picture in the screen like this.
Yeah. Can you put your picture on your thing? People like to see who's on our stream.
Sure.
Let's see who you are. There you are. Hello, mate.
Hello.
Is the picture all right for you? That's the question.
Yeah. Picture's coming through really nicely.
That's interesting. It can be spotty wherever you are in the world. That's the tricky bit.
So where are you, Andy?
I'm in Bali, Indonesia.
Excellent.
So you're all in
nice
a normal part of the day, unlike us, where it's now 7:15 in the morning.
Well, no, it is normal. 27% of the world's population live in this time zone, Bear. We've got it right. It's the best time zone for watching cricket around the world, I can tell you.
Except for when the Ashes are on.
Well, even then it's all right.
I suppose,
Finishes around midnight. Yeah.
It's the worst time for watching cricket in the world in England, basically. Everything is at the wrong time, except for South Africa, which is kind of okay because they're only a couple of hours ahead of us. We are back after lunch. Axar Patel is going to start. He's going to come around the wicket. I'll get round some jingles shortly. His first ball is to Joe Root, and it's into his pads, and he knocks it around the corner, down a long leg. And it's a single. Get off the mark after tea. England 109 for 3. Bairstow is 32 or 44. Root is 19 or 36. Been 28 overs bowled. And a good session for England. What do you reckon, Andy?
Yeah, the very first session was very good. They started really well. Obviously, losing a few wickets sort of slowed momentum down. But haven't these two done well since they've came together at the fall of Crawley's wicket? They've looked really good, but Axar Patel's looked very dangerous as well, I have to say, particularly against Bairstow.
So that's driven square out to deep point, and then Bairstow get himself off the mark after lunch. But England get first use of the pitch, and I think that's really important. I mean, it's the old one is turning sharply, and you can only imagine it gets worse, more up and down. England have got to get first innings runs here. It's a classic in India. You've got to get first innings runs. Around the wicket is Jaiswal Patel, driven out once more. To the man
Could
in the
argue
deep.
you need to get first inning runs every time you play.
Yeah, but I know what you're saying, but particularly in India, it's it's the only way, really. There's a super chat we have.
Excellent news
on YouTube.
Oh, Ravi Natarajan has given us $5. Says, "Bear, Trump will stop the Ukraine war, stop genocide, and bring world peace. Stop illegal immigration and destroy the deep state."
Okay, you believe that if you will. That's just dropped into the offside by Bairstow. They get through for a quick single out of cover.
For $5, you can say what you like.
Yeah, true. Go on, Andy.
Good start after good start after lunch by England here. A single off the first 4 balls, or the 3 of the first 4 balls, I think. And
that's just defended this time by Root. Back towards the bowler. It's fielded by the keeper, I think, and there is no run.
it's just crucial, though, isn't it? I mean, XR Patel's look. Here he comes again.
Just defended into the offside. Bairstow thinks about a run, but Root says no. And that's the end of the 29th over.
Yeah, good first over after lunch by England. I think they'll be happy with where they're at. 112 for 3, 1 over into session 2. And as you say, Bear, being able to have first use of the wicket and being able to get off to a good start like this, 112 off 29 overs is kind of exactly what England would have wanted. Actually, we just noticed the 50 partnership came up in that last over as well. Root and Bairstow have added 52 now. So yeah, 250 partnerships. It's pretty much bang on, I would have thought. Good crowd, I have to say. Really good crowd.
And warming up as well, and you can imagine it'll only get bigger. They'll get more excited. And we know Indian crowds, they all want to come and see the Indians bat. They're more interested that side. Jadeja is into the attack at the other end, and is defended outside of half of the bat by Bairstow. Goes down towards third man. It's fielded, and there is no run. Bairstow on 34, Root 20.
And he's good so far, hasn't he, Bairstow? Very good.
Well, yeah. And another thing, I think, if you're going to be positive in India, you expect to lose wickets in clumps, and you've got to make the most of partnerships. I mean, it's all cliche stuff, really, but it works. If you get in, stay in, get a big partnership. If 3 or 4 wickets fall after that, but another partnership starts to try and make that as big as possible. Driven nicely by Bairstow. Presumably there is a man in the deep. There is. There's Ashwin out there, I believe, at deep cover. There'll only be the 1 run.
It's also good to see Bairstow batting where he should be batting. He batted at 7 during the Ashes, and now he's back at 5, which is his proper position. So that's a bit of a plus from Harry Brook's unfortunate withdrawal, as Bairstow gets to bat where he should bat.
Well, yeah, it did solve the problem, because you never thought Bairstow was ever going to keep in India, and therefore it was between him and Brook really for a place in the side, you'd have thought. As that one is just off the outside half of the bat, Bairstow, and they get through. Oh no, sorry, that was Joe Root. They get through for a single down to short third man. Should be Gill down there, I think. No, it's not. We see interception points.
God, I have no idea what that means.
Well, sometimes they get forward, sometimes they go back, as far as I can see. Seems to be going forward slightly more than back. That's about it. Yeah, see? Bairstow's going, well, I mean, Root always goes back a lot as well.
Yeah.
Though. That's nonsense, surely.
No, okay, that does make sense now.
Bairstow, sorry, ball before was just a dot ball, and this next ball is driven out to Ashwin once more on the cover boundary, and will be one more run. 3 off the over so far.
Yeah, that graphic was basically showing how far back in the crease Johnny Bairstow was playing, particularly to Axar Patel, playing right back on his stumps.
Yeah, when he drives it in the pitch, he bowls very flat, so if he gets his length slightly wrong, and that one again is just tipped out in the offside. It's another quick single. That's good running between these two. And they're going to move on to 116 for 3 after 30 overs.
West Aussie Leeds is with us. He says, I think I remember stating on a previous overseas tour that we should start each day to play 3 wickets down, as it always seems to happen. Anna Forsyth's with us. She says, hi all, tuning in, walking back from a very frustrating hockey game. The Canucks made a comeback with a hat-trick, but the referees fucked the game for us. Haven't I heard that before?
Wow.
Let's hope England have better luck. John Quinn asked to be advised on the success rate of Ashwin and Jadeja away from the dust bowls of India. I can tell you that Ashwin at home has an average of 20.52 and away 32.78.
Yeah, as that's driven out to cover once more, that time by Root, and they get one more single. Zaxar continues into his 6th over, he's number 18.
And similarly, Ashwin has 20.8 at home and 30.4 away. Mind you, I think overseas spinners in India will be similarly different in terms of their averages as well.
Leach had a pretty... Leach got 24 wickets in the last 2, something like that. Ooh, that one slides on to Bairstow. But he was very deep in his crease and was able to guide it out off middle stump pretty much, down a backward point, got himself a single, gets off the mark.
This is really good batting by England.
Yeah.
They're only making singles or taking singles, but just constant rotation of the strike, making the bowler think.
Unable to set it into a line and length, which is really what you want to do to one batsman as a spinner. But he does bowl, this is the thing about Axar Patel, he bowls really, really flat. As the wicket deteriorates more, it becomes more and more dangerous. That's swept under edge by Root into his pad. Balloons out on the offside to no one, and there is no run. Safe shot though, outside his off stump. Didn't get his pad across far enough. Axar around the wicket. Root goes back in his crease, bunts it out square, out to point, no run. Looking comfortable enough there. He's got an average of over 50 against in India, I think. Joe Root. And is now leading run scorer in India and England tests. Now, how the hell did that not get him out? Root's gone down to sweep, missed it. Somehow it's missed the stumps. It's taken by Virat behind. It's pretty flat, pretty straight. Just straightened enough. And then bounced actually.
Turned quite a lot, that one, actually.
Yeah, it did, and it also did bounce.
Past his shoulder.
Yeah. Run rate 3.83. It's very much below Bazball standards, as that's defended out to the offside. And there is no run.
Siraj, who's with us, he says, hello folks, catching some of the cricket after finishing the night shift. God, I bet it's cold on the rigs up there, Colin. Leah says Ashwin doesn't get that many chances to improve his overseas average, though. That's true. Ravi Natarajan says commentary was interrupted with ads. First time I'm having to see adverts on your live stream. Yeah, I've had that happen today too for the first time. Ravi, there's nothing we can do to stop YouTube putting advertising on it, and the only way you get around it is pay them money to be ad free, which is a pain in the ass. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, they don't. That's interesting they're doing that. They don't normally do it.
And supposedly Sunil Gavaskar is with us, says, good morning, Bazball stands no chance versus India ball. I suspect that's Mayank, who's very good at adopting names.
Bairstow goes back, cuts it off a top edge, but to the man is at short third man. They won't get a single this time.
See, these two are averaging 50 in Test cricket each time they bat together. It's pretty impressive.
It is 7 times and 12 century stands. That's again defended by Bairstow off the outside half of the bat. fielded by Point, and there is no run. I mean, Bairstow's got a pretty decent strike rate there, hasn't he? 37.53 for a Test match. It's kind of one-day standard on a turning wicket. That's flat again by Jadeja, pretty quick. Bairstow just defends out into the covers, no run. Get through the overs, these two, don't they? There's not a lot of time to talk if the ball's not going out to the boundary. Jadeja in once more. Ooh, inside edge, I think, onto pad. There's a half appeal by Jadeja. No run, 96.3 Ks. What's that? That's about, what, 59, 60 miles an hour for a spinner? That's pretty damn quick.
Yeah, I think there's no one goes through their overs faster than Jadeja.
No. Defended out to the covers, and there is no run.
So they've got they've kind of got a bit of an in-out field here, haven't they? They've got 3 men in the deep and a couple around the bat.
Yep. That's defended again by Bairstow. Didn't know where it went. Inside half of the bat once more, onto pad once more. Just drops down in front of him. Right, now run ends the over. That was a quick one.
Yeah, I watched,
Colin confirms it is cold. He says it's fucking freezing on the reefs. I can believe that.
Oh yeah.
Imagine the North Sea in this weather.
Nasty.
And Mog's pleased to see that he's got new moderators options to time people out for 24 hours on YouTube if you misbehave. Oh well. Sorry, Andy, I interrupted you.
No, I was just going to say I watched Jadeja and Dominica last year against the West Indies, and yeah, I mean it was virtually impossible to describe anything other than Jadeja comes in, bowls, defends. Jadeja comes in and bowls, defends.
Yeah, that's about right. Axel's not that much different, to be honest. That's defended by Root out to the point region again, and there is no run. I mean, that's the thing. If you're going to succeed against India, you've got to do the rotation thing, right? You can't just let the bowlers bowl to you. I think too many sides get stuck on that when they go to India. Root sweeps that. It's very fine. I don't think he got where he wanted it to, but he will get back for 2.
It's interesting also they haven't got a short leg or a silly point in play. You kind of would have expected that on the first day of a Test match, you know, with England not exactly in a dominant position, but just the one slip actually.
Yeah, defended again by Root. Ooh, that would have been close to a run out. Root wanted to run, and I think Bairstow went a little bit slow. And then the ball was hurled in by, who was that? Jadeja just round the corner, I think. He tried to throw it in on the bounce, and I think it's caught Barat on the shoulder, on a helmet. It's Jadeja who flings it in. It bounces, it kicks up, and it's kind of got him on the shoulder and just under the helmet with the neck. No, it's on the shoulder blade. That must be painful.
Would have been close though.
Yeah, it would have been very close.
In full dive mode there.
Yeah, that was a risky single. And now we'll have a little stop in the play whilst Barat gets a little bit of treatment. Seems to be okay. Sure, it'll be painful.
But the one thing about Bairstow there is there was a slight hesitation by Root, but Bairstow was fully committed to that run. He never hesitated. He charged down the pitch, and yeah, it would have been very tight. He might have just made it actually.
I thought I think a direct hit would have been out by a couple of inches. But good run. Keeps the pressure on India.
Yeah, partnership up to 61 now.
Yeah.
Forget how many they've added since lunch, but it must be 15 or 20 so far.
Something like that.
It was 48 at lunch. Yeah, so they put on 13.
That's good going. What do you reckon is a decent first innings score? It's that classic question.
Well, from here, I mean, you know, what you might have said at the start of the day compared to what it is now. I think they've got to be looking at 350 maybe.
I think 350 would be. I think 350 would be a very good score. I expect the pitch
Yeah.
to. I expect the pitch to deteriorate reasonably quickly. As Axel Patel is in again, he's bowled him. Having said all that, it's gone straight through Bairstow. He can't believe it. He's propped forward. Must have gone between bat and pad somehow. And it's taken probably the top and middle stump. I don't think Bairstow can believe it. I can't quite believe it. I thought he had that covered. That was a very quick delivery.
Oh.
Flat as a pancake.
Beautifully. Oh.
Straightened up a little bit and through the gap. It's pitched on what? Oh no, it's gone outside into outside.
No,
That's a
outside
cracking
edge.
delivery. I thought it had gone through somehow, but it's pitched and he's bowled it so quick and so flat. If they turn at that pace, it's very, very difficult to play. It's beaten the outside edge of the bat, taken the top of off stump. We have to say goodbye to Johnny B. Let's give him a jingle to say sod off. Here you go.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you.
So yeah, having just
121
said
for 4.
350 was going to be a good score. I think I'm going to revise my target now.
200.
No, I don't want to say that. I'm not that pessimistic, Bear.
No,
but
you can have
but maybe 250. 250 might be all right. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, losing Bairstow right now, that brings Ben Stokes to the crease with Ben Folkes to follow, and then I know Rayan Ahmed can bat a bit. I don't know much about Hartley.
Well, apparently he's
then
got a
you've
double
Wood and
ton
Leach.
last year. Admittedly, well, admittedly, I think it was in a second team county game, but still, it's a double ton, isn't it? Shows some
Can't say
aptitude.
I've got one myself.
Have you got one yourself?
No, I can't say I have.
Well, no, there
Can't
you
say I've
go.
even haven't got a single ton
No,
either.
no, have I. High score?
71.
82.
Oh, well done.
Oh, Bear.
Scored when I was about 15, which is a bit depressing.
Yeah, mine was when I was about 12, I think.
Well, I had 52 when I was 18. I think that's it. Yeah. So you beat both of them. You both beat me.
So yeah,
Oh.
Ben Stokes comes to the crease. Of course, there's a lot of focus on him. We believe he's not going to bowl, and he's coming back from injury, of course.
Well, indeed. His first ball, he just defends to short leg, who is in. They got short leg and a leg slip for Ben Stokes, and Axel's gone over the wicket.
Did they ever say actually what his operation was? It was all kind of secretive.
Defended into the offside. There's no run. Yeah, the whole thing about Stokes' knee has always been very secretive. I mean, it took them about 2 years to even suggest what the actual injury was, you know. And it seems it's some kind of sort of RSI type thing of the knee, which is why it allows him to play, but obviously it's painful, etc., etc. Now, I don't know what you do to correct it, but no, they didn't say what the operation was, and the whole point is to correct it so he can bowl. Then he went off to the T20 the ODI World Cup, of course, after unretiring, which gave him 6 weeks less to recover from it.
That went well.
Yeah, exactly. And now he can't bowl. I don't think it's that important that he can't bowl in India, although in this situation here it would certainly add something, wouldn't it? Because if you've got 3 spinners and only 1 pacer, if you can have Stokes as another pacer and a genuine bat, that gives you decent balance. That's defended square on the offside, and there is no run. But it seems he can't bowl yet, so what was that all about?
Just looking at that replay again of Bairstow's wicket, it was a beautiful delivery to beat the outside edge of his bat.
It's an absolute peach. It's unplayable, isn't it? Really. Defended out to the offside, but into a gap by Root, and he'll get back for 2. I mean, he's played the line. Maybe he hasn't got forward, right forward, but at that pace it's very difficult to actually get that far forward.
Yeah.
And it's spun enough that it's beaten the outside edge of the bat. I don't think there's really a lot you can do about it. Ooh, that one is tempting for Root. Again, it's quick, it's flat, it's turned, it's bounced, maybe a little bit too short, and Root was just about able to pull his bat inside the line. It goes through to the keeper.
Yeah, give him the benefit of the doubt there. I think he withdrew at the very last second.
Very much so. Jadeja around the wicket, tossed up, and That's a fine sweep, but man on the 45 is less than 45. He's pretty sharp and fine, and there is no run. Of course, the zinc bails are gone.
I was going to say we shouldn't have any problems getting through the overs today. I'm not sure what the light situation is going to be like, but just the speed at which they're bowling.
Yeah, that one again turns sharply. Root goes back and leaves it through to Bumrah, and there's no run. I presume that's why they're starting at 9:30, because the sun goes down pretty damn quick, and it is still midwinter, presumably.
Wow, that turned a lot.
Yeah,
that turned a hell of a lot.
Too short,
wow,
but that's too full, and Root is able to get right forward, defends it square on the offside, and there ain't no run.
Well, seeing this much turn just after lunch on day one,
yeah,
I suspect it's an omen for the series, actually.
Yeah, I don't mind it. I've never complained about spin in India. I think it's a different type of cricket, and it's very enjoyable to watch. I don't mind that the bat's not on top. I'm a bowler myself, so or was, not anymore. But it's nice to see the ball on top. And be a challenge for the batsman.
Well, what are your thoughts about the team selection playing 3 spinners?
I think it's difficult. I think they wanted 3 spinners. I think ideally they'd like 3 spinners, 2 pacers. That's what I mean. That's the thing about Stokes being able to bowl. Defended into the offside, and there's no one having a genuine all-rounder. I don't think they wanted to go in with 2 pacers. They wanted the 3 spinners. But they've also got Root, but did they want to put too much of a workload on Root? Axar Patel is around the wicket, reverse swept by Stokes from about leg stump, and his foot was probably out and off anyway, but he gets it out somehow to deep backward point, gets himself a single, gets himself off the mark.
Yeah, I just kind of think that Root's bowling is a little bit underrated, or underutilised, I should say. So effectively now they've got 4 spinners in this match, and I just wonder whether Anderson might have been useful. He's got so much skill, you know. If this pitch isn't going to really suit Mark Wood, which I can't really imagine it would.
No.
I don't. I'm a little bit surprised at the selection they made here. Firstly, by not playing 2 quicks, and secondly, by their choice of Wood over Anderson.
Yeah, that last ball's just played out to the leg side. There is no run. Axar Patel is in again, and that is swept. It's a bit too full. Swept out to the man in the deep. He's at long leg. It comes out. Siraj, square leg to field, and they get an easy single. Yeah, I know what you mean. It is a bit of a conundrum. I mean, we were discussing earlier. I think predominantly they picked left arm rounds because India have only got 2 left-handers in the side. So they wanted a predominance of left-arm spinners, and therefore Root is they feel probably be less effective. That's defended into the leg side, and there's no run. But Ryan Armour, with his, he bowls more googlies than he bowls leg spin. So I guess they see that as that option. But Ryan Armour's played. This is only his 2nd test, and Hartley's only played no tests. So as that's played to short leg, and there's no run. So they got inexperience. So I guess they packed it because they think, well, 2 is better than 1, because if 1 bowl's bad, at least 1's working, sort of thing, which reduces the chance to have the extra pacer. That's the problem with England, similar problem with Australia or South Africa when they go to the subcontinent. If spin is not very predominant in your country, finding it's hard enough finding 1 decent spinner, let alone 2, that you can rely on, and the need for a 2nd spinner in English, South African, Australian conditions is just virtually non-existent.
Yeah.
Well, you take the example. Sorry.
That's
Matthew Cullen's with us
for no run.
Sorry.
Go on, get one in.
You're yabbering between overs. Matthew Cullen says, "Good morning, Gorillas. Very glad to be back with you. As I write this, Bairstow is being bowled. Shit."
Yeah.
Seems to happen, doesn't it?
Yeah. Right forward is Root. It's defended square on the offside, and there's no run. We've only got a minute and a half left, but I reckon we get another over after this, just because Jadeja gets through his so quick. That's swept. Oh, it's going to be top edge. That's going to be out. And Root goes. That's appalling. Maybe he's trying to be aggressive, and that's fair enough, I guess. Maybe it just hopped a little bit more, but he didn't get on top of it. He got underneath it. It's got a big top edge. There is the man on the 45. It's ballooned into his hands. And we have to say goodbye to Rooty.
He's been playing the sweep shot a lot, actually, Root. Even since lunch, he's been playing the sweep shot a lot. And, you know, against a left armour who's turning the ball away from him, it's not the safest shot to be playing. And I actually heard on TV just a little bit earlier, Kevin Peterson was saying exactly this point, that Root doesn't need to be playing the sweep shot, and it's brought about his downfall.
But he's very, very good at it. I don't think you can take that shot away from him. You know.
Yeah, I've got to give credit to Colin Soda. He tweeted at 13 minutes ago. He says Root's sweeping seems sketchy. And Mog says, screw you all. I've made 96. There you go.
Well, at least we've got one listener.
Yeah. Oh no, we've got what have we got? 81 people watching us on YouTube, let alone all those millions out on the
actual radio feed. Yeah. Well, we have a new batsman. We're not going to get another over because there was a wicket in that one.
All right. Well, I guess that's me out till after tea. Thanks very much, guys. Really enjoyed that.
That's okay. Thanks, Andy. We'll see you after tea.
Right, Steve is going to come in and take. You might as well take over for me now, actually, Steve. As Folks has come out to bat, I'll give him a jingle, and he can hop in my seat whilst that happens.
Judage is in, just defended by Ben Folks.
Well, these things it's all rather taken the turn we feared it would take at the start. It was defended away into the offside by Folks off his second ball, tidily enough. Well, Steve puts his headphones on, makes himself comfortable.
Yeah, it's going to be a series really where wickets will come in batches, as Jadeja has bowled very well, is in again, just defended by Ben Folks. And there is no run, but Ben Folks looking as film star looks as ever. Very trim beard on Ben Stokes. Ben Folks, I should say. Less trim a beard on Ben Stokes.
We need Chris Wokes somewhere, don't we? Yeah. What we really need is Stokes and Folks together, and one of them injured and Chris Wokes as a runner, because you can't have those anymore, can you?
No, you can't. And we should be grateful, really. England tried for many, many years to play Chris Wokes away, and it doesn't really work away from home. Here's Ashar round the wicket, left arm, and that's defended by the left-handed Ben Stokes, who looks circumspect apart from that slight swish of a reverse sweep I think we saw early on. But obviously England a bit of a crisis here, rebuilding to be done, 125 for 5, and yet again there's movement behind the bowler's arm. Ben Stokes pulls out just as Ashar was about to load the gun. But,
did we jingle, Mr. Folks?
I think he did the bear before he left. Ashar behind the shades is in again. He goes back to Ben Stokes and he clips that off his hip. Out there to 2 men in the deep. Do you really need 2 men in the deep? 127 for 5. 2 new batsmen at the crease? I don't think so. They're through for 2.
Just watching a replay of Root's dismissal. It's very disappointing, isn't it?
Yeah, he was trying to fetch it from well outside off stump, and he got a leading
big
edge. Yeah, he's really guessing where the ball is there because his head wasn't over it, so he was fetching it so far. This ball is clipped by Stokes again to one of those 2 men out on the leg side, which does seem unduly
well, he's keeping them busy, Gary. He's keeping them busy.
He is. And they're through for a single. Yeah, it's India pretty much on top now. As Ravi Shastri felt the first session England would be pleased with, but you really have to cash in once you get to once you get past 20 or 30. You've got to cash in on these wickets. Of course, it's easier said than done. It's very hard to be in India against this bowling attack. But Ben Foakes is trying to get himself in now, and he defends that orthodox style, very much the orthodox batter amongst the top 7 for England.
Well, we were saying it, weren't we? I mean, the key thing is someone needs to go on and post a big score, and we're now down to it really being one of these two, and that's it. 2
slips and a silly point, and he drives, does Ben Stokes, but again, there's no real commitment into the attacking element of the stroke, and there is no run.
Someone somehow, whichever side ends up winning.
This ball keeps low and goes through to the keeper. Sorry, just on that montage we saw of Root sweeping, the ball that got him out bounced significantly higher than the other deliveries, and again, that's an element of sweeping in India. You know, everybody remembers Graham Gooch sweeping, and I think that was at Headingley though, wasn't it? But
it was.
There is a school of thought that said you always sweep, but the bounce is so capricious that you can't always do it.
Well, that's what Joe Root found. Somebody has to post a score that they look like they're batting on a different wicket to everyone else, and that tends to make the difference in Test matches. And unfortunately, 30s and 20s, and no, it doesn't get you there.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what you think on Twitter, really. I mean, I was saying before England lost the previous 2 wickets, that 300 is a competitive score. Tony, you were thinking 300 is under par.
Yes, I was, and I still do.
Well, Jadeja thinks, oh dear, what's happened to that?
Oh dear.
Not sure what happened there.
I hope that wasn't a part of your body went
Yeah,
bouncing.
that's what I'm worried about. So if Gary starts deflating, you'll know.
There's a lot to deflate, I'm afraid. I'll pick that up in a mo. But here's Jadeja. This is down the leg side and a bit untidy there by KS Bharat behind the stumps, who's generally kept quite well in this match. We do have the keepers matched up, albeit that Foakes is off strike at the moment, as Ben Stokes is captain. Plays this ball into the leg side. He has 4 from 11 now, Ben Stokes. He's not been basballing as yet, so he's looking to play himself in. Again, there's movement behind the bowler's arm.
I'll do some socials at the end of the saver, Gary.
Yes,
so
please do.
He averaged 40 odd in 13 county championship games for Surrey.
Yeah, he plays at the Oval.
But as you rightly say, he's playing on possibly the best batting track in the country.
As there's both a slip and a leg slip for Ben Stokes, and he defends this ball from Jadeja, which was onto him quite quickly outside the off stump. We haven't seen much in the way of the horizontal bat yet from Ben Stokes. I do think the horizontal bat, it does give reward, but it's risky against these bowlers on this pitch. Stokes gets a fuller ball, and he closes the face on it and gets it down to the man at deep backward square, who is Ashar Patel, and they're through for a single. Yeah, that ball that got Johnny Bairstow out, we're just seeing it from from Ashar Patel.
Popped on him a bit.
Yeah, you're not gonna be able to play that ball. It was near it unplayable. We've missed a siren because there was a no ball. Well, England will take those all day long.
Over the line! Huh? I'm sorry, Smokey. You were over the line. That's a foul.
Oh, only just, but it was. As this ball is punched to the man at long off, who is Siraj. India have conceded at least half a dozen runs by posting long mid on and mid off that little bit too far back. If you're gonna not be long on or long off, you really have to be saving one, don't you? And slightly on his heels there, Siraj. England stole one, got Ben Foakes off the mark. He has 1. Stokes is back on strike, and that keeps low, but it was down the leg side, and Stokes got himself into a tricky position and got hit on the knee. Is that the bad knee that he got hit on? As he attempted
he's flexing it.
Yeah, he attempted to swipe that over deep square leg, got himself into trouble, really. It was more upper thigh onto the stomach, and it was Jaiswal who was in more danger at short leg. As Jadeja finishes this elongated over due to the no ball. Here's the 7th of the over. This is down the leg side, and Ben Stokes leaves that alone. But it did bounce considerably more. I mean, even just in this session, I'm seeing more variable bounce. But we'll have some variance in voice now because we're going to go to Steve for your socials.
Yeah, I don't know where it was left off, but I'll pick up from Shelley Beck saying, good morning all Guerrilla Cricket and watchers. Suter who then says, Gary, that prejudgment on Pope earlier was perfect, exclamation mark.
Yeah.
And then continues to say, Shelley, how are you taking those wickets without commentating, question mark. And Shelley responds, LOL, woke up around 6:30 and thought keeping quiet would help with me not taking any wickets. That didn't work, did it?
No, it didn't.
Suter who laughs, Shelley Beck, no luck. I will be on commentary tomorrow morning, so we'll look forward to seeing you then, Shelley.
Oh, we're good.
And Suter who says, awesome, I'm up to date now.
There is Ashar, round arm, round the wicket, left-handed to the right-handed folks, and there is no run. The explosive blueberry I've just picked up. Explosive blueberry, one of my favourite independent bands. As this ball is defended, and there is no run. We may go into a lacuna of calm here. I've got a feeling neither of these two are going to be looking to make the running here. Just want to sit in the game a little. As Ashar is in it again, and folks just defends it. There is no run.
Ben's first crossback shot was that rather awful looking effort in the last over.
Yeah.
Really tied him up.
Yeah, he kind of got himself crabbed sideways on. As folks, ooh, he attempted to play a forcing shot there. Got a bit of an edge, and it went to the right hand of second slip, and the scamper a single through to third man. So that was unconvincing from Stokes. We're having a look there, folks. Well, it wouldn't have been a catch, but it was certainly a false stroke.
You got those two very tight slips and a silly point as well. You'd leave very little. Oh, now we've got a leg slip.
And Ben Stokes gets this into the leg side, but there is no run. He's very deep in his crease here, Stokes. He's looking to play the ball late. In fact, I don't think I've seen Stokes bat so deep in his crease. Look, his foot is almost on the stumps, and he gets the reverse out, but he makes a decent connection. It does seem an awful big risk to take for one run. I mean, I know because he got it out to backward point and they have taken one. I know they practice it now and it's not as risky as it once was, but it still looks a risk, especially on this pitch. 133 for 5. We get an aerial shot of Hyderabad, which looks kind of like a Lego city from this angle.
That's a crowded place, that, isn't it?
Yeah, well,
surrounded by green, though.
Yeah, and a little bit of the traditional Indian smog hanging over the city there. England's mugshots, they don't look very happy there in the mugshots, do they?
City of Pearls.
City of Pearls?
City of Pearls, it's known. It was originally the home of the Kohinoor diamond.
Oh, the Kohinoor.
Yeah, the Kohinoor was supposed
Star
to
of
be mined
India,
there.
I think that translates as. Maybe we should give that back as well. I'm all for giving the stuff back. You know, it wasn't obtained in good faith.
Oh God, we'll have all the Greeks on now. For God's sake.
Yeah, well, they've got a point.
Give us back our marbles.
Yeah.
They've got a point. British Museum, there's very little in there that's British. It's an Empire Museum. So enough of the politics. As it's 133 for 5. Ben Stokes on 6. He's got Ashwin bowling to him now, round the wicket to the left-hander. He goes back. God, there must be some danger in that. But Stokes is deciding to play off the back foot. And he gets a bit of an outside portion of the bat.
It leaves no margin for error, does it? If particularly Ashwin can really shoot one through.
He goes back again, does Stokes, and just clips it into the leg side, and there is no run. I mean, if they've been on those kind of bowling machines that can do impersonations of bowlers, and he's decided, he's practiced playing back to the left arm and the right arm, then it kind of makes sense, but this ball is pushed to short extra, and there is no run. But you kind of think, as your go-to defensive shot to play back, you're kind of allowing the ball to do stuff, aren't you, rather than pressing forward. He does press forward to this one, though, because it's fuller from Ashwin, but again, he can't get it past the man at short extra. And there is no run. It's GM bat with Diamond BS on it, which seems a strange sign to me, as this ball is defended again by Stokes. Again, it skews away to the man at short extra. Ashwin's got through 5 deliveries in no time at all, 5 dot balls. He has 2 for 20, Ashwin. They've bowled well. He had a curious couple of overs where he kept bowling full tosses, but he seems to have got his control back as Stokes goes back, and he does indeed get the maiden with the man at short extra doing the work once more. 40 overs gone, 133 for 5, and your socials.
Suitor Hugh, Explosive Blueberry sounds like a jazz band.
Yeah, could be.
I was thinking of Fats Domino.
Oh, right.
A sort of a jazzed up version of Blueberry Hill, only quicker.
Menil Man says, I agree with Gary. And morning, everyone. Morning, Menil. And Suitor Hugh again. Yep, variable pace bowling on the stumps and eventually LBW.
Did you manage to find Twitter, by the way, Steve, on that machine as well? If you didn't, I can help you out on that. Kiwi by day, which begs the question, what are you by night? But says, you definitely have radio listeners. Pleased to have you back after the long break. We are delighted to be back. And there's a lady there fast asleep. Well, what is
so
she
exciting.
Yes, that's good lord. Good lord.
Bit of jet lag,
You want me to try and
suspect.
find Twitter for you? I'll do my best.
I think so.
Explosive Blueberry Hill.
Ashar, who's working very hard with his hair there to avoid the onset of male pattern baldness, but he's less interested in that, more interested in the defensive stroke of Ben Folkes, who got it into the offside. No run. Lots of dot balls here from India.
Did we say thank you, by the way, for the latest super chat?
I don't think we did.
Got a super chat there, which for Shelley. Thank you, Shelley. Very sweet of you.
Little inside edge there, going through the vacant leg gully area, goes down to the man who surely it's not required to be a deep backward square, and they jog an easy single. I do think this is a real opportunity for India to attack and get into the England bowlers here, and they do have some attacking fielders, but really 134 for 5. There should be at least 4 men round the back. There's only 3. Stokes again goes back but plays forward. Does that make sense, Steve?
Yeah, us left-handers do that quite a lot, actually. So.
Going right back on the stumps and then plays a defensive shot, which puts his front foot essentially on the line of the crease. Oh, he hits that one, though. Where's it gone? It's gone down to deep square leg. I thought for a moment it was in the air. It was just the excitement of some aggression. And they walk an easy single. Stokes goes to 7 from 25. Well, there was aggression. We're seeing now in the slow motion he was attempting to hit that
kept it down all the way, didn't he?
He did. He wasn't looking at the ball when he hit the shot, though.
Thank you, Tony.
So here's the leading man looks of Ben Folkes. England are just stopping the bowlers getting into the rhythm here. I know Rohit's changing his field quite often, but quite rightly they're just making the bowlers bowl at their pace rather than at the bowler's pace. This is defended, no run.
Well, as soon as you get the right-hander on, it's the 2 slips and the silly point, who are very, very tightly grouped.
Yeah, they're expecting a fast edge going through to the slips there. Oh, tremendous work there from Jaiswal, who's at silly point. He defended it, did Ben Folkes, took a couple of steps down the wicket, but Jaiswal had picked up the ball and flung it back at the stumps, and he's getting some congratulations there from his captain.
Ooh.
And he was out of his crease, Folkes, but he got back in. But I'm not that easy with that kind of fielding or delivery. I'll tell you why in a moment. I know it sort of adds to the excitement of the game. But I can tell you now, the only reason you can field like that is because you're stuffed full of body armour.
Yeah.
Well, he still caught one in the...
Yeah, but the only...
lower midships, as they say.
The only way you can be that close and still gather the ball and not sort of turn your back on it and take evasive action is because you've got lots of body armour on. It's the same when the ball sort of bounces off the body armour and gets caught. Now, that brings spinners into the game and stuff like that, I agree. Stokes goes back to Ashwin and gets it off the pads down to the man at deep square.
Jingle Ashwin, did we, when he came
No,
in?
No.
So
3 for 1.
Pitches are all brown, the pitches are all brown. The selectors Selector's hair's gone grey. Selector's hair's gone grey. Waiting for a bat. Waiting for a bat. White laid on the second day. White laid on the second day. Trying to find a shot. Trying to find a shot. That it's safe to play. That it's safe to play.
Oh, and here is Ashwin, and this is defended by Ben Folks. There is no run. Well, while that jingle was playing, I had images of Michelle Phillips swimming through my mind, which is never disappointing, I promise you that.
What were you calling Jaiswal?
Jaiswal?
I thought you were calling Jaiswal.
Did I?
I called him Jaiswal at one point.
I think I may have done.
Which is a fantastic mental image in my head now.
Sound like a blues man, Jaiswal. As this is just touched really by Ben Folks to the man at short mid-wicket. I think Rohit should be attacking more, really do. I think he can get the fielders in tighter, risk a boundary or two.
He's not listening to you, Gary. He's not listening.
He does have 3 men round the bat, 2 on the leg side, as this ball is defended into the offside by Ben Folks. There is no run. Just to underline that point, Stokes has 8 off 26 and Folks has 3 off 18. They're not looking to hit boundaries
but Ben
here.
Stokes, this is often the Stokes modus operandi, isn't it? It's to start slow and cautious.
There's a full toss from Ashwin. He has had a few of them in his repertoire today, and Folks gets it away, but only for 1, and he moves to 4. England 137 for 5. The scoring hasn't exactly stopped, but it's certainly.
Well, you're between the rock and the hard place here at the moment.
I know.
If you go hard and get out, then the innings has every propensity to just completely fall over.
Just 2 men close catching for Ben Stokes. There's a big appeal for LBW. Surely that's going down the leg side. Ashwin's having a look.
I thought they were going for the
Were
catch.
they?
Yeah, popped up, and I think they thought they
KS
got
Barrett is having a word of Rohit.
They don't look convinced, do they?
No, Rohit's not very interested. I thought they were going for LBW. It may well be going for the catch, but long before the timer ran out, Rohit had decided otherwise, and speaking of otherwise, we'll have some other voices now because we'll go into your tweets.
Actually, this is on YouTube. MD, good morning, team. Listening to cricket and watching the same from Ryugoku. Lovely, very nice.
Where is that?
I don't know. Ryugoku.
You said lovely. Like you knew it.
Full stop, lovely. That's what the.
Oh, I said. Okay.
Matthew Todd, as Dan McLean sang the day the Bazball died. And follows up with what's happened to Bazball, guys? And then Willow Moon just woke up and tuned in. I'm having a nightmare ?
Dear, it's not quite nightmare territory. That was more on the last tour. But
tweets are up to date as well. So.
England are in a hole here, and they need to dig themselves out. As Ashar starts his next over with a ball on the pads of Folks. That's where I think they could score runs there, because Folks wasn't really trying to hit that for runs and just took him on the pad and dribbled out onto the leg side. This is defended. No run.
This is the ground, don't forget, where Brandon McCullum got 225, I think.
Cool, really?
Whatever happened to him?
The only drawn test here, which was the first. There's only been 5 tests here.
This is defended. There is no run.
This is the 6th. 4 massive wins for India, and the first, which was against New Zealand, was a high-scoring draw, and McCullum top scored in that game with 225.
In the second innings, I think
it was, actually, from memory.
This ball is punched to point, and there is no run.
Harbhajan Singh got a ton in that game.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think he spent some like 80 Test matches trying to get a ton, and then got 2 in 2 matches.
Oh,
from
really?
memory.
Vettori and Daniel Vettori took a 5 for. He was the only
Off
120 overs or something.
Oh, he's out. That was the defensive push by Ben Folks. It did turn. It took the edge. It was a decent catch from Barrett. In fact, it turned and bounced. And really, 4 off 24, barely played an aggressive stroke. It's not really a plan to succeed, is it? Yeah, he followed the ball there. It was a good ball. It's the kind of dismissal you have in India against these high-class spinners. But he saw the ball turn. The hands were drawn inexorably to the ball. And by the time the batter caught up with it, it just had the edge to offer. It was a thin edge, but obviously it was heard by everyone because every Indian went up and Ben Folks walked off. So what's that? 137 for 6 now in England. Dear.
Yeah, it spun pretty sharply, but nonetheless, it was he sort of thrust it at it a little bit.
You've got to see it and leave it, really, haven't you? Because it pitched on or about off stump.
Yeah.
Once it's turning, you've either got to play a positive shot or you've got to let it go. To simply follow the ball like that, it's a recipe for disaster.
Which now leaves a really interesting challenge, because Rehan Ahmed is not going to push and prod and defend, is he?
No, he played for Leicestershire a lot of last season as more or less a specialist batsman. Well, not a specialist batsman, but he played as a proper batsman, batting at 6 or 7. He's not without some skill with the bat, but this is a significantly different challenge to Grace Road in May.
Well, that is very true. So it'll be interesting to see the approach that Ben Stokes takes.
Batting on off stump is Rehan, and he's busy and he's punching the ball with a full face of the bat to mid off, and it's the end of the over.
Jingle.
Here's a mission from the original squad. Was to guard Rehan Ahmed from dubious jingles.
I'll catch up on some messages as well, actually.
Please do.
Sofin KL says, hello, Gorillas, and happy Thaipusan from Kuala Lumpur. And then Jamie Wilson, what is par for this deck, do we think? Contra thoughts from the gentleman in my left?
Yeah, well, I thought 300 was competitive. We're not going to get anywhere near 300, I don't think, as Ashwin is in. I'll see if Tony has changed his view in the last 5 minutes as this ball is punched to short extra. No run.
No, I haven't.
Some unplayable deliveries. Since lunch, I'm talking about.
I don't know about unplayable.
Or pretty unplayable.
The one that popped up en route was, but he was
Johnny
playing
Bairstow got an
a sweep
unplayable
shot to
one.
it.
This ball is crabbed out by Stokes to short mid-wicket, and there is no run.
That one did keep unexpectedly low, that one that Stokes just sort of had to prod down on. But I still think somewhere in the, we'll
Here,
find out.
round the wicket is Ashwin, and Stokes plays with some intent, but still not really driving the ball, pushes it into the covers, and they jog an easy single. 138 for 6. I think the wicket has got more capricious since lunch. The sun's been on it for longer. There are some deliveries that have taken chunks out of the pitch, so
it's already very dusty, isn't it? Quite a lot of dust
it looks tougher than it was, say, even a couple of hours ago. Here is Ashwin bowling very much a wicket-to-wicket line against the right-hander.
I think.
Just defended, no run.
The other thing you've got to take into account is the difference between the spin attacks.
Yeah.
If you look at the last 2 series.
There's Ashwin again, tossed up, and Rehan drives that, but it's well fielded by Siraj at mid-off, and there is no run.
In the last 2 series, in the one furthest to go, as it were, India spinners took their wickets at 18 less than England spinners.
In again is Ashwin, and this is punched by Rehan, and he gets a couple into the covers. He's already looked busier than Ben Folkes, so he's got an idea to score runs. Whether he's got an idea to defend is a different matter. England 140 for 6.
He's certainly not going to push and prod. He looks confident. In the 2021, when you definitely had more turning decks, quite sharply so, which is when Root took all those wickets, as I recall. It was a difference of 12 between the attacks. So England's wickets with spin cost 12 runs a wicket more than the Indian attack.
240 runs if you translate that over a whole match.
Exactly.
Indeed.
And that's just given the remember you've got a spin attack here with 36 tests between them, 35 of which are Jack Leach's.
Yeah. And
he's a greedy boy.
There's Ashar again, and this is defended by Stokes, and there is no run. Of course, spinners aren't going to bowl all through a test match, so it's not 240 runs in reality, but you're paying, if you like, 240 runs per 20 wickets more, which is a lot.
I mean, I'm not trying to be overly pessimistic.
Ashar's in again. Stokes goes back. He's in danger of treading on his stumps. He's playing deep.
He is playing very deep.
And no run.
But I'm not trying to be overly pessimistic. But
I just have this feeling that somewhere in that Indian team there is the batsman who posts a big score, and that will always be a difference.
Ben Stokes gets one off the hip and jogs an easy single. He's in double figures now with 10. At the end of this over, we'll have a swap, but we won't have a swap. We'll just change
I'm
jobs.
disappear. Has it gone already? It's all those wickets tumbling.
I know.
Is Shelley, are you still listening? Don't you have work to go to? to save our last England 4 wickets.
Come back after tea.
Come back after tea, yeah.
Rayhan's on strike, and this ball is defended. But, good positive footwork there from Rayhan. Got the bat and pad close together, got the foot down the wicket. Doesn't look to have the frenetic element of Pope, nor the passivity of Folkes here, does Rayhan. So Q1 being hit up in the air, as this one skews off an outside edge, but there is no run.
Steve, can you let Krishna in, who's awaiting to join us?
Where?
He's on admit. Go to the right-hand screen with central computer. I'll come over and do it for you.
Behind the magic here, as Ashar is in to finish this over, as this ball is just pushed into the leg side, and they're through for a single. England go to 142 for 6 after 45 overs. We're halfway through the day, and we're also halfway through the day. Would you believe it? The time is lined up with the overs. Well done.
Well, if we're going to have a break now, I can go and help Steve out. Hold on.
Yeah. England up against it now. We've seen different approaches from different batsmen, which is how it should be. But certainly the batsmen who've looked to play more positively with their footwork, taking the scoring opportunities, they look much more likely to succeed than those who are much more willing to let the bowlers make the running, if you see what I mean.
Let me just finish off the messages. Willow Moon, now I know I'm having a nightmare. Yeah, we are. Jamie Wilson says, Hartley is a decent first-class batter. This is a different level, though, obviously.
He got a double 100 for Lancashire Twos last season.
Okay, Salheen says, hi, support England team from Bangladesh. Clap, clap. And MD says, are we surprised by this score, ? Probably not.
Well,
I'm surprised at how low the score is after 45 overs. It's only 3 runs on over, basically, so that's quite surprising.
Yeah, I mean,
Are you on socials, or are you just...
No, I think Jez is on socials.
I'm taking over from you, Steve.
Hi, Messrs. How you doing?
Very well, thank you. It's interesting. The West Indies is 175 off a lot fewer overs, but I think special note is worthy here of 17 overs in the hour since lunch.
Yeah,
that shows what can be done with a couple of spinners.
Yeah, but they're also. I was saying this in the green room. All 3 spinners want to rush the batsman, don't they? They want to get through their overs quickly. Rohit's had one, I think, maybe twice when he's reset the field partway through an over, but he's happy to let the bowlers bowl in their rhythm. And I'm always amazed that more captains and bowlers don't try to do this, where to rush the batsman rather than play at this sepulchral pace that they do so often. We're going to see some pretty unplayable deliveries. That one there from Ashar to Johnny Bairstow, I'm not sure how you're supposed to play that. That is a fantastic delivery that hit the very top of off stump, having pitched on middle. Root really
laid back, possibly.
Yeah, Root got a top edge there, but it's no good me saying the batsmen are being too passive and then complaining when another plays a positive shot. But Ben Folkes following the ball, you can see him withdrawing the bat the moment it takes the edge, but the damage is done there. He knows he should have let that one go, but he did get an edge. It went through to the keeper, and the story halfway through the day in time and overs is England 142 for 6, and I think Rohit and Jaiswal will be batting before the end of today.
That's a good prediction, that one.
Yeah, I think there's a very good chance.
So it's Ashwin continuing, bowling to Rayhan, who's actually looked quite comfortable so far, hasn't he? I have to say, he's punched us into the offside, an easy single.
Well, he's 19-year-old. He's got no fear, and he bats like he bowls. He wants to be in the game.
It must be great being 19 again, mustn't it?
Oh,
do you remember
it was the Buzzcocks who said 16 again, wasn't it? But 19 again would be rather nice.
Yeah, they could re-showing the root dismissal over and over. We don't really want to see it, boys. Thank you very much. They're obviously having a big conversation amongst the commentators about it. Anyway, Ashwin, right arm round to the left-handed. Ben Stokes just prods this back down the track, and Ashwin fields off his own bowling.
We should say here that Rehan's not taking particular risks. He's just playing sort of positive cricket shots.
Bazball's back. Ashwin in again, is sort of looping, and the ball sort of angling in onto the stumps, and Ben Stokes just punches it out into the offside.
Like a lot of England's batsmen, he is playing a bit inside out, you would say, with a golf shot, wouldn't you?
Slice is what I'd call it. This one forces Ben Stokes even further back in his crease, almost onto his stumps. We're slightly worried he is going to actually stand on them soon, but so far he's managed to avoid that ignominy. And another dot ball. Ashwin in again. His overs galloping through at a rate of knots. Clipped into the leg side. The man at mid-on is able to cut it off. No chance of a run. Yep, we're watching Root being out for the 8th time in the last 2 minutes.
I think they're trying to prove that he's not a better batsman than Sachin Tendulkar.
That must be the Indian TV company doing that then. Yeah. This one is punched into the deep offside by Ben Stokes, and they can take a run. The score has moved on to 144 for 6 at the end of the 46th over.
But I don't think India have a TV company. I think it's the BCCI that run the TV broadcast. Hence the logo in the top left-hand corner. I'm not absolutely certain, but I think so. But we'll go to Jez for your socials.
The BCCI owns the broadcast. I'm sure they contract out the actual making of it.
Yeah, I don't think it's the board of the BCCI behind the cameras, but yeah, I know what you mean.
There's some fools who thought it was a good idea to put KP on commentary. Then Bajaj says, well, it looks like the curator's nephew's brother-in-law was right. He was the one who predicted that the wicket would be spitting an hour after lunch.
Well, we'll get a close-up here. We'll get a close-up of a Punjabi samosa that looks very good, rather like the ones I occasionally buy in Tooting High Street. Sorry, Jez, sign of food there got to me.
Armchair Cricket Podcast. Ajit says, clearly this man, Rian Ahmed, can bat time. He's in at number 8 ahead of the more experienced Wood. Can he and Hartley keep their skipper Van Gogh company and take England past 200? A decent total here where the ball is turning on day one. I think 200 will actually keep them in the game for the time being. 250 would be a good score.
Well, we were talking, I was saying 300 would be competitive, and Tony wanted 400. Well, 300 would definitely be competitive now, as we have a new bowler.
We have a new bowler, yeah. Bumrah's jingle I can't spot at the moment. But anyway, it's a change from spin. A bit of medium pace. Be nice to see.
A bit more than medium pace, but that first delivery was left outside off stump, and that was medium pace. A little bit of a loosener from the
bowled tightly, didn't he?
Indian spearhead.
4.1, 0 for 12.
Yeah, they went after Siraj with the new ball rather than Bumrah, paying him plenty of respect, as he deserves.
As he deserves, indeed.
Well, I think what they heard was that you were back on comms, Gary, and it was very hard for you to get all your words in while the spinners were playing.
Well, I think that's definitely so. I have a hotline to Rohit.
He's in again, and this one is outside off stump, punched into the gully area by Stokes. No chance of a run. Here is the jingle.
And now then, Marty Bumrah, oh, you're bowling again, aren't you? Oh, I thought as much.
I've always thought that jingle was the Mighty Bumrah, but it's actually the Mardy Bumrah.
Mighty Quinn. I should have probably used that.
I was with you, Gary. That's what I thought too.
It says Mardy Bumrah on the title coming up on the screen.
Anyway, he's in again, bowling right arm round. This one's arrowing in towards Stokes' stumps, but he's pushed it away onto the leg side, fairly square. Man from mid-wicket jogs round to intercept, and it's one more run to the score.
It's Shubman Gill, and the reason I'm pointing out it's Shubman Gill is that if you say Shubman Gill has fielded that ball, you're about half right, because I think he's fielded about 50% of the deliveries. Yeah.
Yeah, they're still analysing the root dismissal here. That's the 10th time.
Oh, they're wallowing in it. Wallowing.
Anyway, must be interesting conversations on the Indian broadcasts, or Sky probably. No, it's TNT Sports. Oh, God. Have they got KP?
Yeah,
commentator? Oh, right.
KP and Owen Morgan.
Oh, right. Anyway, Bumrah back to over the wickets and to the right-handed Rehan, who gives that a lot of respect, plays it very defensively, punches it back down the track, no run.
But you can see he's got some batting credentials, Rehan. He's got plenty of time to play the ball, whether it's a spinner or the pace. That shows his balance at the crease is good, that his thinking is clear, and that he has the confidence to back his judgment on line and length. But, he's got plenty about him.
Bumrah jogging in. This one is mishit by Rehan. Come off the bottom inside edge of the bat.
Yeah, that was
skewers away. Again, no run.
It's a bit of a false shot, really, because his front foot actually went down the line of leg stump, and therefore he was playing the ball with his hands. It's the first time he's looked a little bit more like a lower order batsman rather than a
You
decent
can call him a
sort of
number
7
8.
or 8.
He'll take it.
Yeah, I think he will.
So 25 innings, 700 runs. I suppose he knocks them up, doesn't he? It's not bad.
Well, it's not bad
for a number 8.
First class, he's 19, playing first class cricket. He's already got 500s and
Bumrah in to
half century.
complete his over. This is a bit of a full bunger, an attempted Yorker. He's squirted that away behind leg. Behind the behind the wicket, and this is going to be overthrown. And this might actually go to the boundary. It is. It's going to be a total of 6 runs. I will jingle a 4 because it was 2 runs and a 4. And with that, England have brought up the 150. 151 for 6.
I wondered if it hit Rehan as he was running through, but apparently you can take. I don't know if it's just in one day, but you do take the overthrows if it hits you and you haven't changed your line of running.
Watching the replay, so he clips it or it goes past the square leg umpire, and I don't think it did hit anything, did it?
I think Ben Stokes.
No, it's a wild throw, and they just weren't expecting him to throw to the bowler's end.
Ben Stokes knows all about running to the bowler's end and overthrows coming in by the barest of margins.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, the fielder backing up really wasn't tuned in there, and was slow to take off to cover it.
And we're at 150 up.
Yeah, 151. And with that, Rehan has galloped into double figures. They've frozen the picture now, yeah.
But we can see that the man backing up is sort of standing there with arms.
I think he's watching the wicketkeeper.
I think he is. Yeah. I think he was expecting the ball to go to the keeper's end. That's the. It was Siraj who the camera are pointing out as the guilty man. And he hasn't played that well in the field, Siraj. He's taken a very good catch.
Oh, they've adjusted the score to 150 for 6.
So they're saying, the reason is that they hadn't completed the second run.
Yeah.
So
there's a lot of conflab going on. Ben Stokes asking the umpires for clarification.
So
square leg umpire is still, he's making his way back.
That's where we got the freeze frame, because when the ball was released by the thrower, they hadn't completed the second run, and therefore
they'd barely crossed, actually.
Yeah. They hadn't crossed is actually the reality. So
anyway,
eventually.
What an exciting over. New over, and it's Ravi Ashwin to continue. This is clipped away into the leg side. There's a chance of a run there, and for whatever reason, Stokes has declined that, sent Rehan back and said no.
Never run on a misfield. I think it's very much the captain's call there, which is why Rehan's having a smile telling Ben Stokes, there was one there, mate, there was.
Well, you're the skipper, and therefore you're right.
But it's a good sign from the teenager, It's a very tense situation here, but he can still have a laugh and a smile with his captain, and as Brian Clough would always say, a relaxed player is a good player.
Talking about relaxed, in comes Ashwin. That one's jagged back, hits his pad. Umpires turned down the big appeal for LBW. Was that an inside edge first? DRS time was counting down. I don't think
Rohit's not interested.
No, he's waved it away already with one flick of the arm.
He was a long way forward, but it looked straight to me, but perhaps going over the top.
Maybe even outside the line, because let's have a look. Here it is. Got right down. Yeah, umpire's called, I would have thought. At best. He's gone for the big one, and he's managed to get it over, and we've actually got a genuine boundary off the bat.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
Good intent, but he didn't time it, and the fielder at sort of halfway back at mid-on, conceding the single where I've been complaining.
Only about a yard over his eye.
It wasn't far over his head. It was
I thought that. This one's cut back inside. Gone between bat and pad. Ashwin is asking what the hell's gone on. The keeper's done nothing. No one's gone up in upfield. Nowhere near pad, so it's not that. Don't think it's touched anything. And everything's going back to let's get on with the game. That's good.
But Rehan's got to come up with a plan here because he's going to get out if he doesn't continue to play as positively as he had been doing.
Ashwin again, this one. Oh, this goes for that same shot. This time it's inside edge onto his pad.
Well, it was there for him.
Dribbles away to the gully position.
It was
a wise ball from Ashwin, that last one. He threw it right out nice and wide. It was about 3 stumps wide of off stump, and Rayan thought about it and got into right old tangle. As you say, he's got to think about his tactics here, his plans, his what he's trying
I
to
think
do.
he's got to commit to the attacking game. If he's going to play the attacking game, if it's in his half, it's going to have to go.
This one turns quite sharply back in towards Rehan, clips it away square on the leg side. The fielder's able to comfortably field it and pick it up. That's quite an interesting, exciting over all the way around, that one. Not something that exciting for a long time.
No, it's getting
any
even more
socials,
turn.
Yes, Ajit says, of all the England dismissals so far, Crawley and Root will be ruining their shots. The others will work out or got out to chaffers. I don't know what Bairstow could have done defending that ball. It looked almost unplayable at such speed.
Yeah, he needs 2
I'm
bats
still
in his
thinking
hand.
about your poor Mo from Brian Clough, that a relaxed player is a good player. That's such a bullshit statement. It
No,
really
it's not a direct quote, but he used to concentrate very hard on making his players relax, not thinking about the game too much, being relaxed before the game, not getting tense, not getting tight. And, he has 2 European Cups to his name, and part of the Bazball philosophy is that players should enjoy their time at the crease.
Bumrah to continue.
I'll take that, but it by itself, it's a bullshit statement.
Well,
I mean, I could be relaxed and really shit.
It's not a sufficient condition, but perhaps it's a necessary condition.
Yes.
We're just double checking on this. Was it 5 or 6? They definitely haven't crossed at the point he releases the ball.
I never knew this was a rule. I never knew that you had to cross to get the overthrow when the player released it. I don't know if that's new or not, but I certainly didn't know it.
Bumrah has bowled 1 ball to Stokes in this, his 6th over. It was just jabbed away. There you go. Owen Morgan holding court.
With Harsha Bhogle and Ravi Shastri. I like Harsha Bhogle. He has a very relaxed style at the mic, doesn't he?
Bumrah in again. This one's outside off stump and it's just jabbed away on the 45 by Ben Stokes. Man, that third man comes dashing in, stops it, cuts it off, gets it back in again. 1 more run.
That's very much the one-day shot,
Yes,
wasn't it? That was the
isn't
bread
it?
and butter of 80s cricket, one-day internationals.
You
Where
just sort of hang your bat out there and the
just
ball
run
hits
it off
it
the
and
face.
just run it down. Yeah.
It's how you got to 270 for 5 after 60 overs and say, oh, this is going to take some getting today.
I've been watching a bit of that lately. There's a channel on my Samsung TV which is 24-hour cricket from the Cricket Australia archives, and it's all these sort of 80s and 90s tests and ODIs involving Australia.
Oh,
Great stuff.
A good substitute for Robalinda too.
Bumrah in
Yes.
again. This is outside off stump. There's a big inside edge. There's a lot of.
Well, India are convinced.
They think they've got him. I haven't.
And I think they have.
Yeah.
It was just
gone up.
He just played a nothing shot there, Rehan. He seemed to give up on the idea of being aggressive, and he's just hung the bat out there. They're going to have a look, the umpires, as to whether the catch is carried. I don't think there's any doubt about the edge, but it was, he kept his feet in the crease.
Yeah, didn't move his feet at all.
He was just sort of hanging a bat outside there. The only thing that might save him is that it was such a nothing shot that the ball may have just died a little as it took the inside edge. But we'll see it again.
Didn't do very much. It was
just a nothing shot. Look.
Ooh, didn't it? Yeah, it didn't even touch it, did he?
Doesn't look like it's
No,
hit it.
he hasn't touched that. There's a
Yes, he has.
huge gap.
There's a deflection.
Well, we'll soon see on Ultra Edge. Well, there's
Oh,
definitely an
tiny
edge.
one, tiny one.
Yeah, there's definitely an edge. But look where the
Yeah,
bat is. The bat is
Two-
miles
two-
away from
2
his
feet
head.
away from-
Yeah,
And
and,
that's
it's
gone
a
straight in
very
the gloves,
clean catch.
and that's a very good catch.
It is. He's come forward, which is never easy when you're in the slips or as a wicket keeper. But he's come forward, and a very strange innings from Rehan, which seemed to comprise complete confidence, which was shattered into sheer reticence in the last sort of 6 or 7 deliveries he faced.
So the 7th wicket has gone down.
Silly little boy.
Yes.
What on earth were you playing at?
155 for 7. It was, to be fair, it was the off cutter from
Good ball.
yeah, it was a good ball.
But the second time, that ball wide outside off stump, and he's dangled his bat out
Yeah,
there,
he
hasn't
just
moved his
hasn't-
feet, and it's
What was
done
he-
for him.
What was he trying to do with the shot? Because at most it would have just sort of gone into the offside. And you just wonder. He has got, well, like a lot of England batsmen, his head just doesn't seem to have been absolutely clear as to whether to attack or defend, and that's been one of the good things about Bazball, is that
indeed
it's allowed players to go out there and
Messrs,
attack
you got
the ball.
anything on social? Shall we catch up?
Mark Davies says, let's see what India do on this pitch. The ball is spinning so much, it's making all the spinners look like Shane Warne.
Well, Bumrah spun that with his off cutter, didn't
Yeah.
he? You could see him
You
run
could see
his
with the
fingers
hand turn over it, yeah.
down the side of the ball, and it genuinely pitched and spun as the son of 2 Olympians comes to the crease. Do you know that, Jez, about his parents?
No, I didn't actually.
Yeah, Tom Hartley's parents are Bill Hartley, who was, I think, a pole vaulter, and Donna Hartley, who was the golden girl of British athletics in the late 70s and early 80s.
Well,
Who was
here's
a
his jingle.
400-metre runner.
Tom Hartley again. You give spinners a bad name.
Yeah, Donna Hartley, I remember her. She was a bit of a babe, wasn't she?
Yeah, she's dead now, I think. I think she got cancer, I think,
Oh,
died
yeah.
in her 50s. I may be wrong there. I often sort of impute that people are dead when they're still alive.
You haven't heard
but-
of them for about 2 minutes.
Yeah. But yeah, he has...
Anyway,
has
England.
sporting excellence in his blood.
155 for 7. And Hartley faces his first ball. This is fine down the leg side by Bumrah. Doesn't get anything on it. The wicketkeeper makes a fine stop diving away. Just watching a
is this-
replay again. Very
Is
good
his,
catch.
is his sister Alex Hartley, who used to play for England, is
I
now
don't
a
know.
commentator?
I don't know.
I've got a feeling he has a sister who also plays cricket, but it may be a different Hartley.
Okay.
I'm not certain. Perhaps Twitter can enlighten us if you know more about Tom Hartley, who is, I think he's from Southport. I think
I don't know.
he's not a full Scouser, but he's relatively
Close
close
enough,
for a
close
Test cricket.
enough.
Very few Test cricketers from Liverpool.
It's not
In
showing
comes
any
Bumrah.
relatives on his cricket profile.
Ooh.
Maybe not then.
This one spears off the outside edge.
Does-
He didn't really seem to have covered that very well. Ends up in being fielded by the man in gully.
Does
no
it,
run.
Does it say he's from Southport? Because we don't want to lose one of the great cricket quiz questions.
Well, he was born in Ormskirk.
Oh, Ormskirk, yeah.
On May the 3rd, 1999.
So Bill Hartley was his father, but Donna Hartley was not his mother, so stepmother or something maybe. And she
Oh,
died.
right.
Yeah.
All right.
Ormskirk. I
Hello.
played cricket in Ormskirk.
Bumrah in again, and this one beats the outside edge of Tom Hartley's bat. He didn't really know very much about that. I think he put a bit more into that one. 138 kilometres an hour.
So the great quiz question is: who was the last Test cricketer from Liverpool?
Oh.
You know this one, Jess?
No.
No idea. Probably turn out to be an Indian cricketer or something.
Yeah, probably. Well, probably plays for
What
New
is it?
Zealand
Tell
now
us.
or something like that.
It's sort of on the right lines. The last Test cricketer from Liverpool was Michael Clarke.
Oh, really? The Aussie?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Suburb of Sydney.
There you
Right.
go.
A suburb of Sydney. That was a trick question.
It's a good one.
It's a
It's
good
a good
one.
one.
It's a good
The
one.
last England Test cricketer was, I think, Ken Cranston in the 1950s.
Blimey, that's been
Yeah,
that long.
it's a long, long time.
Too much football in Liverpool, that's the problem.
Well, I
Anyway,
can tell you that
Ravi Ash-
Marion Faithful came from Ormskirk. There you go.
Really?
Oh, right.
Oh.
Anyway, Ravi Ashwin is continuing his becoming quite lengthy spell now. First ball, Stokes is treated with complete respect. Second ball punched into the offside, and it's close in cover, cuts it off.
It's Ormskirk's about 15 miles to the northeast of Liverpool, getting out towards Lancashire, and par-bowled.
Ashwin again, and punched into the offside again. No chance. Ball doesn't really go anywhere. And another dot ball, 3 dot balls so far in this quickly completing over.
And Gavin Griffiths was born in Ormskirk, played for Leicestershire.
And Lancashire, I think, for a short time.
Ashwin in again, right
Yes,
arm round and clipped away just behind. Square on the leg side. That Indian fielder slowly jogs in. The England batsmen slowly jog up the track, and one more is added to the score. 156 for 7.
I think Gavin Griffiths had a good day at one of the early T20 finals days in sort of 2005 or something like that. I may be wrong. This is why Google is our friend.
Indeed.
Good
Umbrella
idea.
Over is asking if you can give a summary of what's happened for those who've just waking up like him.
I'll let Gary do that because he's watched all of the games so far. This time, Tom Hartley had decided to dispatch this from his presence and promptly does so, and we have another 4.
Sure.
Well, England won the toss, batted, got off to a positive start, particularly against Mohammad Siraj. 4s being hit by both openers, Crawley and Ben Duckett. The game changed when the spinners came on. England lost 3 for 5. Bit of a recovery from Johnny Bairstow and Joe Root, but again England have had another collapse and are now 160 for 7, being tortured by spin.
Talking of which, Ashwin into Tom Hartley, which he defends, prods it back down to the bowler. Got ball. And that's the end of the 50th over of this England innings. 160 for 7. This session, 22 overs, 52 runs, 4 wickets.
The
As you
only
say,
real Baz ball we've seen, I think, was from Ben Duckett, who was slashing 4s and driving 4s. Zach Crawley played largely positively, as did Johnny Bairstow, but it's been more or less orthodox cricket from the other players. Ollie Pope looked likely to get out from any delivery, jabbing, lunging at the ball. Johnny Bairstow got an unplayable one from Ashar Patel. Joe Root, top edge, round the corner. But India have bowled well. They've caught well. Excellent catch from Mohammad Siraj, and we've just seen an excellent catch from KS Bharat. But much depends on Ben Stokes here to get England up to about 250.
Bumrah starts, but gets his feet all in a little bit of a twist, and so ends up bailing out of the run-up.
Well, there was movement behind the bowler's arm yet again. That must be at least half a dozen times now that England's batsmen have had to pull away due to movement behind the bowler's arm. And we're seeing here that England have got slower and slower, or rather through the day, batting.
Bumrah in, and this is a slow ball which eventually gets to Ben Stokes, and he just clips it into the leg side. No run.
Stokes has got 14 off 48, and that really reveals the circumspection. He has been at the crease under a bit of pressure, but he's certainly not trying to hit too many boundaries at the moment. And I suppose that shows a bit of faith in Tom Hartley's batting, which, as I say, is not bad by any means. Certainly, if he does continue to play for England, I don't expect to see him down at number 9 very often.
Good. Well, he looked very confident in that 4 he hit, so good to see. Just watching replays of the Rehan wicket that Bumrah took in the previous over. As he starts his run into Ben Stokes. This is outside off stump again. He just plays his little hung the bat out and let it run off the face, and man from third man gallops in and restricts him just to the single. Score moves on to 161 for 7.
I guess the other point we would make about what we've seen so far is that the ball has spun significantly, and there are times when the ball has pitched not in footholes but in the middle of the wicket and taken not so much a puff of dust as a clump of earth with it as it bites and turns. usually beating the bat, but on occasion taking the edge. This is going to be a difficult wicket to bat on in the fourth over. In the fourth innings. It's
the
difficult.
fourth over was tough as well.
Yeah, it's been tough from the word go.
Bumrah starts his staccato run up of his, and he's in past the umpire. This has come off a little bit of the front edge of Tom Hartley's back. Doesn't go anywhere. The man at a sort of wicket area just ambles in to pick it up.
Well, he's going through his repertoire from his white ball
skills
bowling, because he's putting in cutters here. Bumrah is putting in the slower ball.
Well, he knows on this track it's going to grip, doesn't it?
Yeah,
So
I mean, there is what's euphemistically referred to as natural variation in this pitch.
he's in again. A confident shot from Stokes this time. Pushes it away. Man at deep mid off, dives away to his right, manages to cut the ball off. It's just the single added to the score. We're going to have some changes coming up on the team here at the end of this over.
It was Hartley, by the way. He's also
Hartley,
left-handed, but quite a bit taller and leaner than Stokes.
And not as ginger.
And not as ginger, but he's also playing the more expansive shots, so there's risk in Hartley's game here, but he's garnered 5 runs. He's
I've
on
got
dead.
a couple of excellent tweets to squeeze in.
Yeah, yep. Good,
Matthew Callan says there was a man on comms during the Ashes who would often say, "Go harder, vibes and bucket hat," bringing him back, because the answer is clearly just to go harder with bucket hat vibes in the second innings. That's
good
men
bit
with
of
Ben, Dave Barrett.
I think that was Jaiswal cutting it off, stopping it by about a yard, getting into the boundary ropes. They'd restrict them to just the 3. I think just the 2 runs. In fact, they took there.
It was the only complaint I would have about that tweet is that I hope he said "go hard" in block capital letters, because it was always in block capitals. Well, it's not the right thing at all.
Fine bit of fielding. We're just watching a replay of Jadeja ending up in the off the pitch and in the covers and all sorts there, but he stopped the runs. That's the important thing. Anyway, he's in to complete his 7th over, and Stokes just gives us a lot of respect and goes away off the outside edge, ends up a gully. That's the end of the over. End of my stint. England 164 for 7. I believe Mr. Bishop is coming in here. Bye, folks. Have a good day. Enjoy the cricket.
Another excellent tweet from Spicy Golden Duck says, "Good morning, Gorillas. Other people from Ormskirk include impressionist John Culshaw and me." Good on you, Jones. Thank you. And Ajit says, "Can't keep Bumrah out of the action. Very cleverly disguised, slower cutter."
Hey, Tony. Can you hear me?
$164 for 7.
Over here, Chris.
Hi, Tony. Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear. I am delighted to say our Ashwin.
Hello from Melbourne, Australia.
Around the wicket he comes to Hartley, who defends back to him. Well, it was all going very well for England. In the first 10 overs, they got themselves to just past 50, largely against pace. Down the track again comes Hartley, but it just sort of half volleys it back to Ashwin. But then 3 wickets for 5 runs that saw the back of Duckett and Crawley and whom else? Pope, very quickly, who only lost a couple. That turns sharply past the left arm Hartley into the gloves of KS Bharat. And since then, wickets have come at a fairly regular clip, haven't they, Krishna? And it's gone decisively India's way, I would say.
It definitely has. And I wanted to ask you, Ben Stokes, I'll pause.
Oh, that's all right. That's a big shout from Ashwin as Stokes was looking to, Hartley was looking to pull
reverse sweep.
It was looking for a reverse sweep, and it was pad, and then, well, they think back, but I don't think they think back that much that Rohit is going to...
Ashwin was convinced.
Ashwin, well, yes, that he's a bowler, of course.
I thought...
it was arm. It was the top of pad and elbow, really. That one again slightly squares up Hartley, but he deals with it competently enough. He looks fairly calm demeanour, I think.
How old's Hartley? He looks like a child.
He looks like a
24.
child. He's
How much? 24.
He's
Okay.
24, Bear.
Yeah.
You're at
So
the
Ben
age now
Stokes
where
seems to-
policemen look young.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, apparently
Ben
they all
Stokes
are,
seems
aren't they?
capable-
Sorry, Chris.
Yeah, I was going to ask. Ben Stokes seems more capable of going through the gears and playing the match situations than some of the other England players. Would that be a fair comment?
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. The thing is, he's going to run out of partners, and he's been very slow and cautious, as probably is the right thing to do, as we wait for Ashwin to come around the wicket. And Stokes has stepped back and looked to
That was
really
Hartley.
leather that. Beg your pardon, it was Hartley. Yeah, it's two left-handers are confusing me. Both quite tall.
He looks quite tall.
Yeah, they're both quite. He is tall. Well, that's the reason he's largely selected, is that he gets bounce more than he gets turn. But this, of course, is the challenge England has in terms of picking spinners.
He's basically England's Axar Patel, isn't he?
Well, that's the plan. Not quite with the same degree of experience. We don't play any cricket, red ball cricket now, when the pitches are conducive to a bit of turn. Consequently, we will reap the rewards of that.
To
and,
be
we're
fair,
seeing it already.
The last Test series we were there was Axar Patel's debut.
It was. You're right.
And he
And
ripped us apart.
he and Ashwin together were unstoppable, weren't they?
And he took 4 or 5 wicket hauls in a row, I think.
Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Hartley can do the same.
I mean,
Whereas when Australia were in India last year, Axar Patel was very ineffective. He was better with the bat, actually.
That is true. That is true. 165 for 7. We're about to see the 53rd over. Stokes is 17 off 51 balls. He's going to be facing Jadeja, who's 2 for 43, who's around the wicket. That one turns, but it's flicked off his legs. It's probably off pad. It's going to go down to fine leg. There is nobody at fine leg. And actually given as runs by Pistol, who signals 4, and boy, will England take that.
1. Trivia question for you.
2 and 3 and 4.
Creeping up towards that 200.
Yeah, it was. Actually, it was. It was sort of a bit edgy, but it was good enough. Rohit looks frustrated. I can understand why. In comes Jadeja. That's popped up in the air and over the man at forward short leg. And plops just behind him. Huge frustration for Jadeja. And no run. It's a dot ball for England. Did he get any bat on that? Was it just...
Yeah, I think
so.
so.
I thought it was bat onto pad.
I think he did. Yeah, I think he did get some.
As a result, down the track comes Hartley. Big foot forward. It's down though to Jasprit, who is at long on. They'll take a single. The score will move on to 170 for 7.
He's playing with good positive intent, Hartley, for a guy in his Test debut.
Well, he is, yep. He's not looking phased. He's got his captain out there with him. So you have 2 left-handers together, facing Jadeja, who forces Stokes onto the back foot, where he has been for a lot of the time, playing spin, so much so on occasions that he's looked in danger of stepping right back onto his stumps. He's clearly decided that he's going to use his feet backwards. That one is a reversed away, and he's got that all the way to, well, it would be the cover boundary, became the mid-wicket boundary because he reversed it, and it's 4 more for England.
That was a great shot. Outrageous, but great.
It was.
Had his reasons for selecting his landscape seasons.
Can't get the jingle out before the next ball.
The long one, that one.
Yeah, and that one was just defended again quite low by Stokes. It draws that over to a close. There were 9 runs from it. Bear, who's on social?
I don't know. You pass me that iPad and I'll tell
Why
you.
don't I pass you the wherewithal from which to communicate that?
No, now I can. There's the
I
actor
have a
from
question
Saltburn.
for you, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Yes, Chris.
So every Test match is numbered 2,500 and whatever it is.
Yeah.
This Test match started at the same moment that the Test match in in Brisbane started today between
Good
Australia
question.
and the West Indies. though, which number goes first? Which test gets?
Oh, now there's a
Well,
test.
we'll wait as that one is stepped back to by Hartley and forced out towards mid-on, and they'll take an easy single. Logic might say under those circumstances, either A, the BCCI says we're more important, therefore we'll come first, or perhaps more sensibly, you go alphabetically. And Australia
I would go
comes before India in the alphabet.
Oh, interesting.
So I don't know the answer to that question. I was just intrigued.
Ashwin is forward. Stokes is forward, pushed onto the leg side. There is a single taken.
Well, it'd be interesting if you go to cricket info.
Well, I'm just looking.
What test number it is.
I
would go Australia because it's later in the day.
No, it started at the same time.
No, it's not. It's a day.
I know.
But
But around the world, it started later in the day. So therefore, for some reason, it goes first. In my reverse logical thinking.
That is a point in a way. Yeah, and that one's nicely steered by Hartley to backward square. They're going to come back for two. Well run. Very well run. They know they've got to push on, these two. They can't just sit back. This ball is turning. Occasionally it's keeping low. Occasionally it's leaping a little bit. It's certainly turning, and it's not easy. I'm actually looking, and it's not hard. It's not easy to see on the scorecard. It'll be down towards the bottom of the scorecard, won't it?
It used to be at the top.
It's test number. As this one's defended by Hartley. So this one is test number 2525. To quote, was it Zager and Evans in the year 25?
Yeah.
Was it Zager and Evans?
I can't remember the name of the people who did it. But
well, it was the year 25. So this one's 25-25. So Chris, if you have a look, what's the Australia one? That one is hit high by Hartley. Has he hit it far enough? It's out towards mid-wicket. It's gone all the way. It's
Good shot, my man.
Absolute rocket launch from Hartley, who's smacked it away for what in some circles would be called a maximum. We're just going to call it 6. Either way, it was a super shot. Now, this is a good point, seeing as it's, I think, the first 6 of the game, as we'll wait for Ashwin. This one's defended by Hartley. Well played, lad. Out into the onside. Was it A.B. de Villiers and or Kevin Peterson in a X-stroke Twitter conversation suggested that if you hit a 6 over 100 metres, it should actually count for 12, as they were brainstorming ridiculous ideas.
Hey, that's been mentioned many times before, but it's still a really shit idea.
Well, I don't know. I mean, just think how logically, why don't you attach sort of electrodes to the batsman, and if they drop below 6 and over, you just
give them a little shock.
Quick electric shock or something. I mean, how ridiculous more ideas can you possibly come up with? England, by the way, that 6 has advanced England away to 184 for 7 at the end of that over. 22 for Stokes. Hartley, nearly a runner ball, 20 off 21 for him. This partnerships were 29 off 33 deliveries, and they got to be bold. Chris, they've got to be bold, and that's pretty much what they're doing. Bear, who's with us?
Absolutely.
I think the only new one we have. Oh no, there's another one. Australia versus West Indies 25-24. So yes, that's
this one,
messy. So this one, so Australia, because it's further forward in the world, comes first.
Or alphabetical.
Yeah.
Or alphabetical.
See, my argument is just as good as yours,
Yeah,
because
well,
it ends
it
up
is.
with the same result.
Yeah, it does indeed. Oh, was that live?
Has he launched that for 6?
No,
it's
4.
4. One bounce 4, pulled away to leg by Ben Stokes off the bowling of Jadeja, and it is, as you rightly say, 4 more of these.
I think it was another reverse sweep,
It was
wasn't it?
a reverse, yeah. I say out to leg, but
It was identical to the shot in the last over.
It was a reverse sweep, and it's a terrific shot.
I think Hartley's positivity is rubbing off on Stokes now.
Quite possibly, and they're closing in on that 200, which wouldn't be too bad. Paul Howard said, how much is Somerset getting fined for this pitch? And that's grubby.
As this one is steered away to backward square, they'll take and jog an easy single. Well, we did have a little WhatsApp discussion this week, and as soon as England announced their team, a day and a half before the start of the test, the discussion generally was what could the groundsman do to the pitch to sort of change the as a result of the knowing exactly what team England were fielding. And I just sent everyone a picture of a rake Never forget, I say, never forget. This one is pulled away beautifully. Is it going to bisect the fielder at backward square?
No.
And fine leg, no, it isn't. And they will take 2 nonetheless. It is 7 off this over so far. 191 for 7 England. Krish.
Is Stokes capable of bowling? I understand he's had his knee surgery. Is he
No.
bowling?
No. He is
Unless
very
they've kept that under wraps and he actually is.
Well, that would be a big surprise, but yet to be seen. That's competently dealt with by Hartley, pushed out to mid-on, where Jasprit Bumrah feels they take another single, 192 for 7.
We've never really had any news on where he is after his surgery. I mean, he can play, clearly, but
No,
I mean, they really keep it quiet.
They kept it quiet because it was in doubt until about a week ago. And Ben Stokes said it was about a week ago that everything was working when he got to Abu Dhabi, and he was going through his training and he was pushing himself on fitness, and he felt that it was probably then that he said, right, now I can focus on the cricket. This one is nicely turned off his legs by Ben Stokes out towards deep mid wicket. They will get another single and move the score edging closer to 200, 193 for 7. So I think they did know, but it took them a while to know. It was only about a week ago that they were confident. Krish, sorry.
Okay. No, I was going to suggest maybe Jimmy Anderson in the team as a second seamer.
Oh, he's bowled him. Absolutely clean through Hartley. Jadeja's done the trick, and I'm afraid it was a loose shot, just turned back into the left-hander, smacked his middle stump, and Hartley's brief and entertaining first Test match knock, I'm afraid, has come to an end. But
it's a useful
he's
23.
Done well enough. Where is what I would call a kind send-off? Here we go. We'll give him this one.
Yeah, it's about 50 seconds long.
Well, I can fade it. Fade it. Oh. GJ Tony Tone,
on the wheels of steel.
On the wheels of steel here. It's all easy to do. There you go. Much as I hate to say this to Billie Holiday, but there she goes.
Well, it's so much of an intro, isn't it? Yeah, it was an entertaining little innings, wasn't it? 23 is quite handy.
But I don't know.
The ball turned viciously.
Yeah, it did. It turned right into the left hand.
And this is day 1, second session. I mean, this pitch is only going to get worse, man. I mean, if it gets to day 3, it's going to be all over the shop.
Yeah. So I was going to suggest Jimmy Anderson in the team. At least he will keep the run rate quiet and reverse swing the ball.
Well, Jimmy Anderson.
And Joe Root can bowl as the third spinner.
Well,
he's very, very good.
Yeah, see, that would be one of the options. I just don't think they trust the second spinner, whoever they are, really. Whoever it is has got no experience.
Jimmy Anderson in the nets has been bowling, apparently, halfway decent leg spin. If you follow George DeBell, who's obviously there and watching England's training sessions, better than halfway passable. Pretty good leg spin was the way I think George DeBell described it. So who knows? Well, we're going to see Mark Wood.
Yes. So he's going to try and extend his career for another decade, maybe.
Well, keep going. Maybe he's going to be like Stanley Matthews in football. He's going to play sort of well into his 50s.
I mean, I've got a feeling they're just going to rotate the seamers, aren't they? Give them one game each, sort of deal.
Ashwin, Ben Stokes steps back, punches really out towards deep mid wicket. They'll take a single. I would hope he's going to trust Woody. Yes, he is. And here is the new man at the crease.
Do you know Mark Wood? Yes, he is an England bowler, quite good and pretty quick. So just a normal guy. Of course, except for just one thing. What? He thinks that he's a horse. Right. What?
Yeah, it's an interesting choice, Krish, I grant you, as this one is played low in front of his off stump by the equine Wood. You pick your least reliable fitness-wise bowler, but a man who says he hasn't absolutely got a point to prove, defended competently enough, 194 for 8. He has said that they were shocked by the World Cup. He feels he owes England proving that he can do it in India. Down the track he comes and muscles this, but muscles it really straight to mid-on. Will just take a single. 195 for 8.
He was brilliant in the Ashes with bat and ball, really, wasn't he?
He was. And those 30s and 40s that he made a big difference to England. As he pointed out in an interview, England only drew 2 and won 1. Oh, sorry, the other way around. 1-2 and drew 1. So he and Chris Wokes, as he was very quick to point out, were unbeaten in the Ashes, regardless of what happened in the first 2 games. Technically, he's absolutely correct. I do notice, by the way, the Rajiv Gandhi Stadium here is filling up a little bit. There's still plenty of orange seats evident, but a few less, quite a few less than at the beginning. Can't be easy to see a red ball on the background of those orange seats, can it? Talk about a stadium that's probably designed specifically for more white ball cricket. Who was it? Deccan Chargers played there initially, if I'm right.
Oh God.
Or Deccan Gladiators, Chargers, Gladiators, one of the two. 2004, this stadium was open. It's only stage 5 tests. 1 draw, the first against New Zealand, the rest all massive Indian wins. As forward comes Stokes. Eases this out past extra cover. He should come back for 2. Maybe
he's
not. No. Well, it's the penultimate ball of the over, so he's going to let Woody take 1. Stokes has moved on to 30. England have moved on to 196 for 8.
I mean, the thing is, do you need... I was going to say, do you need a second seamer? And look, Siraj, they've used Bumrah a bit here, but Siraj has bowled, 3-4 overs in the entire game so far at 55?
Yeah,
I mean,
he was definitely the looser of the 2 openers, as onto the back foot goes Mark Wood. Does a little hop as he plays this quite low in front of his off stump to first slip on the bounce. And at the end of the over, England stay on 196, is it, or 197?
Yeah, we have a super chat. Nick Vickers is with us. Hello, Nick. It's £2 or €2? €2, I think. He says, hello, Gorillas. Test cricket on GC. Fantastic.
We love it.
We love it.
176 days we worked out. 176 days since we last covered some test cricket.
Which would have been the last Ashes series.
Not our fault.
Last Ashes test. Oh, we have some tweets too.
196 for 8.
Dave Barrett is with us, replying to Gorilla Cricket. Well, guess what he said?
Go harder.
You are correct.
Oh,
in capitals with 3 exclamation marks. Dave Wood says, other changes to rule suggestions. Every team must include 3 left-handers and cannot contain players with the same surname.
Oh, that's an interesting thought. What about rhyming surnames? You've got to be allowed those. And oh my goodness, Stokes is falling over. There's a big shout from Jadeja. Stokes was looking to hold Jadeja over mid-wicket. Rohit looks interested. He's leaning on the shoulder of, is that KS Bharat?
Keeper.
And they have decided to review.
Yeah, that's because it's Stokes, isn't it?
Yeah,
well,
you would.
I think you would anyway.
I didn't see the ball, so I can't tell.
The original decision was not out. It was an attempted launch over mid-wicket, I think, by Stokes as a legitimate sweep. And the question is, well, it could be either they're looking for a top edge, or we'll have a look and let you know. He gets down towards the pitch.
Oh, it's an edge.
I think he gets a bottom
Definitely.
edge. Yeah, he gets a bottom edge.
Yeah.
I think there's a bottom edge onto pad. It's a slightly fuzzy picture that we get on the very ultra slow-mo replay.
Yeah, that looks like it's before the pad, doesn't it?
Stokes is smiling and laughing, looking every day more and more like Vincent Langoff. I'm sure one day he's going to come out with half an ear.
Yeah, I think they've decided they didn't even bother going snicker. There's a big...
Yeah, it was such an obvious... We did see it correctly. Yeah, that's a pretty noticeable edge.
Oh,
he'd also got outside. He got outside the line. No, that's his off
maybe
stump
they
though,
are
isn't
going
it?
through. I thought that deflected massively there. It's not really come up on the snicko though, has it?
Well, in that case,
then he's in
is he
trouble
outside?
now,
Is his foot outside the line though? When the
But that's
on
an
the impact?
obvious. He's definitely hit that, surely. I mean, look, the ball goes there.
Well, I think you've got that, and you've also got where his leg is.
I don't think they got the volume turned up on snicko, because I think that is the ball hitting. Well, no, Yeah, you see, they definitely know it's been hit, but it's not. It's not the spike you see elsewhere, is it?
Full
There's
rifle
something wrong with that.
From Box Hill in Victoria, not Box Hill in the Surrey Hills. Down the track comes Stokes. 1, 2, 3 steps, smashes it.
200 up.
Past mid off. The 200 is up for England. The 200 exactly for 8, and Ben Stokes let his frustration from that review out on the ball by. Well, very positive piece of cricket, really, Krish.
They're not going for that one again.
This is turning out to be a bit.
It's all right. I turn the jingle down so you can talk over it.
No, I was just going to say this is turning out to be a Ben Stokes masterpiece, batting with the tail.
Well,
he's pretty good at it.
Jadeja round the wicket he comes. Stokes pulls, and is that going to make it down to backward square? Yes, it is. It hits the sponge now. 2 consecutive boundaries for Ben Stokes. He is just going to crack on with things, make hay while he can.
1, 2, 3, 4.
38 for him.
The interesting thing is England's maintained a pretty good run rate throughout the innings with a positive start. It's 3.6. It's quite good, I think.
Yeah.
Again, on the back foot this time, Stokes just works it to backward square and takes a single this time. Yeah, Chris, we were sort of tracking with interest at the beginning when things were moving quickly for England and the wickets weren't falling. How this game was tracking against the parallel test at the Gabbatoir, and not surprisingly, this one was sort of outscoring kind of 2.5 to 3 to 1 where the West Indies were going. What's the latest in Brisbane?
Yeah, what is the score in Brisbane?
140 for 5 in the 51st over.
Well, that represents a bit of a recovery, really, from the Windies, I think, doesn't it? As this one is guided towards point, they take another single.
Yeah, but that's not a spitting turning wicket in India, is it? That's the Gabbatoir. It's usually quite flat, and the ball's probably 40 or 50 overs old now, isn't it?
Well, as it is here.
Yeah.
That would be the other thing, Chris. While you're looking, we've nearly reached the end of 57 overs here. How many overs have they bowled in Brisbane?
They're 51, so they're 6 overs
not far
behind.
off. Not that far off. Oh, reverse swept by Stokes. That's going to go all the way. Yep, hits the mid-wicket boundary now. It's 4 more, and Ben Stokes is teeing off 14 off the over. And, well, it's going to be entertaining.
Let me get some tweets in. Well, Dave has obviously woken up, Dave Barrett. And he says, I must say, electrodes attached to batsman's genitalia idea is not necessarily a bad one.
Oh, thank you very much. It might give an entirely new meaning to go harder, though. But, but there we go.
Messenger says, never trust anything Stokes says about his physical fitness. He's been lying about it for so long that nothing he says about it has any credibility. It's kind of true, actually.
There is some truth in that.
Yeah. Ombre Noiva says, I've missed you, GC. January has been a cold, hard month.
Oh,
what I'm not missing
Ombre.
is cricket on Discovery Plus /TNT. Is the reason for the VNP promotion, Tony? Do we know if they're having rights for TV coverage for the year?
This one
or is
is
it back to Sky at some point?
Just dabbed towards Shubman Gill, who's at leg slip.
Well,
there's no run by Woody. 2 for him off 6. 43 now for an increasingly aggressive Ben Stokes, who's going to face... no, it's Wood facing Ashwin, who looks to launch this over square and somehow gets it out through cover. I'm not quite sure how. I might be doing him an injustice, but it's nonetheless 4 runs.
1 and 2 and 3.
No,
and
I will take it back. It was an absolutely legitimate cover drive. That one jags back into the right-handed Wood, but he's able to defend confidently enough.
There was a question in the previous session about media rights, and in India all the rights to home international cricket matches are held by Viacom 18.
Viacom, yeah.
And they broadcast games through Jio Cinema platform.
Well, over here they were sold to
TNT at the last minute.
Well, not quite, yeah, but indirectly via a third party, as this one's pushed out towards mid-wicket. They don't take a single. I thought they would, but they don't. So Woody will keep the strike. 2:14 for 8 England. Yeah, pitch international with a middleman.
They're the ones who sold us the Irish rights.
That's right. as this one, for considerably less than these rights, I would
Yes.
imagine, as this one is guided down towards third man. They take a single. Surely they take a single there. Yeah, 2:15 for 8. 1 ball left of the 58th over for England.
Yeah, I mean, I was reading something in the press about how actually Sky have now sort of decided to back off the international stuff, and they're actually just concentrating.
They're focusing on domestic at home,
domestic and T20 competitions.
So both will wait here for Ashwin to come around the wicket, and Stokes steps back, pushes to short mid wicket. It's the end of the over. It's 2:15 for 8. Stokes 43, Wood 7. That over 5 off that Ashwin over. He has 2 for 55.
Let me get some tweets in. Dave Barrett says, I like the Hartley kid. Is he related to the legendary fly fisherman J.R. Hartley?
No, he is related to the former Olympic athlete whose name I can't... Bill Hartley.
And a stepmom of Donna
We
Hartley.
think his stepmum was Donna Hartley, who was the hurdler, 400-metre hurdler, who sadly...
died sunbathing.
Who sadly passed away sunbathing, yeah. That's right, but definitely he has sporting genes, no doubt about that.
Armchair Cricket Podcast says, good bowling from Jadeja. To bowl that one a touch faster and hit the bowler's footholes, yeah. He's ended a threatening stand that brought England close to 200. We've already got there, mate. Father's back the same way. England may get closer to 250.
In comes Jadeja. Ooh, that was an attempted little stab sweep from Mark Wood, and it straightened on him. Could have got bat, could have got pad. Seemed to find its way off the pad, but he'd stepped well outside the line by the time that it did. That one's hit on the full, but hit straight to short extra. There'll be no run. Still 2:15 for 8.
I love the passion with which Mark Wood plays his cricket. He
Oh,
really wears his heart in his sleeve.
he certainly does. And that one's past his outside edge. Jadeja throws his arms up to no avail. Woody's got a big old smile on his face. He's probably thinking, well, I'm not going to have to bowl too much on this. The spinners are going to take the heavy load. That was a neither here nor there shot. I think he started off thinking he was going to launch it, rather checked it.
Well, he didn't check it, he just missed it.
He
cleared his front leg.
He mishit it into the ground.
Went for the big heave-ho and got under edge into the ground.
That one he steps back, deals with rather nicely, and starts to run.
Runs a circle.
Sent back, so he jogs round in a circle, much in the manner of a dressage horse.
Well, there's no way Stokes is wanting to place any balls before tea time.
Well, I think you're probably right. Where are we?
Oh, it should be tea now.
Oh, well, that's true. Crikey, it goes fast. That one's defended in front of his off stump by Mark Wood. It is the end of the over. Umpire Paul Rifle flicks off the bails, and it means that at tea, England have advanced, courtesy of Ben Stokes and a healthy little cameo from Hartley, to 215 for 8, which frankly is a lot better than where they could have been, given that they'd lost Folkes, Ahmed and now Hartley. Mark Wood's done pretty well, 16 balls I think he's faced, and held his end up for his 7. 43 not out for Stokes. How long can they keep it going, or after tea? Can England get past 250? I think psychologically they'll feel that.
If it gets 250, I think they're well in the game in this pitch, to be fair. This last tweet I'm going to give you, I really quite like before we go. Ron Zertnet was replying to Tom Tuck, purveyor of fine comedy, said it should be fucking illegal for TalkSport to have the cricket. At Rishi Sunak / at Parody PM, one of you sort it out. And Ron Zertner has bigged us up. He said, I gave up with them and went to Guerrilla Cricket. Way better listen. Well, so thanks, Rob.
That's very
Ron,
kind.
even.
We're delighted that you did that.
Indeed.
We enjoy it. And the reason we're able to do it is that we have people support us on Patreon, which you can do. You go to patreon.com/Guerrilla Cricket, or just go to our website, guerillacricket.com. And you'll see, there's a link. What does the link say? Does it say help us, support us?
Yeah, something like that.
But if you can, from as little as $2 a month, you can get a range of fun benefits. For a little bit more, you get unique content and discounts on some of our merchandise and a whole bunch of other things. But that massively helps us to keep going. If you talk to us on YouTube, you can super chat us. All of that helps to keep our show on the road. You can buy our merch. Everything from shower curtains to duvets to t-shirts and fridge magnets and beanie hats and you name it, it's all there in all kinds of fantastic designs. Gorilla related, or certainly cricket related with a gorilla flavour. So please do that. Final word from you, Chris. What do you reckon par is, and how far are England off it?
I think par is 300, and I think England are a chance to get there as long as Ben Stokes stays there, and it looks like he's really starting to accelerate through the gears now. So should be an interesting post-tee session. Excellent test match so far. 2 sessions of over 100 runs per session, and 3 wickets and 5 wickets in the 2 sessions. So well done, England, I think.
Yeah, I think that's the difference, isn't it? And in series gone past, a lot of teams get bogged down and you might have only got 30 or 40 whilst trying to keep the spinners out and feel like you're really under the cosh going nowhere fast. At least England have scored runs. I actually think 250 will put them in the game. I think they might even be in the game at 200. It all depends how quickly they can knock over some of the top order and how effective England's spinners are, actually, considering we've not really seen any of them. But the pitch is offering assistance. And if they're wise, if you look at how Jadeja and Axar Patel bowl, less so Ashwin, he's more wily, but they generally just they bowl pretty bloody. The pitches are slow, so they offer assistance. So you just got to drive the ball into the pitch and bowl pretty quick to give the batsman less time, and the ball still spins. So I think if England's spinners observe that and follow it a little bit, they could be. Well, they won't be as good. They're not in home conditions, but they could certainly cause some trouble.
India's spinners, if you look at their top frontline spinners, Ashwin, Jadeja, Patel and Kuldeep Yadav, 849 test wickets. If you look at England, 131 first-class wickets. Test wickets, 124 of which belong to Jack Leach, 7 to Rayan Ahmed. So that is a heck of a gulf.
Yeah, but
inexperience.
Yeah, that's also true. But I mean, India play tests at home, and England play tests at home, and don't really. Rayan Ahmed's only played 1 test.
You are not. You are wise. You are wise.
I am
35
wise.
tests between the English spinners, and Jack Leach has got 34 of them.
Yeah.
Exactly. Well, that is exactly right. It's 36 tests between the 3,
Okay.
Leach, Hartley, and Ahmed. 35 for Jack Leach and 1 for Ahmed, and that's it. Anyway, what's our
we'll go back to
tea time? Shall we carry on with our chat with the cricket podcast, lads?
Conveniently, most of our podcasts are exactly an hour long, considering lunch is 40 and tea is 20.
It's almost like we designed them that way.
It's
Ben.
almost
like the brilliantly structured agendas that are put together to guide the discussion to be about an hour actually works, isn't it?
Indeed. So we're going to resume that, and you should get the end of it. Or, well, you won't, because actually
it's going to be a pretty short tea time now.
Exactly. We'll see you in about 10-15 minutes.
We will indeed. All right, bye.
See you, chaps.
Cheers.
Local domestic player basket, building up some of the players that aren't going to make the Australia team, frankly. Jordan Silk's fielding. You see, how many snapshots of that have you seen on Twitter over the last 6 weeks? Him diving to stop something on the boundary, or Josh Weatherald to hit one into the top deck. And that creates, I think, a little bit of excitement around the players that sort of are actually there. So rather than having a strategy built around getting Andre Russell to turn up for 3 matches, or it's a little bit further back in time, they were trying to lure AB de Villiers over, weren't they? And it never quite worked out. I think what they're doing in Australia works. Probably means that the cricket is maybe not quite as good, and when English players who we would consider second tier go over there, they do tend to dominate. But it doesn't seem like anyone's complaining. Like, it doesn't seem like the crowds are disappearing because it's Laurie Evans and not AB de Villiers. Like, it seems pretty energised in Australia.
Exactly, they want to watch good cricket maybe, and that's what they want to see. And if the cricket's good enough, then that's good enough for them.
Yeah. But maybe they want to see local players. I don't. I think there's a
we all
strategy
enjoyed the
here that
blast.
seems to be working.
Well, I think it has a personality about it, which possibly because I've watched more of it, I kind of got into, which I think ties in with exactly everything you're saying. It has a sort of not an aura, its brand identity to me is very clear.
Australian.
In a kind of a good Aussie way. I have to say, it was Messi Jez who actually put me right. I genuinely, for years, was utterly convinced that you had to eat the fried chicken and then put the bucket on your head. I didn't realise that they actually gave the buckets away, sort of nicely clean on the inside. I always used to think, what happened to all that horrible fat?
Idiot.
From the chicken pieces.
The world's greasiest giant fez.
Yeah, exactly. Nasty.
Exactly. But there you go. No, well, so yeah, I am a bit of a Big Bash fan. You mentioned the Test match, so let's kind of sort of drift onto that. I think out of fun. Did anyone expect anything more than 3 days for the poor old West Indies travelling to Australia?
No.
Nope. I think they did quite well.
Yeah.
Well, I'm honest.
Well, to bowl them out for 280 after getting if they got Travis Head, I don't know if he was dropped or gave any chances before he got his 118 or whatever it was, but if they got him out, they might have actually had a lead. Then there you go.
Yeah, well, who was the lad who got
Mar
Steve
Joseph.
Smith? So Mar Joseph, who was phenomenal, and he made some runs, didn't he, in the first innings? Got his fifer. So and it was not a full-strength West Indies side. I know Colin Graves this week was, possibly on the back of that, being very vocal about the inequitable distribution of global wealth of the game. And they do look like a side. We always say this with the West Indies to a certain extent. It just seems so sad for those of us that have such good memories of their invincibility and the way they completely almost revolutionised the game to a certain extent. Some fast bowling and magnificent batting and the likes of Viv Richards and Clive Lloyd. To be sort of reduced to kind of cannon fodder. That apparently it cost them the best part of $2 million to send a team there, and they don't get anything like that back from going. Was Colin Graves' one. So he's argument. So he's almost going, why would we even do that? Where's our only incentive for us to send a team?
Well, I don't even know if they have a team that they could send. To be brutally honest, I mean, interesting with this. I'm not predicting a West Indies revolution or a comeback in any way, but I think the bowling attack that they've got now is pretty exciting. I think it's one of the best bowling attacks from a Test perspective that they've had, at least in the last decade. The batting's pretty threadbare, but they're not the only nation in world cricket that are like that. And I think you have to factor in as well that they're travelling to Australia where everybody gets battered. It's not like they've gone. Well, it's not like Sri Lanka have turned up in the West Indies and done this. It's a slightly different scenario, and I think there are probably some positives you can take from it. I don't know if you know much about the Shamar Joseph story.
He used to be not a bodyguard, a security guard.
I think he was a security guard. He started off as a lumberjack. This is what I believe. I mean, I'm sure as he does more media interviews, the story will be revealed in more detail. But I think he started off as a lumberjack, didn't like that too much, then became a security guard, working a night shift. Happened to live next door, I think, to Romario Shepherd, who saw him playing cricket with a tape ball, thought he'd be quite handy, sent him along to Guyana training. Where it was confirmed that yes, he would in fact be
quite handy indeed.
Next thing you know, he's getting Steve Smith out at the where was this test? At Adelaide.
Did they do lumberjacking in the Caribbean, or was he in Canada?
He's Guyanese, so it's the continent
Tropical.
of South America. Yeah. So it's a stratospheric rise.
Wow.
Now there's someone who probably will put all his effort into being good, because Jesus Christ, lumberjack, security guard, international cricketer. Yeah, where do I want to be? I think I'll be an international cricketer, thank you. Yeah.
Well, they've been on some odd career progressions. I mean, he certainly did well. Travis Head again. Well, he was I don't know who we voted for in our Christmas awards. I don't think we gave it to him in the end. I think you outvoted me, Bear, but I did argue that he'd won 2 world tournaments, 2 world finals by turning up.
No, I think I agreed with you in the end.
Oh, did you?
Reluctantly, of course.
Reluctantly. And you wouldn't put this up there with the World Test Championship and the World Cup final, but he seems to be the man Australia fall back on when they really need him. Less so these days than less so much now with Smith and Labuschagne, neither of whom shone particularly. Travis Head once again was magnificent.
Can you?
No, he does it in
120
style
of
as well.
280. Yeah,
that's the other thing. You could always rely on Steve Smith or Labuschagne, I suppose, to maybe score you 100, grind it out in some sort of fashion of whatever it's walking across your stumps and refusing to miss the ball, or just annoying the other team into bowling badly at you by screaming "Wait there, no." And Travis Head is just flamboyant, good to watch, scores quickly. It's just a shame about the moustache, really.
Yeah, the moustache is fucking idiot.
Very Aussie moustache.
Yeah.
He should go for the full moustache and mullet. But I'm not sure these days when he takes his cap quite the lustrousness of locks to get away with a mullet. I might be wrong.
Well, what do you make of Steve Smith, the opener? Is that a recipe for disaster?
I'm hoping so. Obviously.
He made about 12 in the first innings, didn't he? And then I can't remember what he got in the second. What did he get in the second innings?
12.
Can't have been. He only needed to make 20 something, didn't they? The 26 something. So
I don't think personally, I don't think it's a good idea. You've got a man who's got a test average of whatever he is, batting wherever he has, and he's been quite happy there. And then what, you're going to stick him up at the top of the order? Has he ever been an opener? I mean, it just seems a bit crazy. I mean, personally, if he starts fading there and it gets in his head and he becomes a worse player, I'm not going to complain as an Englishman. He might succeed there. Who knows? He's a very good player. But it is weird that him, and to a certain lesser degree, because Labuschagne has been around a lot with a lot less time. But, Steve Smith, the 2019 vintage, and around that period was incredible. You could hardly see him getting out. Players always come off that crest at some point and become almost mortal, and I think he's gone beyond that. Virat Kohli had a period where he didn't score a ton for God knows how many years. Root didn't score a ton for 2 years at a certain point in his career. And I mean, he's just come off that crest, and he is a little bit more mortal, and you kind of think, oh Christ, you can get him out now, and maybe put him at the top of the order might not work for them, but we shall see.
Invincibility.
Yeah, it's gone, definitely gone.
Isn't quite there in the same way that it was, I don't think. Do we see anything other than a similarly brief test match for the second test? I can't remember where the second test is. I can tell you, I think it is it's in Brisbane. Oh, not traditionally a place Australia are weak, is it, Brisbane? You'd sort of expect probably more of the same, wouldn't you?
Unless there was some sledging done.
Well, yeah, who knows? Let's come on to a couple of other things that have struck us this week. Obviously of great interest to us was who's going to actually cover the India-England Test Series. Usual game of brinksmanship going on. It did end up being TNT, which I think quite a few of us predicted. It just seems odd that you've got what should be a global sporting event of international interest, and less than a week before, people are going, well, is it going to be on telly? How's it going to get there? It just seems to be all a bit...
This is kind of how the BCCI do business.
Yeah, it is, very much so.
Like, there's... I mean, I think probably even now, there's no certainty the 5 matches will be at the 5 venues they said they'll be at. It's well, it happened last time.
Well, hopefully the first one is Hyderabad, or else...
Well, no, I think
for no reason.
I think that one will be fine, but how will the grass-growing operation in the Himalayas have worked this year? It didn't work that well last year, did it? And they had to move that test, and
wasn't that great?
So yeah, exactly. So I don't. I think it's very much how it seems to work. BCCI. I think in some ways the broadcaster of choice for them would have been Sky, but Sky and the BCCI, or whoever sells the rights to the BCCI, I think it's Star Sports, isn't it? So it's the rights are actually bought by Star and then sold on.
Yes, no.
And this time they've been
rights are
sold
held
to
by
a broker.
Pitch
Yes,
International, who are like a global sports events agency. And obviously they're paying a bit of last-minute brinksmanship to try and get a return from that. Keep the price up.
Part of the reason you've even got a broker in there is because Star Sports tried to rip Sky off so badly one year that Sky refused to do business with them. Sky, I think, have said in recent weeks that they see the future of winter cricket broadcasting being tournaments, T20 tournaments, and not the England Test schedule. And you can see there's quite a divergence now, isn't there? Or you know, if you look at where you'll be watching England as an England player, it's not quite exclusively, but heading towards exclusively
India and Australia.
TNT. So that Australia, I'm saying Australia, India, and the West Indies, their domestic rights or their broadcasting rights in the UK are now all held by TNT. So
TNT have bought India for 5 years. Indian tests generically. The issue, I'm sure, is, as we know, 4 o'clock UK starts doesn't make for the best television figure.
And we are back with you. I am delighted to say, and I'm waiting to see who I've got for company.
Yeah, I'm here. It's Andy.
Hello, Andy. And I'm hopefully we're going to need to be on our toes because trouble's afoot, and it is St Annie of Exeter. Yes, I can see her there in the top right.
What do you mean trouble's afoot? You mean you're delighted I'm back?
Ooh, what's going on there? Someone's got some music on in the background. No, I was...
That's me.
That was you.
Okay. I'm going to have to move.
Oh, Lord, okay.
Yeah.
Well, as are indeed Mark Wood and Ben Stokes soon, but they are stuck on the boundary at the moment because the players aren't quite ready to go. India are in a sort of a pre-session huddle. Out they come now, as do the umpires. No, that was a reference to your bruised feet, Annie.
Oh, I know.
Did you
that
not?
Was very good. That was very subtle.
Well, it's obviously too subtle because you hadn't figured out what I was doing. You posted a picture to the Twitterverse or theXiverse as a whole of your bruised toes.
I know, my poor little toe.
Very little they are. What happened to them?
Badly.
You dropped a box on them or something?
I kicked a box by mistake. I wasn't actually in anger.
It wasn't a fit of fury.
No. I just, I stubbed it basically.
You stubbed your toe basically. That was it. That was a lot of fuss and bother for a stubbed toe, but hopefully not too damaging.
So Tony, have you been up since 4?
Since 2, Annie. Since 2.
My goodness, of course. Yeah, setting up the studio.
You've got it. Yeah. We'll have to pick Gary up on the way. Andy, it's a delight to welcome you back. Second time now. You were on during the first session. How do you see things going at the moment?
Well, I thought it was quite interesting the way that Stokes played just prior to tea. We know that Ben Stokes can bat a very, very long time if he has to. I mean, all of us remember what happened at Headingley in 2019 when he faced about 1 million balls for about 4 or 5 runs,
and then
slight exaggeration.
Well, I think he faced something like 60 balls for about 8 runs that day, and then he just went absolutely ballistic after that. And
Ashwin's going to continue. It's up in the air, and he just evades the dive of who is the man at slip? I think it might be Rohit. It popped up. And it is Rohit, who scrambled to his left. And just as Andy was talking us through the 1 million balls that Stokes had faced, it actually edged. It was edged into KS Bharat's gloves and out again, popped up, and Rohit couldn't quite get to it at the second attempt. So with the very first ball after tea, a catch has been dropped, and it's the very important one of Ben Stokes, who defends solidly in front of his middle stump, Mark Wood this time. They must have taken a single then through all that excitement. Yes, they did. Well, my goodness.
Yes, they did, didn't they? It didn't. We were too busy looking at which fielder it was.
Sorry, Andy, all that excitement, we'd rather cut you off in your prime. We'll just wait for Ashwin, defended by Wood.
I think
no run.
Andy's in the bathroom, isn't he, by the sound of it?
Yeah, where have you managed to relocate yourself to? It was all. It sounded like you were in a bar somewhere.
I've just moved inside. I live in Bali, Indonesia.
Oh,
so I was
beautiful.
sitting outside, so I just moved inside.
Where it has become instantly quieter. Ashwin throws this up. Mark Wood quite wristily flicks out towards cover, and there is no run.
Are you suggesting he's got an illegal action there, Tony?
No, I said it was. I was talking about Wood's shot, not the delivery. When I said wristily,
pretty sure I heard you say the word throw.
No, I don't think so. Ashwin swept by Woody down to backward square. They don't take a run on this occasion. Perhaps Ben Stokes thinking, no, you're all right. You see out this last Ashwin ball, and then I'll pick up things from there. 44.
They've obviously had a good chat at tea, haven't they?
Yeah, 216 for 8. And Wood, though, drives this away through extra cover. And if the chat was, let's get runs quickly by slapping extra cover drives, then Mark Wood has executed it perfectly for 4 runs.
I was just about to say that Wood's actually playing really well, just because they're playing the support role of Ben Stokes. But, like any situation, if the ball's there to be hit, you even if you're a tail ender, you've just got to go after it. There's no point leaving it alone when you're on 220 for 8. You're scrambling for as many runs as you can possibly get. And I said on commentary earlier today, I thought 350 would be a good score thing you could get there, like a very good score. But that was when Bairstow and Root were batting together. But now I feel like 250 is going to be an outstanding score.
Bairstow got an absolute perler of a delivery.
Oh my goodness, I just saw it on, I was just catching up on what had happened because I was obviously asleep when all the action happened.
In comes Jadeja. Stokes has a swing. It's down his leg side into the gloves of KS Parat, quite low. Really went on, didn't really do much on that occasion. And there's no run. 220 for 8, about 3.66. Oh, down comes Ben Stokes. He has launched Jadeja over long on. All the way up go gaffers his arms.
Must be a 12, that one.
But we count that one for a 12. Whatever it is, it's definitely this.
This shows the quality of Ben Stokes, though, doesn't it? I mean, he's a very, very good judge of a match situation, and he's obviously worked out, well, Wood can stick around, not going crazy like he tends to do in perhaps the shorter formats, and Stokes is like, I can do well here, I just pick my ball, whack it out of the park.
They brought up his 50 as well, and he's launched this as well. Has he launched it far enough and high enough? Oh, he has.
Yes.
It's a second 6. It will take him on to 56. And I was about to celebrate his 50, and he's launched a second one of these.
2, 4, 6.
But it was the first one that brought up this.
And you know that can't be bad. Yeah, it's 50, and you know you should be glad.
232 for 8.
Example of Ben Stokes putting away a ball that had to go.
In comes Jadeja. He's launched again. Has he launched this one far enough? It's going to drop on the bounce to the man at deep mid-wicket.
One-handed in the end, wasn't it?
And it's a dot ball because it went at some speed. And on this occasion, there'll be no run. 232 for 8. England.
Well, it's like you was trying to say, Andy, before we interrupted you. It's a similar sort of start to his Headingley innings.
Yeah, as this one is guided away to the offside, they take an easy single. Well, I don't know we interrupted Andy, to be honest, Annie. I think Ben Stokes did. And we
Yeah, he did, really.
to be fair.
Who does he think he is?
Who does he think he is? Does he not realise we've got celebrity guests from Bali who, you can't go slapping 6s in test matches when we're trying to talk. Got a warm handshake That was nice to see. Got a handshake from Mark Wood, not the usual fist bump, but a proper handshake. As this one is just as half forward comes Mark Wood, tickles it round the corner, but they won't run. So
this was interesting
13,
here is
end of the
England's
over.
obviously come out of a very clear plan after tea, and I think this is one of the great things about Brendan McCullum, you know, and I know that we always talk about Brendan McCullum, but also Ben Stokes. He's obviously said, look, this is how we're going to play it. I'm going to lead the way. You just support me. If the ball's there to be hit it. But I don't want you to get out, because I reckon I can probably take us quite a long way, you know, into this game. And I know what he'll have in the back of his mind. He's thinking we're bowling tonight for sure.
Yeah.
So let's get as many runs as possible.
I think that's a very fair summation. Reverse swept this time by Stokes from Ashwin. So down to, well, what would have been deep backward point, which he turned
It is a
into
very
deep backward
fair
square.
assessment, but it doesn't give me any time to put
Well,
in
I was
any
about to
tweets
say,
at all.
Annie, if you get a chance, feel free.
Between the two of you, I'm not going to get anything.
No. I was literally, you preempted me saying try and jump in here and there, definitely at the end of this over, but if R. Ashwin gives you a chance between balls, and there is a fielding change there, pushing back deep extra cover, much deeper, but they're bringing deep backward point in somewhat shorter, as Mark Wood. Well, there's a big shout. Gaffers says no, absolutely not. He's no interest whatsoever. I don't really think Ashwin has, because he's looking quizzical. Rohit's thinking they're 8 down, should I anyway?
I think Rohit likes
Yes,
it.
he
yeah.
does. Rohit
Yeah.
is giving that a shout. I'm not entirely sure, I've got to be honest. We shall have a look for you. It's 2:34 for 8. Rohit, Shubman Gill and KS Bharat are in deep conversation. R. Ashwin, with his Travis Bickle haircut, is looking the more surprised of the gathering. But he'll
Andy's
certainly
having
take
a
it.
wander again, I think.
No, I just had to close the doors. There's a barbecue about to start here.
Oh, fantastic.
Look, stop it with your barbecue and your barley and your nice weather.
barbecues, and let's have a look. Oh, we might be. I got
That's a good shout.
It is a decent shout, because he's looking for a reverse, so it not really outside of leg, is it? For right-hander,
It pitched perfectly, and I don't think it was bad on that. I'm pretty sure that's out.
The original decision was not out. It may just have been clipping. Mark Wood looks remarkably untroubled, but then he
I
looks,
reckon that's
most of the time he
smashing
looks
in the
untroubled
middle
anyway.
stump.
Does he get any edge on it?
No, I don't think
there's
so.
something. There's a sniff. There's some little ripple on ultra
No,
edge.
missed
But I
That's
don't-
not the bat, though, is it?
No, I don't think it is.
It's out. It's definitely out. But
And-
this is the
and he's
problem
given
with
it.
ultra edge. It doesn't. The ball you can see on the screen. There is no way that hit the bat, and then you see this little ripple, and you think, "Oh, he must have hit it." But look at the bat. It was nowhere near the bat.
Yeah, it might be the back brushing pad causes that. It pitches outside leg. Review lost. We move on.
Well, Ashwin was never sure about that.
Well, no, Ashwin, to his credit, as I said all along, he didn't look overly keen, did he? As you rightly said, Annie. Slip, forward short leg, goes out, and he's bowled him.
Oh.
He's absolutely gone for a sweep and taken out his off stump. And Mark Wood's review that he survived meant he got one more full ball, and England lose their 9th wicket. It's Mark Wood with the score on 234.
Annie, I've got a
silly
question for
little
you. Just
boy,
looking
what
at
on
the
earth
scoring
were you
rate
playing at?
of 3.38. You know, and before the series, there was so much talk with Zach Crawley and perhaps even Brendan McCullum to a point. We're going to go out there and play our natural game, but they haven't been able to today, have they?
No, they certainly haven't. I mean, to be fair to me, I haven't seen a lot of it because I've been sleeping for most of it, but it certainly seems from looking at the review of the day.
Now you're not sleeping, and England have lost a wicket Can you get in some messages while you have the chance across all channels?
Yes. Nico says, listening in Japan while watching the sumo, trying not to imagine the bear in a loincloth.
Oh,
Okay, someone's
can you
listening
imagine?
in Japan. That's good.
Can you imagine?
Barong says, exclusive poll, which end should Ben Duckett bowl from? The Alliance end, Adani end, both?
I love Farong, but he's got an obsession about Duckett's bowling. I've got to say, he's got an absolute obsession about it.
I don't think I've got any others, but I think my Twitter is taking
Also,
a while.
definitely follow YouTube.
I've
That's
got one to
a lot
put
of
out.
action.
When was the last time 3 Bens played in a test match?
Ben's got a common name.
Ben Folkes, you're right. Ben Duckett, Ben Stokes, you're right. Now, of course, reunited.
Bring out the Leach.
The man who got probably Test match cricket's most famous ever one.
Probably
is
ball first.
Forward to defend. I wonder if they're going to recreate Headingley 2019.
Well, we'd like to think so.
It was interesting.
That was a
Woody
great shot by Mark Wood, wasn't it? He just went for it.
Well, there's 3 men on the offside for Jack Leach. So what does our Ashwin do? He bowls down towards leg. You've got a slip and a very short gully and a silly point, all surrounding Leach on the offside. Ashwin around the wicket. That's more like it. And I think it might have taken a bit of bad. Certainly had. Silly point interested. It's the end of that Ashwin over. It's 2:34 for 9. And Annie, have a look on YouTube because that's normally jumping.
Yeah, I haven't got the YouTube channel up.
All right.
Can
Not to
someone
worry.
send me a link for that one, and then I will look at YouTube.
Well, just search Gorilla Cricket on YouTube. You'll find us straight away.
Okay.
And then make sure you subscribe. I'm disappointed you haven't subscribed already. Then you'd find it much easier, wouldn't you? Honestly.
So I'm just thinking, Tony. This is a bit like Pakistan, England, about a year or just over a year ago. The difference is that England rattled on 500 that day.
Yeah, they did.
So that they've got about half as much, but it's in a much shorter time frame. Of course, we're just
and a more
after
lively
tea.
wicket here, though. Surely, Andy.
And it looks like Bumrah's going to come into bowl to Stokes now, but I don't think this is a bad thing from England's perspective. Actually, I think Stokes can attack Bumrah, and Leach is very dependable, as you say, one of the best ones of all time. Anyway, let's see what he can do.
Well, Bumrah first is going to be bowling at Ben Stokes, who's on 58, and it's full. Tempted Yorker, and Stokes digs it out and squirts it back past Bumrah, but there's no run. 2:34
I've got one
for 9.
on YouTube. I'll read this one quickly.
Go for it.
Mesney Man says, Annie, lovely to see you. There you are.
You sure you're not just editing out the ones that, just to... There's probably thousands of them who are just going, I'll find the one that got my name in.
It's the first one I saw, funnily enough.
2:34 for 9. In hop, skips and jumps, Bumrah around the wicket and is left by Ben Stokes competently enough into the gloves of KS Bharat, and there is no run. 58 off 75 balls, 5 fours, 2 sixes, 2 sixes in consecutive balls, when he really decided he was going to get after Ravi Jadeja, which he did. Was it Jadeja who bowled Stokes? It was, wasn't it? I can just have that right.
No, it was Ashwin.
Oh, it was Ashwin, was it? But it was an absolutely Bairstow. Sorry, it was.
Yeah, I was thinking.
Sorry.
Sorry.
There was Axar Patel.
Oh, it was Axar Patel who got that. One's defended, by the way, by Stokes down towards short third.
That was an
There's
incredible ball, wasn't it?
Well, it was. That was the one. That was the
Unplayable.
one I had
Absolutely
in my mind.
unplayable.
It didn't get up much. It kept fairly low.
Yeah.
Jagged pretty square, and he was absolutely beat Johnny B. All ends up.
Well, that's the advantage for India, that England don't have that many left-handers in their lineup. You've got Stokes obviously and Duckett, but predominantly your top order is right are right-handers.
Pretty deep set field apart from the slip, which is Rohit, and that's slower ball, clever slower ball from Bumrah. Ben Stokes sees the funny side of that, and he's having a laugh. Bumrah's turned his back on him, but he's also got a bit of a chuckle on his face. It all seems incredibly good-natured, and no reason why it shouldn't be. Yeah, it was a knuckleball, and slowed it right down, and it went through to KS Bharat on the second bounce, and Ben Stokes just goes, yep, there's a good knuckleball, but I saw it coming.
There's a lot of smiling coming from Stokes, isn't there?
Well, he's got his 50. He's edging England towards 250. He probably thinks that'll at least keep them competitive. We shall see.
Yeah.
Bumrah around the wicket. Stokes defends, almost trips over his own feet in doing that. But,
probably laugh at that as well.
It's good enough. 234 for 9.
It's probably about now we should also think about India's batting, because they've just come off that 1-1 series in South Africa, and some of their batsmen struggled, albeit in completely different circumstances. But Jaiswal, for example, who only made his debut in Dominica back in July, a match that I was at, Gill has been a little bit slightly out of form, and obviously Kohli's not there, so interesting times ahead when India bats.
Bumrah again round the wicket. That's a full toss, and Stokes is happy to steer a single and keep the strike. So just the one off the over takes England on to 235 for 9. And Annie's looking for some more tweets about herself.
Yeah. Now, disinterested hand job. Hello,
Who are they?
Says anti-KP.
When was the last time a hand job was disinterested?
Well,
that's a different question entirely.
Between you and me, he is known to us.
Anti-KP jingle is sent. Also, read the YouTube comments. Yes. Okay, all right. Brian in Brisbane says, morning, N. How are the supplies there in Gorilla Towers? I don't know.
Depleted, Brian.
Depleted.
How wonderful of you to ask.
And Sophie in KL says, if Andy is in Bali, he needs to catch up with my other half, who also lives there.
Ooh.
That's an interesting observation.
Hang on. He's introducing Andy to his other half.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. Well, there you go.
I think it's a woman.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure.
All right. Well, either way, Andy, there you go.
So.
Get your social diary out. This one is reverse swept. Ashwin strokes his Travis Bickle haircut as it makes its way down to fine leg, and Ben Stokes says, no, I'm only dealing in 2s, 4s and 6s here. I don't think I need to run at the moment.
John Lowe is
sensible batting, by the way.
Yeah.
Very, very sensible.
Having said that, he's probably slap bang in front as he tries to reverse sweep. No, says Gaffers.
Do you know what? I just heard you say that for this. Sorry, we keep talking over each other, but I was just going to say, Tony, I love the way you call Chris Gaffney, because I was at university with him.
Oh, yeah.
Because I'm from New Zealand, yeah. I love the way you call him Gaffers. He's probably never been called that
in his life. The man from Otago. And that is launched all the way up over long on by Ben Stokes for 6 pennyworth. Like I said, 2s, 4s and 6s is the name of the game.
Can we just go back to that last ball?
Oh, I say, chap.
They did think it was out.
What a shot that was. Absolutely one skip and away it went. And Ashwin's face is quite a picture. How dare you do that to me? That one's thrown up wide of the off stump of Ben Stokes, and he has to reach for it. And it guides out to wide long off.
Yeah, can we just go back to that ball before the 6? Because obviously they did think it was out, but they obviously
it was outside leg.
Left.
Oh, that's beaten the outside edge. Stokes had his foot planted though. Rohit's appealing, is he? Yeah, they're going to have a look. What's Rohit appealing for then? Does he think he lifted his foot? That's the only thing.
That's a good question, Andy, because because I haven't watched every ball today, so I'm not sure which reviews they got wrong. But this is typical of a captain, right? They get influenced by other people, and then they make decisions to review certain things. And so much depends on what the actual situation was, and one of the things I'm worried about actually is that I actually not.
He does lean forward. His toe is comfortably on the ground, and it was quite interesting while the review was going on. This Paul Rifle just wandered in to replace the bails and straighten up the stumps, and wasn't paying any attention to whatever Moraes Erasmus was saying or was being seen on the screen. I think umpire Rifle was absolutely confident about what he saw, and didn't think he needed to pay any more attention, which is proved to be right. It's a dot ball. We move on.
What I wanted to say, Annie, was that I think Snicko's unreliable, or DRS, not DRS, what do you call it? Ultra Edge. It's unreliable sometimes. I've seen it 2 or 3 times over the last year or so, and I think that actually confuses the captain sometimes. You know, they're not sure whether they've hit it or not, so they call for a replay, and I'm not sure it's reliable. I really don't think it's reliable.
This should be the last ball of Ashwin's over. It isn't, because he pulls out of it and doesn't deliver it. I'm not quite sure why, because Stokes hadn't pulled away as far as I could see. And Ashwin will wheel around and start again. Somebody was actually, in this instance, putting Ashwin off from behind the batsman's arm, which is unusual. Twist of events,
Yes.
but that seems to be what's happened. 241 for 9. More than likely. That one is flicked nicely by Stokes. He will get the single that he would want for the end of the over, and
He's playing this well, isn't he?
rolls it. 7 off the over, and he keeps the strike.
Thinking of people that put people off from the bowler, it just reminds me when I used to play at Hampstead Cricket Club, and there was always this guy that used to walk his dog like non-stop, and you know, I wasn't much of a player, but he was always just walking backwards and forwards across the sight screen. You know, it didn't matter which end. So
It's really annoying, isn't it?
I don't know. I don't think that Ashwin had some guy walking a dog behind the sight screen in this particular instance. But you never know. Like anything can put people off at this professional level. Yeah.
Hampstead, pretty decent.
I just want to quickly put a couple of tweets in. Jonathan Lowe says, Test cricket's most famous one not out. Tony, you didn't say one not out.
Oh, I beg its pardon. I'm so sorry. You were all right.
Josie Oak says, I'm back. Nice to see Annie. Thank you very much. Is this a good or bad score? Is this a captain's knock? I think it's...
well, we've said 300 or upwards was par. Yeah. I think we're sticking to that. It'll be a stretch to get them there, but
this
with
isn't
this
a bad
dynamic duo at the crease, you never know. Bumrah, that leaps up on Stokes, but it's gone off the top of his thigh. Will go all the way down to third man. Will get him 4 leg byes. I don't think there was. It's given us runs. Must have just caught the bat on its way through. Either way, it's 4 more to the score.
Certainly leapt up.
Not very good placement by the first slip either.
Oh no, it was absolutely an edge, wasn't it? Past KS Barat diving to his right, left. I'll get there in the end. Left.
Yeah. Rohit was way too far away there. I mean, he didn't even dive for it. Probably it wasn't his catch anyway, but he was so far away from it. He was way too wide at first slip.
Bumrah around the wicket to the left-handed Stokes, who dabs down towards third man. Isn't going to run, so it's a very leisurely piece of fielding that's required.
Jehan on YouTube says it's time for England to declare.
I think in a 5-day test, 5-day test, and what are we? Just starting the evening session. That's possibly a tad early to be thinking like that. There was a point at which 246 seemed quite a long way off for England. That is for sure, and it is very much a captain's knock. I think really everyone that isn't Indian would love to see Leach support Stokes to get past here, 3 figures here. And he's bowled.
Oh,
absolutely. Came down the track, top of middle stump. And England won't make it to 250. They're 246 all out. He will not get to that 100. Jack Leach not out this time. So 1 less than he made in 2019, but still not out.
Yeah. What star.
but near enough to 250.
They should have declared, like Brian in Brisbane says, England should declare now and win the moral victory for being sporting.
They sort of as good as have, hasn't they? Really. Where did they start after tea?
One question I have, Tony and Annie, is as we see the replay of Stokes getting bowled again, it was a bit of a nothing shot, really. I mean, I think he'll be pretty disappointed with that shot. But
it was.
But here is the question: you know, in 10 minutes' time, and obviously I won't be on air anymore in 10 minutes' time because I go off in 2 minutes. But who is going to open the bowling? I assume it's going to be Mark Wood and Jack Leach because Ben Stokes can't bowl and Jimmy Anderson's not in the team, not in the 11, I should say. But who is actually going to open the bowling? What are your thoughts?
Well, that's a really good question, Annie. I'm going to let you go first.
Definitely Mark Wood.
I think.
Sorry, Tony, can you let Hendo in, please?
Oh, of course. My goodness me. My goodness
Hello,
me.
Messi, and goodbye.
Hey, Annie.
There he is. We're going to let Hendo
Pretty
in.
much up with Twitter.
Thank you.
Andy is still with us, I hope, seeing as I think it's going to be Rayan Ahmed or Joe Root.
I think it'll be Jack Leach for sure.
You think Jack Leach?
He's used the new ball a few times, you know, on away tours. But it just poses the question, you know, with this whole B-ball thing that they all keep crapping on about. maybe Ben Stokes has some other idea, and I'm just be really curious to see what they actually do when they come back out on the field. And you know, you're going to have Yashashvi Jaiswal, who's a left-hander, and Rohit Sharma, who's obviously a right-hander. So, you know, I think Jaiswal obviously has struggled against the pace in South Africa in the last series, but this is a different wicket. So yeah, obviously Wood's going to open. We know that, but I'd love to know who's going to open with him.
Well,
I'll speak on behalf of Farong. It's almost certainly going to be Duckett.
Yes, you think it's going to be Ben Duckett. England came out after tea. At tea, they were 215 for 8. They went on to get past the 250. No, they didn't. To 246. Ben Stokes got his 50 off 69 balls, but they have lost in that time as well. Mark Wood, and then finally Ben Stokes, who really played, as you rightly say, something of a nothing shot to Jasprit Bumrah to have his middle stump pinned back, but. It's well, you're not quite sure, are you? It is one of those one thing or the other scores. It will depend on whether England's somewhat inexperienced, untried combination of an attack can produce the goods. 2 or 3 early wickets, and it will look a very, very interesting game indeed. But they are up against a side that knows these conditions only too well. And a couple of bowlers who certainly don't, one of whom's coming off the back of a very, very disappointing World Cup, one of whom hasn't played for quite a while, Annie. We shall see. Probably a good time for me to cut and run, and I'm going to leave you with Hendo, the bear, who, as ever, hasn't quite realised he's on next. Yes, he is. He's looming large. And
he always looms large.
He always looms large.
Before you go, Tony,
Messes.
I think I should read out Mog's message on YouTube, which says, sorry, no, it's not Mog. It's Mesnell Man's quote.
Yes.
Everyone except Indians would love to see Stokes go to 3 figures. Oh, he's bowled.
That's the one, which is pretty much what I said. Yes. So between us, we took that wicket rather disappointingly, and Shelley was nowhere in sight. Anyway, I'm going to leave you. I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of the finest Womble in town, and see you later.
Well, I think Great
See you,
Uncle may argue about that, or even Madame Chalet, perhaps. Morning, people. Morning. Well,
Happy New Year, Hendo.
Oh God, is it really? Well, it's always Happy February, isn't it? To be honest. 25th of March. What time of year is this to be having a test match at this time of the morning? Well, I have to say, I got up this morning, looked immediately at the score because I didn't wake up in time to watch any of the previous proceedings. Saw England with 215 for 8 at tea, and I thought that's quite good. Maybe that's a measure of my low expectations. But I thought, I suppose I had visions of getting up and seeing that England had been bowled out for 33 or something like that. But so 246 overall isn't too bad. A lovely little knock from Ben Stokes. I feel like you're being a little bit unfair on his dismissal. I think it's just an absolute peach of a ball.
It was, wasn't it?
Stokes kind of realised as it was going past him. He realised this is just far too good, and he more or less wandered up to Bumrah and told him so. I do think the worrying thing for England is that it's not only the spinners that are spinning it. Bumrah is spinning it at 85 miles an hour. That could be a bit tricky. That's it. People say, well, we've got Mark Wood. If he can get his off break going,
well,
it could be curtains for India.
Well, I mean, it's a question of how England's spinners bowl, but the pitch is only going to get worse, isn't it? I mean, it ain't getting any better, and it's turning reasonably sharply on day one. There's a bit of up and down already, not a massive amount of up and down, but you imagine that gets worse as well. And they've got runs on the board.
They've got runs on the board.
So here's the question for you, gentlemen. 22 or so overs to be bowled today. How many wickets do England need to have by stumps?
Oh, I would think they'd want 3, wouldn't they?
Yeah, I think 3 would be
3
good.
wickets.
I mean, you've got to think there's no Crawley in the middle order, which is a big bonus.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a changed middle order from what we've been used to, isn't it, in terms of Test cricket? Because we've also lost Pujara from that lineup that we're familiar with as well. Yeah, I mean, how do you feel about England's score? Do you feel it surpassed your expectations? I think Messi, you're the one who should really answer this, because you can tend to be fairly open on this, as don't have the fear that we have, basically.
Well, I did say that I thought that if England got 200, that'd certainly be a game, and 250 would make a good game of it. I think it's not a great score, but it's a competitive score on a wicket that's got so much turn. It so much depends on how these green bowlers can actually cope with it,
exactly.
and whether there's a mindset amongst the Indians to actually crush them. It'll be really interesting.
I actually think it'll be to England's benefit if there is that mindset amongst the Indians. And it is a really big test for them to stand up. Well, Hartley's on debut. Rayan's played less than a handful of tests. It is going to be interesting. I think it was Andrew was saying just before he went off who England are going to open the bowling with. That's what I was thinking this morning. Who's going to partner Wood? Because we presume that Wood will open.
I don't know if Wood will, though, will he? I don't know. I mean, you'd assume he would, but he doesn't like opening, does he?
He doesn't like opening, so that's a good point as well, Bear. Yeah. That's that might be the bluff that England will pull on India, but he'd be asking a lot, wouldn't it be, of Hartley to open the bowling in his first test?
Well, they might go with Rayan Ahmed, Googlies to Jaiswal, while Leach bowls at the other end.
Maybe.
And then Wood comes on. They might come to Wood after about 6 or 7 overs. They might just switch it around that way, just let the lacquer get off the ball.
Yeah, the lacquer get off the ball, or do they want it to be at its hardest when he's bowling? So that will be, I think, something must have discussed. Although sometimes you wonder about cricket teams, you think surely they've sat down and thought about this, and then they give every impression of not having done so. But you would think in their 3 days of preparation that they had in Abu Dhabi, that they would have
the whole 3 days.
The whole 3 days in Abu Dhabi. 3 days in Abu Dhabi. It sounds like a film, doesn't it?
Yeah.
From the sort of 50s.
Do you think they met Bob Hope and Dorothy Lamour there while they're on the golf course?
Bob Hope opening for this England team. Now that was.
Well, it's 3 days of the Condor, isn't it? That's a film.
Yeah, that was in the 70s over there.
Yeah, true.
I think it was more like Mission Impossible myself.
That was Robert Redford, I think, 3 days of the Condor.
Yeah, it keeps popping up on Sky every once in a while. It's quite a good film, actually.
And I mean, actually, if you look at the bowling figures, what I am pleased to see is that although he took 3 wickets, Jadeja did get a bit of tap.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's the way that they have to play him and not give him time to settle.
I mean, isn't that the point? If England had last 67 overs on the last tour, they'd have only got to about 70 or 80 runs because they'd have been scratching around trying not to get out. and this is the point of Bazball, isn't it? You're going to get out, get some runs before.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if Rohit Sharma thinks that way. As you say, he's been out of touch in other forms of the game.
Oh, well.
But we do know that he basically single-handedly won one of the test matches on the last tour, didn't he?
Yep.
For India. Well, it does look like Mark was going to take the new ball, so I will prevail upon you jingle people.
Here we go.
Who are here to jingle machines to jingle them up.
Do you know Mark Wood? Yes, he is an England bowler, quite good and pretty quick. So just a normal guy, of course. Except for just one thing. What? He thinks that he's a horse.
And of course, the opening batsmen are.
Popular sacred, 264.
And Jaiswal's opening the other end.
Yep. From Surya in Uttar Pradesh, Yashasvi Jaiswal.
Well, there you go.
Interesting.
I think there was a pitch invasion there, wasn't there?
Was there?
No, mate. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, hang on. Yeah, someone seems to be running across the field from a distance. We're not seeing him. He seems to have run straight into the hands of some security personnel, which wasn't very good. Maybe you couldn't see where he was going. Very strange.
I heard they haven't let Javo in again.
Yeah.
It'd be ironic if they'd given him a visa.
Oh yes, that would be hilarious, wouldn't it? Mark Wood, can you believe it? Has still only played 32 Test matches, and he's going to be opening the bowling to the left-handed Jaiswal. He's got 3 slips of gully, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, long leg, and square leg, and he's in, and he pulls this down the leg side. It's beautifully clipped by Jaiswal, who seems to think he's still playing in a T20. Gorgeously met, and 4 runs.
He looks about 12.
Well, he took the IPL by storm, didn't he, last year? That was a ton of runs, and he quite enjoyed the pace with which that came onto the bat. Wood will have to tighten his line a little bit. Here he comes again, in bowls, and it's off his hip again. This time it bounced a little bit more, and it takes some great work from Jack Leach down at long leg to prevent that going for a consecutive boundary, and he's going to save 2 runs there. He hasn't managed to injure himself by falling over the...
Oh, I don't know.
oh, yeah, just flexing the knee. Oh God! If you look at the spinner now, if you lose a spinner before...
Lose our senior spinner as well, the man who's played...
Senior spinner before he's even been spun. Oh my word, he did very well there. It's a very quick outfield, isn't it?
Mm.
Mind you, when it comes off your bat at 93 miles an hour, imparted onto it by Wood. He's got a leg slip in now, 2 slips and a leg slip. It's an awful ball down the leg side. Again, this time he's only saved Wood by the fact that Jaiswal can't reach it. Folks moves across to his right and takes India 6 without loss. England all out 246 if you're just joining us.
Ooh,
and if you are, where have you been? I might as well say that to myself. Where have I been? I've been
You've been in bed.
A lovely duvet, fantastic duvet. My head resting on the...
You know what I say to you, Hendo?
Duck hair. Yeah, I don't know what you say.
Fuck
I can imagine
you.
what you say, actually. Yeah, exactly. I did try to get up at 10 past 8 and come over, but then I just couldn't handle it. Wood in again on the legs, hits him on the pad. Ridiculous appeal from most of the slip cordon. Not quite so much from Wood, who just got mildly excited. And there is no run. This is the first time Mark Wood has bowled the first over an innings for England in tests.
There
So
you
there you go.
go.
That's interesting, isn't it?
Does he open for Durham whenever he played for Durham?
I can't remember. Has he played for Durham?
I don't know.
Probably he played for anyone.
Exactly.
Basically, when he plays, it seems to be for England.
And then he gets injured.
Then he gets injured and has to have a sort of 3 months of rehabilitation. He's coming in again to Jaiswal. Bowls a shorter ball and outside the stump for the first time in this over. And well played by Jaiswal. He gets his hands well up and out of the way of that one. And through it goes again to Folks. 6 for no wicket. 1 ball remaining in the first over of India's innings. How many actual overs are we going to get? Are we going to get the 90?
We'll get the whole lot.
Yeah, we should do.
We will get the whole
will.
lot. Okay. Does that mean that do we think we'll have to go into a bit of overtime or not?
Not very much. 22 overs after this one.
Wood in again, full on the legs, hits him on the pad. He's interested in that, but it's probably, if anything, just swinging away down the leg side. I think they've run through for a leg bye. They have. That's umpire pulled on rifle, I believe.
Yep.
And India, at the end of the first over, are 7-0. Hit Jaiswal will keep the strike. Any social media?
Yes, Josie Oak says they should start the bowling with Pope and Crawley as a surprise. Armchair Cricket Podcast says, wonder if Stokes was gesturing about the turn stroke break after he was beaten by another Jasprit Bumrah cutter and bowl, bringing England innings to a close at 246. Not a bad total. This if England can have India 3 down by the close of play, they're ahead. And Mog says, hi Hendo, hi Messi, hi the Bear, hi Mog.
Hi Mog.
Over on YouTube, Kieran Roseblade says, morning all, just tuning in now. Great to have this dream team back on my screen. Thank you, Kieran. Leah confirms 3 Days of the Condor is indeed a Redford vehicle. And Kieran Roseblade says, I'd love to see England win this series. My dislike of India cricket's love of themselves has already been well documented in guerrilla cricket. Leah says the pitch invader looked a bit fit to be Java. I guess I will refer to these agitated spectators they just showed as Hyderabad's Badum tees. I'll see myself out. Know the way.
Let me tell you, the important news is that Hartley is opening the bowling, and he's been smashed over mid-wicket for 6. On his first ball in Test cricket, Jaiswal has treated him with the most incredible contempt. He wasn't quite at the pitch of that one, so it did turn a little bit, but he was hitting with the spin. And Hartley is operating around the wicket. He might want to be hitting that one. And it's hauled away by Jaiswal, who's obviously been told to go out and play as he plays in 2020 cricket. Absolutely smashed that. So Hartley will jiggle him up in a minute. He's going to stay around the wicket. He's got a slip, a leg slip, and a forward short leg. Mid-wicket fairly straight. And he goes back to this one and cuts. And it's picked up at backward point. So Tom Hartley is given the nod on debut over Jack Leach. That may be to do with a Jack Leach preference for having a little bit off the ball when he takes it.
No, he's opened the bowling before, Jack Leach.
Onto the front foot comes Jaiswal and defends on the onside. I think what makes this actually quite exciting is that I think India will fight fire with fire.
Yeah.
They will try to out-Bazball England, if anything. And they're probably good at doing it in their own conditions. Hartley in again goes. Oh, now that jumps. And there's an appeal for LBW, but it's far too high. There was a turn and bounce there. That might make Jaiswal think again about his approach. But I can't believe anyone's considering an LBW appeal for that. They're not. They're going to settle down, and Hartley will continue. Hartley, of course, 6'4", so he's got height. In, bowled, swept aerially, but I think he's going to get away with it. There's no one back there. Has it gone all the way? We wait to see. Yes, it has a second 6 in the over. Well, it's not going to be dull, is it? We're not going to die wanting.
No.
It's the sort of exact opposite of Shamar Joseph's first ball in Test cricket last week when he got Stephen Smith out, getting hit carded for 6.
Yeah, I don't think Hartley should be too bothered here. He's bowled 3 good balls and 2 that have, well, obviously had the potential to be hit for 6 when you're as good as Jaiswal is. He's in again, outside off stump, and he meets us on the half volley, drives it back at him without any real expectation of a run. It's fielded, so 12 runs off Hartley's first over, but England surprisingly may not mind that. 19 for no wicket. Messi.
We're wrong. As said on the film front earlier, bad leading role selections. John Wayne as Genghis Khan might be one of the most outrageous casting decisions in film history. Yeah, he sends a picture to back that up. And Nitin Bajaj says, look who's playing baseball now. Nitin's at the ground. So I hope you're enjoying yourself, Nitin.
I believe that our gorilla, Ian Lomax, is at the ground today as well. He did get in touch, and I said we'd try and talk to him one lunchtime, but maybe he's out of communications reach right now. Who knows what mobile phones are like in far-flung parts of the world. probably pretty good.
Indeed. I should mention that West Indies have reached 175 for 5, including Joshua De Silva using his Woodstock back to get to 56 not out.
Okay, and Rohit Sharma faces his first ball. Oh my goodness, now this is fun. This is hilarious. He clipped it away down to deep backward square leg. The throw came in, and folks, as he was going to collect it, he just cleaned up all 3 stumps with his body.
He just ran through them.
He was left lying sort of somewhere off towards setting it off, and now he's having to be put back together again. That could have been quite nice.
Dear, that's a bit embarrassing.
He wasn't watching where they were.
I do hope we're going to... That's what you expect from a proper wicketkeeper, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
You can tell he's a proper wicketkeeper. He's looking at the ball, and he just walks over all the stumps. That would be one of those for what happened next in Question of Sport, if Question of Sport hadn't been dumped by the BBC.
Exactly. It no longer exists, does it?
Thank God for that. It's a terrible show. Onto the back foot goes Jaiswal and defends into the offside. Folks is trying to make it look as if he meant that all along. But it would provided plenty of entertainment for the likes of Ben Duckett and Zach Crawley. Yes, I think I'd have enjoyed that. We would have enjoyed seeing the Bear do that, actually, if he was keeping wicket. That would have been funny.
So if all 3 stumps are out of the ground, is there no way to dismiss someone who's running towards that end left?
Not sure. Wood in again, too short down the leg side, tries to pull it. Folks is interested in a catch down the leg side. Wood is thinking about it. I don't think so. What are we going to see?
Why are they looking at Root? He doesn't make the singles.
So shall we have one of those nice
review jingles? Yeah, let's have a look. It's a bowler's review.
That was out. That was definitely out. Was that definitely out? No.
Now, watch on a replay. Does he look behind? That's the question.
Well, that often is the question, but the other thing was that he was confidently shaking his head, perceptibly shaking his head as he walked down towards Rohit to have a little chat while they wait for this one. So he doesn't seem bothered. Ooh, glovey.
Oh, that's definitely glove, isn't it?
Is it? I don't know. Well, if it's anything, it's glove. But
oh, I thought I saw it move downward. Now I'm not so sure, actually. Let's have a look from the side.
No, I think it's missed. I think it's
missed.
I
think it's missed.
See daylight.
I think he can.
He's late on the ball, isn't he?
Yeah.
Unless the seam was hanging off the ball, like it might be after you've had 150 overs, I can't see how that's out. No. Ultra edge is giving us nothing, and England have lost a review. Oh, silly boys.
Well, he was late on it.
No, full rifle, quite rightfully. Giving it not out. It's a wasted review at this stage in only the 3rd over of the innings. The Indian flags begin to fly around the ground, which is quite well populated, isn't it? Pretty
reasonably.
Yeah. I don't know what the capacity of Hyderabad is. I'm sure that Tony will have looked that up earlier.
It looks quite big.
It looks quite big. It's not Ahmedabad, is it? Wood in again and bowls, and it's a good length ball on the line of off stump, and it's met with a very fine forward defensive from Jaiswal, who's taking most of the strike at the moment. He's got 18 from 15 deliveries. Rohit's just faced the 1 ball, and he's off the mark. Wood has gone for 7. 20 for no wicket. England 246. All out earlier today. If you're thinking of being involved in the 5th day, I wouldn't bother. I don't think it's going to go that long.
39,200 is the capacity.
Oh right, okay. Wood in again, bowls across the left-hander, giving him a little bit of width, but a little bit of extra bounce, and Jaiswal watches it closely and allows it to pass through. He says, "Look, I'm not just a biffer. I have the technical ability to defend when the needs be," and which is kind of what makes him very dangerous. You feel like Rohit might play a little bit less circumspectly and look for his pull shots, his famous pull shots that regularly end up in the crowd. Wood again, coming in to complete the over to Jaiswal. He bowls him a bouncer, and he sways out of the way of that one. In fact, it died in the pitch, didn't it? Has it been given as a wide? It has been given as a wide.
What? It's not a wide.
Well, I thought that went past his brow as he got out of the way of it, to be honest.
Wow, that's what it certainly looked like.
It really did loop, but...
Well, I hope a wicket comes off the next ball just for that.
Well, he's just, it's a little bit over. I think it's maybe. Well, it was signalled by the leg, square leg umpire. So he's in again. Bowls another short one. This one doesn't get up quite so much. Goes through with a little bit more carry, and it's the end of the over. India, after 3 overs, are now 21 without loss.
Josie Oakes says,
please, come on.
That was nowhere near a wide. But it's not the standing umpire at the bowler's end who's giving these. It's a square leg umpire who is signalling these.
This isn't fucking T20.
Yeah, it's a bit weird, isn't it?
It wasn't over his head. He's leaning back and went past his chin.
That's how it appears. Certainly, that's how the it looks on TV. Whether that's when we see it from side on, we see it differently. He's in again. Fuller defended into the offside, and Mark Wood might think that he's having one of his weapons taken away from him here. 22 for no wicket. We have finally come to the end of that over. Messi.
Josie Oakes says, Hendo sounds cheerful. Has he not been taking the tablets? And Ninton Vijay says, Jaiswal living on the edge, but man, it's fun. Armchair Cricket Podcast says a good move by Jaiswal to come out in T20 mode. I was surprised to see he would start off with a new ball instead of a slightly older ball. Also, Hartley instead of Leach from the other end, maybe due to his T20 chops. Yeah, I suppose
he often opens in those games, but you can't really compare the two, can you? But he's used to taking a new ball, I suppose. Anyway, he's having a chat with Stokes about what they're going to do for Rohit Sharma, who's yet to face him, and potentially he'll be taking the ball away from the right-handed Indian captain. Let's see what we've got. We've got 2 slips, and what else have we got? We've got
short leg,
square leg. Is that it? I think that's it.
No, there's a short leg as well, I think.
Is there a short? Well, no, I said short square leg.
No, sure, there's a short leg, I reckon. Well, he's a bit deep for a short leg, but he's definitely right in there.
Yeah, that's all there is. There's 2 slips and a short leg. Yeah. And Hartley will bowl. He's got a ring of 3 on the offside. He's in, bowls to Rohit on his leg stump. That's not a particularly good piece of bowling. And Rohit is very accepting of that. Glances it away off the face of his bat. Will probably pick up 3. It's been really well chased by Crawley to keep that in. He saved 1 run, nothing more. But, it was slightly misdirected by Hartley, I'm afraid, who finds himself with the rather unenviable figures of none for 15 from 7 balls, which is possibly not how he expected his
debut to go.
His test debut to go. He did bat well though, didn't he? Got 24. He was down the order. Crawley has made his way back to slips. The long leg is coming round a little bit. The deep mid wicket is going straighter slightly. Leg slip now, a first slip and a short square leg for the left-hander. Hartley continuing round the wicket, and it's a horrible ball. It was really pulled down horrifically, and it's been pulled away with little problem by Jaiswal for 4 more.
Oh dear, oh dear.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
You kind of start to see it from a bowler's point of view, don't you? When you do go for 6 off your first ball in Test cricket, could be a little bit of a worry. This is better. It's quicker through the air, outside off stump. Didn't really turn a great deal. Jaiswal got on his back foot and defended. He's now hit him for 3 leg side 4s already. As Jaiswal. In fact, one of them was a 6, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Hartley in again, and he gets to the front leg forward, and then rather surprises Rohit by asking him to partake in a single, and Rowett, who was rather leaning on his bat and expecting nothing apart from sixes raining down, suddenly realises he was trying to say no, and Jaiswal was coming, and so his captain was overridden in authority there. 30 for no wicket. No,
There's something very 19th century about that commentary, Hinder. I didn't partake in a run.
Well, it was very sort of 19th century cricket, really. This is turned away past the man at short leg, Pope, and they take another single. So a little bit annoying this for England. 31, and we're only about to complete the 4th over. And yes, would you like to partake with me in a single, sir? Or even a 2, perhaps? Hartley in. Again, down the wicket he comes and drives through the offside. Good foot movement. Jaiswal is showing absolutely no sign of nerves, and he's put that away for 4. And this is a problem for England. India
4 on the floor,
no wicket.
and one more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4's are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Yeah, it's not a good start.
Really excellent. Tremendous use of the feet there by Jaiswal. You have to say that's really, really good cricket.
Willow Moon says, it's my dream blunt rotation on commentary. What's blunt rotation? And some education here from Mesno Man. Thank you. Laws of cricket on remaking the stumps. 29.4. Remaking wicket. A wicket is broken while the ball is in play. It shall not be remade by an umpire until the ball is dead. Any fielder may, however, while the ball is in play, replace a bail or bails on top of the stumps, or put back one or more stumps into the ground where the wicket originally stood. Thank you for that.
So presumably you could pick up a stump, put it back in the ground, get the ball in your hand, and take it out with the ball in your hand, and that would be out. But that's a very long way of doing it, and they'd have to be dawdling or falling over in the middle of the wicket for it to actually be of any use.
Nothing in those laws about steamrolling all your stumps when you're a wicketkeeper, which is
it's totally allowable.
Right.
Anyway, after 2 overs of wood, we turn to England's senior spinner, more left arm. It's going to be Jack Leach. Well, we've got a jingle.
Coming up, here's a face that I know. It's Jack Leach. Now coming up is Jack Leach. Oh, Jack Leach.
Is that it? Is it
Yep,
gone?
it's gone.
It's very hard to tell. So, and it basically, you can hear, or you can't actually hear the music. You can hear the voice sometimes of the jingles when you are remote, as we are, or I am. Leach then, a slipper and a short leg. He's into Rowett, and Rowett defends a full ball straight back to him, and there is no run. Would you not? Does he just want some control? Is that what Stokes is looking for? I'd have thought maybe he would have given Ray in the first go. Onto the back foot. That's horrible from Leach. This is rusty spinners alert, I'm afraid to say. And that's been pushed almost as far as wide long off. They're going to come back for a third, I imagine. And score moves on to 38 for no wickets. So about this time tomorrow, when India declare a 516 for 5, we'll say it wasn't a very good ploy, was it? Filling the game with spinners that haven't played.
Well, that's the problem. We just don't have any spinners that have played, though, have we? Apart from Leach.
Liam Dawson, of course. People forget him for some reason.
Well, he wanted to go and play T20 cricket.
Well, I don't think he would have said no to England if England had come calling. But England.
No, I think he ruled himself out, actually.
I think he ruled himself out after he was ruled out, personally. Anyway, Leach is going to come over the wicket to Jaiswal. He's got a man back at deep square, and he's got a man 3/4 of the way at long on, and he's onto the front foot as Leach decides to operate from over the wicket in comparison to Hartley starting from round the wicket. I mean, you have to say that in itself, the Hartley bowling round the wicket is a T20 tactic, isn't it?
Yeah, especially to right-handers. I mean left-handers.
Yeah, left-handers, yeah. Leach, and again, he's down on the wicket, drives, but finds the man, Ben Stokes, at mid-off. just for a moment, Jaiswal has been kept quiet. A couple of balls, 27 off 23.
We'll do a change at the end of this
Stuff
over.
up my GPL picks no end if he keeps this.
Oh, yes, the GPL. What was going on there today? Leach in again, bowls. He tries to launch this with bottom hand. Does get it through up to long on Woodfield. They take single. 39 for no wicket. England made 246. Just went past tea for about half an hour after tea. Bairstow's top score was 70. Really nice knock. Certainly what the bits that I saw of it, which was from about 44 onwards, was particularly dominant. Played some lovely shots. 2 or 3 sixes. And Leach is going to come round the wicket to the right-handed Rowett. It's in, it's flat, it's wide. Almost dies, in fact, as Rowett went back to unleash a drive. It just didn't reach him in time to do so. Played it into the covers. That is the end of the over. India 39 for no wicket. It's time for a change, is it not?
Oh, indeed it is, yes.
We're
so much
inviting.
fun.
I see a belly coming into view, and it's a belly that belongs to none other than Gary Naylor.
It's not mine, that's for sure.
Oh my goodness! If it was, if it was, I would wonder what you've been doing this winter. That was it.
Yes, had a cosy winter.
Yeah, very.
Hi Annie. Hi Annie, and sorry about your Kieran Roseblade is the next one on YouTube, and we're up to date on Twitter.
Cool.
I'm waiting for Gary to get his earphones on, so I'll continue for the moment as Hartley he continues round the wicket to the left-hander.
It's obviously very tricky for Gary to get his earphones on, isn't it?
Oh, look, everything's tricky at the moment. I don't know, hours sleep, but not as tricky as it is for Tom Hartley. Or should I say Simon Carrigan? No, Tom Hartley as Jaiswal is forward, just knocks it back to Hartley, gets a dot ball, second one of the over.
It's been a grim start.
Sorry,
hasn't it?
Gary, can I just tell you I lied about Twitter? It just dumped a whole lot more. Nitin Bajaj, 9 minutes ago is the next one.
Okay.
And here's Hartley again, and this is driven beautifully by Jaiswal. He has played some fantastic strokes so far in this innings, and he's wearing out the machine.
That went like a tracer bullet.
Well, it certainly did. Hartley is obviously under the cosh here. I don't think he's bowled particularly badly, but the quality of the strokes and the aggressive attitude is really getting to the young man.
He's not that young though, is he now?
24 or something?
21, yeah.
That's young.
For
Come
a
on.
spinner. Goes back, does Jaiswal, waits for the ball and clips it into the leg side, and they're through for a single. But this is how he bowls. He doesn't really turn the ball. There's quite a few spinners who don't these days, and they seem to get recognition. There is a Lancashire spinner, or ex-Lancashire spinner, who spins the ball a long way, but he doesn't get picked.
No.
Well, I was going to say to you, is this actually painful for you to watch?
Well, let's see. We're going to give the lad a chance, and this ball is just defended, and there is no run. But like fast bowlers have to be fast, then spin bowlers, to me, have to spin the ball. You can be a slow bowler in one-day cricket in white ball, but you can't really in the red ball game. As I say, I don't think he should be playing for Lancashire's red ball team. Never mind England's. And this is clipped by Rohit, and that's going to go all the way to the mid-wicket boundary as well. England are right under the cosh here, and this is certainly the right jingle. So, what would you do? Annie, would you take him off? You've got to, haven't you?
Yeah, I'd take him off, but I don't know who to replace him with.
Well, England have got to replace him with the man most likely to take wickets. And you look at this team, and the man most likely to take wickets is Rehan Ahmed.
Yep.
Now, Rehan will go for runs, but everybody's going for runs. So what you pay extra in the runs from Rehan is not a huge premium over the alternative, so you've got to get him on. Here's Jack Leach. We'll go to your tweets in a moment, and this is down the track again comes Jaiswal. We've seen better use of the feet from the Indians in 6.1 overs than we saw from England in 60 odd. And that's, of course, the difference of growing up playing spin. So a single was taken there.
There's a big discussion to be had, isn't there, on spin in England? But that's probably not right now. But
well, as Leach is in, and this is punched into the leg side, there is no run. I mean, we do have spinners in this country who can spin the ball.
Let them play,
but they're not playing.
Right?
You know, there's Amar Verdi at Surrey who spins the ball. He's not getting the game. And you know, the same for Matt Parkinson. It seems like they're fearful of spinning.
Hartley plays because he can bat as well.
Yeah, he does. He's a handy bat.
Yeah.
Rohit's on strike now. He hasn't had much of it, and he just punches Leach past short extra, and they're through for a single. But on the evidence so far, the golfing class in spin is stratospheric.
Huge.
And it shouldn't
come
be
on,
that
to be
great.
fair to Leach, he hasn't played for ages.
No, he hasn't.
Injured. But then you could argue, why is he playing now?
Well, that's my point, is that England have got an A tour. There were opportunities to play these players, but they'll say that it's too big a workload. It's a big workload running round after leather at the moment. This is clipped to short mid-wicket. I don't want to be too critical. It's a tough game playing against these Indians on an Indian wicket. You know, there's a reason why India haven't lost a series since England last won in 2012 or something. But you've got to help yourself by picking the most likely.
Yeah, or giving yourself a bit of time in India beforehand as well.
Yeah, there is definitely that.
Mm-hmm.
So here's Leach, the head shaven like Nathan Lyon, and this is defended, and there is no run. He's given it no air whatsoever here, Leach. He's just firing it into that pitch, and we know there's turn to be had. He's got to go looking for it.
Definitely his turn, isn't it? We've seen it big time.
Over the wicket again is the left armour to the left-hander. It's full, and it's punched hard to the man 3/4 back at mid-on. India have the 50 up. They're 51 without loss. Jaiswal has 35 already. Rohat has 13, and Messages has your tweets.
Messages?
Sorry, you, Hendo. Oh, it's Annie. Look, I'm beginning to feel the fatigue. Please forgive me.
The writing desk 27 asks. She says she can't locate TalkSport 2, but she likes listening to anyway. Yeah, but she said, how do I find Gorilla Cricket? And Spicy Golden Duck says, good morning, Gorillas. It doesn't bode well, but I think that the last England cricketer to come from Ormskirk was Simon Kerrigan.
Yes, that's true.
Dave Wood said, is it too late to recall Scott Borthwick?
Actually, I mean, the thing, maybe now is the time to recall Simon Kerrigan. He's bowled quite well for Northamptonshire in the last couple of years.
Despite the fact that he retired at the end of last season.
Yeah, but retiring isn't real
anymore. Not anymore.
Retire and come back all the time.
Hartley, left arm over, it's very full, and it's slashed hard through extra cover. It was there to be hit, and boy was it hit.
He's finding it tough, isn't he?
Well, to be honest, he bowls more economically in T20 than this.
Yeah.
3.1 overs, none for 38.
I mean, they are batting well.
It's a different game.
Yeah.
T20 is a different game. It's just.
I mean, there's been some beautiful strokes here, tremendous aggression.
Lovely.
You know, and this guy's playing for his place to some extent. I mean, he is the coming star of Indian cricket, and he hits this hard, but it's well fielded there by Johnny Bairstow, who finds himself at cover point. He can't have been at cover point very often in his career, but there he is. What do you think of Johnny's shape? My brother claims he's a stone overweight. I mean, he certainly looks like he's carrying a bit more timber than he has in the past.
It's winter fodder, isn't it?
And that's hit hard, but for once without timing by Jaiswal, and it's fielded by the captain, who is at a wideish mid-off. I think the captain's now demonstrated his faith in 4 overs. I think he's perfectly at liberty now to say, look, I didn't just sort of pull you out of the firing line at the first opportunity. And I think he should. That's a decent ball. It's taken on the pad. It's caught by Joe Root. There's an appeal for LBW, an appeal for a catch. There was half an appeal for a run out as well. It was all happening, as Bill Lorry would say, but actually nothing happened because he was hit well down the track, well outside the line. There was no bat involved, and he was back in his crease before the wicket was broken. Hartley in again, left arm over, gets a bit of turn, but is slashed hard with a horizontal bat to vacant third man, where Mark Wood runs round, canters round, one might say, and does the fielding. 56 without loss.
A little bit more promise from him bowling over the wicket. I don't think bowling around the wicket was the right idea.
No, it's been a better over, isn't it?
And you can almost feel his sweaty hands trying to grip the ball, trying to get the turn.
Yeah.
You know, he'll come back. I hope he'll come back stronger tomorrow. But it's been a rough ride for the last 40 minutes or so. Yeah. The last ball of this over, he's got none for 39 as he approaches the end of his fourth over, and that's blocked by the man at short leg. And he takes a slightly despairing look, puts his head down, gets his head up again, wearing his New England cap. 56 without loss. Jaiswal has 40, Rohit has 13, and we have your tweets.
NB says they've taken the English club banners down from the stands over the lunch break, possibly because they committed the cardinal sin of obscuring the advertiser signs.
Well...
Barong says India scoring at 9 per over. Bowling change has been made. The wait for justice continues. MB says the Hyderabad ground capacity is 309. I can't read that.
39,000.
39,000. Yeah, it's put too much. After renovation, and it's about 70% full.
Jack Leach left arm over as well to the left-handed Jaiswal, who hit it hard, but it was fielded in the covers. There is no run. You were talking about the youth of Jaiswal, Hendo. He does look about 14. He doesn't hit it like a 14-year-old, though, and as if to make that point, he gets a half volley from Jack Leach and clips it to mid-on and is through for the single.
He bats like a very, very advanced 14-year-old, I think you'd have to say. A genius of a 14-year-old.
How does a 14-year-old bat?
Ask Vinod Kambli and Sachin Tendulkar. I think they were 14 when they put on about 900 for their school side, didn't they?
I think there were some school teams that probably even you could have put 900 on against Gary.
Well, could have put 900 on against the school team I was playing for, perhaps, but that's another story. And we weren't that bad a school team for a comprehensive. He goes back, does Rohit, and that's absolute meat and drink there from Jack Leach. It was short, it was slow, turn slow off the pitch, and he just clipped it, or drove it really to the cover boundary. Well, once they've got a few overs under their wing, this spin attack may be good. Oh no, hang on, it's not a warm-up match, it's a test match. Leach is in again on off stump, and
don't believe in warm-up matches, Gary.
Clipped into, or rather, just touched into the leg side, and there is no run.
Yeah, just that last ball, Rohit played for a bit of turn that wasn't there, and almost got done between bat and pad. There was enough, but just a little bit of uncertainty.
Just got to get that ball above the eye line a bit. It's just being fired in. And that's fired in on off stump, and you can really hit that wherever you want, and Rohit's driven it square, and Tom Hartley, who's in the game all the time, shows his sprinting heritage and restricts Rohit to 3, I think it was.
Yeah, I think they got 3, yeah.
Yeah, it's the runs are coming very, very easily, and I think they've got to get the leg spinner on.
Yeah, I think.
Well, this is the thing, isn't it? If you get, they've got off to this good start, and they haven't actually had to play too many ridiculous shots. In fact, very few. I mean, you could say that the first ball that Jaiswal hit for 6 was a risk, but he was playing with the spin. But he made a statement, and now England aren't quite sure where to bowl because Jaiswal obviously has got really good use of his feet.
Rohit's on strike, he has 19, and this is defended at the end of the 9th over. India have 63 without loss. Jaiswal has 41 from 39. You'd think he'd be going a bit quicker than that. And Rohit has 19 from 15. The other thing that Raham will do is he'll turn it both ways. So he'll ask them the question. He'll ask them the question with 3 deliveries, really. He'll ask them the question with the conventional leg break, with the top spinner, and with the googly. And that has to be a more challenging menu for the batters than what they've had so far.
Gary, I've got I want your opinion on this. Jamie Wilson from YouTube says Parkinson isn't a big spinner of the ball, but he is reliable. If I had the choice of a wild card, it would have been Jaffa Cohen, but Yorkshire aren't interested in playing him.
Well, just give me the name again in a second, as down the track comes Jaiswal and stops and helps himself to the single, which is offered out square to Ben Duckett. And of course this is what hitting the ball hard does. It gives you options of easy singles. What was the name again of...
Well, I was hoping you'd know him. So Jaffa, Jafer, and Cohan.
No, I've not seen him, not heard of him. Yorkshire twos by the sounds of it. Matt Parkinson is a big spinner of the ball. I don't want this to go on too much about Matt Parkinson, but it was a little galling that Callum Parkinson was playing for England A, the wrong twin.
Yes.
Oh, he's a decent player, but poor old Hartley has just been smashed square this time for another one of these.
I think this should be his last over.
Well, to be honest, 3 overs ago should have been his last over. There comes a point where you have to sort of say to the, as I said earlier, you've got to say to the bowler, look, it's not your day today. It might be your day tomorrow. I still believe in you, but you know you've got to hand over to somebody else now. As Rohit gets a half volley and decides just to really just ease it to the man at mid on. They'd have taken one, I think, in a white ball, but they didn't.
The only Jaffa Cohen I can find is an American TV writer.
Oh, that's interesting. Well, I don't know if this is spelt correctly, so it's Chohan.
Oh, sorry, okay.
Chohan.
Defended again by Rohit. I mean, that was a half volley. That could have been hit hard elsewhere, but he just pushed it back to Hartley, who looks like a man with trouble in mind.
Leah's saying India by innings. Heard it here first. Thanks, Leah. Hello, Leah.
Oh, now there's a good ball. Now that's the first one that's really kind of misbehaved. I mean, that spun off a length and it pitched off and would have missed off. No, it would have bounced over off. It took Rohit on the gloves, and you know he'll take that as a moral victory. He's just troubled one of the leading batsmen in world cricket.
He should, absolutely. It was a good ball.
He's round the wicket again, and this is defended by Rohit. So he finishes at the over with 4 dots. So he's got something to work with there as Hartley. India 68 without loss.
It's very hard for a captain to decide, how much he tells his bowler. Right, I have confidence in you, so I'm going to keep you going when you're getting put on the ground. But at the same time, you've got to know when to take someone off. Not in the way that Alistair Cook did with Simon Kerrigan, never to be seen again, but actually to come back if and when England take a couple of wickets, then maybe you look at getting him back in again. When someone's not really attacking him so much.
And it's not like it used to be with Kerrigan. I don't think Kerrigan.
I've got to get some.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, go on.
Leah says, "Do I see Wisdons in an IKEA bookshelf behind Hendo, feeling right at home?"
Not IKEA. But yeah, I do have some Wisdons around, yeah.
And Jayot Baggat says, why is Joe Root not bowling? He has Pfeiffer in India.
I think he will bowl. He
will
bowl.
Oh, he will.
The thing is, though, that we don't want him to have to bowl, really.
No.
Yeah.
But he will.
It's Jack Leach, couple of skips, and then he's in to bowl, and it's hit hard again by Jaiswal, who only seems to hit the ball hard, but it's fielded at a deepish mid-off, and there is no run.
I just want to say, as we see these school kids, NB was saying about the capacity in Hyderabad, and he says they've got about 5,000 school kids in with free entry, and they're making a most excellent, joyous racket.
This ball is just pushed to short third man, and there is no run. Speaking of joyous rackets, does anybody know whether Djokovic beat Sinner?
I don't know, actually.
No.
No.
It's when I'm asleep, so I don't care about that.
The world does go on, Annie.
Does it? Does it?
Yeah, apparently. Yeah, apparently so.
Well, England have built some dot balls here, and we should give them some praise for that. And they get another dot ball due to some fine fielding by Johnny Bairstow at short extra. So 3 dot balls so far in this over. There were 4 dot balls to finish the last one. Will Jaiswal try and do so? I mean, he was trying to manufacture a single there when there wasn't one there. He came quite a long way down the track, and his captain wasn't interested at all.
Yeah, he's tending to run a bit on the shot, isn't he? There.
That's the 14-year-old.
Yeah.
That is. Yeah.
Another quick delivery from Jack Leach. Has Leach spun one yet? I mean, we've seen Hartley spin one. We've seen Leach spin one.
No, actually, I think the worry for India is the bounce occasionally.
Yeah.
The spin. They got spinners. They got major spinners of the ball, but England not so much.
I mean, we used to say that Jadeja didn't spin the ball very much, but I mean, he was spinning it more than the England spinners. That's a half volley, and he can hit that where he likes, so he hits it to the straightish extra cover boundary. 4. Yeah, he looks a talent, this Jaiswal, doesn't he? He looks a talent,
really
and you know, he's got the right attitude, and it's a testament to his captain at the other end, who gives him the freedom to play like this. Big hit in the IPL, and you can see why. Leach is in again, and so quick, so straight, and Jaiswal just knocks it into the leg side and walks a single. India 73 without loss, with just one ball really to cause any concern in 11 overs, and that was the one that jumped at Rohit.
NB says, welcome to the big leagues, Hartley lad. Hope his selection and being thrown into the deep end doesn't result in another Zafar Ansari situation.
Oh, well, Zafar Ansari didn't leave the game because of that. He left the game because he wanted to be a stockbroker or whatever it is, a lawyer.
Didn't he have a double first or something?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, something like that. Josie Oak says, is Hendo in a darkened prison cell? Looks like it. Slopped out this morning?
Blink twice if you want us to rescue you, Hendo.
Janet Hopper says, is Bazball really 3-day test ball?
Yes, could be. He's going to stick with Hartley, though. He's sticking with him.
It does seem a point where virtue should be sacrificed on the altar of expediency, but Stokes always says that he will believe in his players, and that's a horrid long hop from Hartley, and Jaiswal can hit that anywhere in order to get his 50, and so he does.
Great 50.
Yeah, he hit it to mid-wicket, but really, I mean, I hesitate to say I could have hit that for 4, but I suspect I could have.
I don't think I could have.
You couldn't? Too far away?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a terrible ball. It was a real long hop. Awful. Yeah, great start for India.
He's in again. This is Fuller from Hartley, but he just can't find the length at the moment, and part of that is because of the aggression of the Indian footwork. They took a single off that, did Jaiswal. He goes to 52, a pack of cards. But he's so much of England's bowling from both ends. Right? Well, so much of England's bowling at both ends have been either half volleys or long hops. They don't seem to be able to locate a length. But then again, when they're coming down a track with such aggression, it's hard to do that, because what looks like a half volley, when you sort of pan back, you realise it was a perfectly good ball, but they've made it that way with the footwork. Well, let's turn again from Hartley. That pitch on off stump and turned past the off stump. Ben Folks took the bails off. Rohit watched it all the way. But that shows this turn in this wicket for the England bowlers. They've just got to find those right lines and lengths, and we've got to see the leg spinner.
Yeah, I think that's why Stokes is keeping him on, because he obviously saw a little bit in the last over, didn't he?
Oh, that's a beautiful ball. I mean, that really is the left armour to the right armour's dream delivery, or almost dream delivery. It pitched middle, it bounced and went over the top of off stump. There's some concern here over a DRS for, I think, a stumping.
I really don't believe in this. Root has persuaded him. Root has persuaded Stokes to go for a
I've already lost one.
This is ridiculous. England are making fools
Are they
of
going for a
themselves.
catch or a stumping?
Oh, catch, I believe. And I mean, Rohit Sharma seems very happy about it. I mean, that England will be down to one review.
I love it if it is a
11 overs.
wicket.
Well, yeah, so will I. Then I'll just have to sort of disappear for a few minutes, dive under a duvet.
So we're seeing it again here. It pitches middle and turns beautifully, but it's missed the outside edge by a distance from what I can see there.
Well, unless it skimmed the off stump, and that's what they heard after it's gone past it. But then you would have thought they would have picked that up.
I mean, that was a really fine delivery.
No.
Let's, we've bagged Hartley, and for good reason, and his figures indicate that reason. But I mean, that's a dream delivery for a left armour to a right-hander, and
But it's not a wicket.
But it's not a wicket, and it will be a lost review.
That is absolutely unforgivable from England, I'm afraid. However much you want your debutant bowler to take a wicket, to have lost 2 reviews in such a manner within 11.4 overs, and India are 78 for no wicket, you really have to
It is
wonder
not
about
a 20-over match. It's a test match. You don't lose
Well,
them that
you
quickly.
know,
Yeah.
that was all down to Root. It was Root who was coming up to Stokes and saying, yes, you must go for that one.
You wonder
Let's
what?
sack him.
Yeah,
Sack
you
him,
wonder.
sack
You wonder what evidence they were going off. I mean, surely there can't be a sound, and there was no deflection. This ball is defended, no run, but it's another good ball though, angling in. And
It's a much
turning.
better over, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
getting better and better. Yeah.
I told you
Yeah.
Stokes was right to keep him on.
Yeah, you did. Yeah,
Well,
you absolutely
I
did.
don't think we need to go that far yet. I mean, he's got to do this for a couple more overs, hasn't he?
I was.
It's all right. Oh, and he's bowled a no ball.
Oh God! Please,
Get him off.
please.
How sick would he have been if it had been an edge to a no ball? That would have been even more hilarious from an England point of view. He
This
seems
is
a lot more
defended into the offside, no run.
He does seem a lot more comfortable bowling to Rohit, strangely
Yeah.
enough.
We're due a change at the end of this over. That's a very tight no ball. Foot, remember, does not need to land behind the line. It just has to have something behind the line at the point of delivery. As Rohit comes down and clips this to the right hand of Ben Stokes, who's fielding at a wideish mid on.
I just
He
have
takes
to
a
ask you
single.
this.
India are 80 without loss.
I have to ask you this because Josie Oakes asking, what effects does Gary think the Musi River next to the stadium have on the
Yeah.
swing?
Indeed. Well, we're due a change now. The Bears going to take over with some ball by ball. Tony's going to come in, and I'm going to swap seats. But there's no sign from the green room as yet, so I think we happy few will continue.
Oh. Okay.
I don't know if happy is the right word.
I'm very happy.
Good.
Yeah. Messi just says England still finding new ways to destroy the confidence of aspiring spinners before they've even been given a decent chance. Not only was this a ridiculous decision on opening the bowling, it creates a huge negative impact on Hartley himself. NB says Australia Open men's semis are tomorrow.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
And
I thought it was tomorrow. You lose track when you get picked up at 3 a.m. in the street. Where's the bear?
Leach is it in, and his first ball of the next over is just pumped out to cover. You set a bit deep, and there ain't no run. I guess Tone's going to join us in a bit. Hendo's disappeared.
And I'm leaving, I think, as well.
You are indeed. No, you just sit there. It doesn't matter.
No, I've got to go. Goodbye.
Yeah. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
I've got stuck here. Down the track comes Rohit. Hits it high in the air. I don't think it's gone all the way. It has.
Oh!
England have a wicket. Finally, Jack Leach is back in the international wickets as Rohit got a little bit frustrated. He hadn't faced a lot of balls. He only faced 27, and Jaiswal's faced 48. He's come down the track trying to hit Leach over the top. Hung it back a little bit, top edged it, went way up in the air, and England have their first wicket as Rohit goes for 24 of 27 and 80 for 1.
The first thing I learned from Gorilla Cricket, shit takes wickets, shit takes wickets, inducing a poor shot that don't clear the tickets. Yeah, shit takes wickets, shit takes wickets.
Well, do you know what? My first obvious question is, what the fuck was that previous commentary trio doing? I mean, literally nothing. Literally
Not
nothing.
taking any wickets, I know that
Literally
much.
nothing. Bear and I, in we come. And
Do the business.
Fantastic, there it is. Gary, you're off your game, mate.
I must be off my game. You're right.
I think the big problem is Jaiswal is aggressive, but he's also he's a lefty, and they're having trouble bowling to left-hander.
But he's also orthodox. He hasn't done reverse sweeps. He hasn't sort of
No,
made room
but-
for himself. He hasn't cut the ball off the stumps.
Well-
He's just got down. He's just used his feet to get to the pitch of the ball
And had some shit
and then
bowling.
hit it bloody hard.
Yeah, but he's also hitting with a spin. It's not like he's hit with a spin
Yeah,
against the spin.
He
a lot of the
looks
time.
an orthodox but hard-hitting batsman. And speaking of largely orthodox and hard-hitting batsmen, here's this man.
It's Gilly Gilly, Austin Pepper, Cats and Ellen Bogan by the sea.
It's Shubman Gill. And Leach, I think Leach has bowled all right.
Oh, he's just been jamming it into the pitch.
He's not been jamming it in the pitch as much as Jadeja and Axar Patel were.
Yeah, but they were turning it.
They were turning it. That's the
If
very
you're jamming
big
it into the
distinction.
pitch and you're not turning it. But he's got the wicket. You know, look in the scorebook, as we always say.
Exactly. He did all right. He's got experience of bowling in India. He did all right in the last tour. But we had Bess was our backup spinner last time, wasn't
Oh,
he?
no, it's amazing. Two spinners, neither of them turning it.
No, I mean the strategy to take down Hartley, you know, bowling
Was
his
obvious.
first, so it was obvious, and it worked. To be fair, I think Stokes did commendably well to keep after him, but the two reviews were bonkers.
Well, they've only
Yeah.
got a certain amount of bowlers. I know when Ray and Armin comes into the attack, that's floated up, given a little bit more air, but too full by Leach. And Shubman Gill gets off the mark immediately, just jamming it out to mid-wicket.
I
Take
mean,
a quick single.
He's bowled more half volleys than all of the Indian spinners put together, but he hasn't always been punished for them. The
No.
reason he's bowling half volleys is that he's not giving it any air.
Well,
He's
I
getting
mean,
it
well,
up.
this actually the crux of the problem here is that they haven't had any preparation in
I know,
India,
I know.
and therefore they don't know. The problem is they've got to find the length that you need to bowl.
But
It's the
there-
right length, and they haven't been able to do it because they haven't had any fucking practice. And of
But
course
there
the
are
Indians
English spinners who have had practice because they're on the 8 tour.
Yeah, true. I don't know who's on the 8 tour.
Callum Parkinson is.
Okay. What does he do? That's defended back up the track and there's no run.
I think slow left arm.
Slow left
I
arm.
don't know what others there are, but why wasn't Leach and why weren't these players playing it? Certainly in the first match, the first unofficial test, as Cricinfo call it.
I don't know.
Because the
No,
well,
they're the backups, aren't they? I mean, I don't know. That's clipped into leg side nicely by Jaiswal. This time he only gets a single. There's 2 men out in the deep.
You could have picked a batsman from that team, or they just not rattled up a
Well-
whole load of runs.
well,
but
you
they
know,
didn't. They went with Lawrence.
Keaton Jennings made 140 on
Yeah,
in the first match. I was flabbergasted that that he didn't come in.
Well, yeah, but they don't. He's not like for like, is he? You're getting rid of Brooke, who's a middle order
Yeah,
batsman.
you wanted a
and
middle
Jennings
order,
as an opener.
the closer to a middle order dasher is what they wanted, and so Lawrence fitted that bill more.
Well, his record in India is better than anybody's except Joe Root's, I suspect.
Yeah, he did all right, didn't he? In one series, he got a ton, didn't he? Debut in India. Was it in India? That's worked into the leg side, offside. Sorry, by Shubman Gill. And there is no run.
You can always find reasons not to pick a batsman or a bowler. But
Yeah.
if you look for the reasons to pick them, then
well, there's few with
Jennings
English spinners, isn't there?
Jennings has got a pretty good case to say, oh, maybe he wouldn't be able to do it this time. It's a long time since he's toured India, and the first chance he gets, he makes 140.
Yeah, I mean, he was always a good sweeper, wasn't he? And that's kind of what you do. But I mean, that's the thing. I mean, for me, if Folkes was going to keep, which was the obvious solution, then there was a fight between Brooke and Bairstow as to who took that batting spot, because you can't drop your skipper, and therefore one of those two was going to miss out at some point. They'll start on the bench, even though ideally you'd have them both in the side, but with the need for a better keeper, you couldn't. Jaiswal clips that nicely past mid-wicket. There's a man out 3/4 of the way, long on. It's Crawley, I think, and it's a single.
Persisting with Hartley, I mean, it's admirable, and it's backing the philosophy of Ben Stokes, and it may yet work. I'm amazed we haven't got England's sharpest turner of the ball yet. Hasn't had a chance yet.
Or Ryan Ahmed, yeah. Because he could bowl a few googlies at Jaiswal.
Well, he's got 3 deliveries. He's got a leg break, a top spinner, and a googly.
Exactly.
Which is one more than both of these lads put together.
Oh, now that's got to be close, surely. There's a big appeal.
Review.
I think they might.
They'll have to.
I mean, he's jammed it into the wicket. It's either going to hit the stumps, I think, although I don't think they'd lose the review if they review.
No, I don't think they would, except unless it's an inside edge. But if it's an inside edge, it's been caught.
Well,
they are reviewing.
They are going to review. We could be 3 reviews down after 13 overs.
I'll tell you what, though, it was a good ball.
It was a good ball.
Hartley is now bowling well. Credit to the lad. He must have been feeling terrible. His captain's talked to him. His captain said, I'm keeping you on because I believe in you. And Hartley is now delivering. Whether he gets this wicket or not, he's been the one asking questions the last 2 or 3 overs. Well played, son.
Well, he's been asking questions to the righty. This is the problem. Jaiswal's getting away with it because he's a lefty. Now, has it straightened enough? I think that's a pretty good shout, you know.
I think it's a good shout.
I think his bat has hit his pad and bounced off. I don't think, therefore, it's hit the bat. There seems to be a gap there, and it's hit the pad.
Well, you know, it might be an inside edge onto the pad and then caught by root.
Well, it's either, yeah, if he has edged it, he's out. He's caught. But I think that's going on to hit leg stump.
I think it's going on to hit leg stump.
Might be umpire's call.
It might be umpire's call.
The worst, I think, it's umpire's call, in which case we won't lose the review. Here we go.
Although it straightens, doesn't it?
It straightens enough, and that's what I mean. That's middle stump, you can see.
Well, it hasn't hit the bat.
And it's gone.
This is out, though.
I think that's out.
This is out.
I think that's out.
This is
I'm
middle
with you,
stump,
Gary.
3/4 of the way up. I wonder if the umpire was just sort of baffled by Hartley bowling such a good ball. He'd seen him get clouted everywhere.
Well, here we go. This
is out.
That's well out.
Oh, you must be joking.
It's going over the top. Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
And we lose the review. So we've lost all our reviews now in the 13th over.
That is shocking.
Wow.
You cannot be serious!
That is quite shocking. I didn't think that was going over.
No. I mean, sometimes you are surprised with the balls that are going over, and of course he was picked because he was so tall to get the bounce, so, you know, there's an element of the narrative going against England there, but that did not look like it was going over.
It certainly did not. Gets forward the Shubman Gill, it's defended back to the bowler, and there's no run.
I'm not saying that DRS has failed here. I believe in DRS. I believe that projection is correct, but it certainly did not look like that.
It didn't look that way, no, it didn't. None of us thought it was going over, put it that way. Hartley again, round the wickets. Found a little bit of a rhythm. See, he's all right against the right-handers. This is the problem. It's the left-handers you need, and that's why I'd either get Ryan Ahmed or I'd give Root a little go at the lefty.
Oh, it just looks like it's hitting for all money.
It does, doesn't it? Everyone's head goes up in the air. They can't believe it.
I tell you, the umpires are under a bit of pressure now.
Yeah, they are. That's defended back towards the bowler, and there's no run.
Super over.
Very good over.
Not a super over.
Not a super over.
No.
Not a super over.
Anyway, what's the score there?
The score? I don't know. It's not on the screen at the moment. It's about 80 odd for one.
Okay, right.
83 for one. Round the wicket is Hartley. Played up towards mid-on. I'll go through for the single. It's hurled at the stumps. Nearly kills Hartley. Managed to get shins out of the way. And it'll be a single. Gill will retain the strike. And England will be happy to bowl at Gill. They've got to find a way of getting Jaiswal out.
Yeah.
But they'll be happier bowling at the right-handers while they've got the lefties bowling. Over to you, Tone.
Yeah.
I think this is going to whiz to Lou.
Okay, Nick Vickers, do you mean like shoulder pads in blazers? I'm just listening to Gorillas, no TV footage. Okay, Johnny Mack, if England get 20 wickets in this match, that's a big if. Rayan Ahmed will get the lion's share of those wickets. Linux Lear, Nick Vickers, they look like military school-style uniform. Linux also said, oh no! My chunky boy, why did you do that? Yes, indeed, Rohit Sharma lofted Jack Leach and was caught by Ben Stokes. Armchair Cricket Podcast. Very good start from India. Yes, it certainly was. I'll read more of that in a moment.
I'll
Gary,
I'll just do a little bit of covering for the Bear. That's a straight one from Jack Leach. No surprise there. But Gill let it go and hands on heads there because it didn't miss the stumps by that much. I think Gill's going to have to get used to the idea that the ball doesn't spin very often from the Somerset left armour.
Leah had said England looked desperate. They did at the time. They look a little bit more with it now, with the wicket.
No run, and to the leg side. 84 for 1, India, in the 15th over. They're motoring along.
If you'd watched the last sort of 4 or 5 overs, you'd wonder what the hell had happened early on, wouldn't you? Because England have been on top.
Well, yeah, that's what happens when you get a wicket.
It's a funny old game,
It's
Saints.
a funny old game. Leach is in. That one is played back to him by Shubman Gill. No run.
Psychologically, that's interesting. You know, now the umpires, there are no reviews that the players can fall back on. So the umpires have complete freedom. Their word is, as umpires, you know,
He's God.
Always were.
Leach
Final.
is in, and it's defended. There is a.
But they've also
on
got
Hayden.
Got to be brave. They've got to, if they think it's out, they've got to give it as out. I mean, I think there's always a temptation to, not sure, give it not out, and they might review it.
Yeah.
Well, they can't do that now, and you know they're not supposed to consider that. But you wouldn't be human if you didn't.
Leach tosses that up, works into the leg side, can't be wide mid wicket. There's a skipper, Stokesy.
But burning
There is
3
no
reviews in the first
13
13 overs
overs.
could well cost England 100 runs, and that might be the difference.
Yeah,
between
and
success
2 of them were
failure.
terrible reviews.
And 2 of them, as you rightly say, the last one, probably
Was-
the Hartley one, the more forgivable of the
Yeah,
3.
definitely. I'd have reviewed that. That's defended into the leg side, and there's no run. But there was always a temptation not to review it because it wasn't given out because because you've only got 1 left. That's the problem, isn't it? You burnt 2 needlessly.
At the end of the over. It is.
It is.
I'll finish that Armchair Cricket Podcast tweet. An important innings this for Shubman Gill. Oh, it's a different one, but I'll read it. Important innings this for Shubman Gill. Good to see he'll get to go on. He knows his place in the test side is not certain. If he fails in the first 2 tests, he may be pushed out by other incumbents.
I'd be interested to know what the other incumbents are. I think
Who-
there was
who do you
some.
think they are, Armchair?
Well, I think Sarfaraz Khan. You know, there's a growing groundswell of support. He has extraordinary record behind him.
That's a filthy delivery from Hartley over the wicket to Jaiswal. They don't know how to bowl to him, and he just shoved it into the wicket down leg side. Fortunately, he got away with it because it was only knocked round the corner to long leg for a single. I think he'd be happier bowling at Gill.
Oh, not a no ball
That was a
again.
no ball.
I mean, the last one was very marginal indeed. Let's have a look at this one.
It's marginal again. Very
it is marginal, but slightly less marginal than the previous one.
Yeah. Gill just lets it come onto the bat.
If you
drop on the leg side, no run.
If you're watching pictures and you can say, well, you can see that his foot has landed over the line. It's not where the foot lands.
It's where the back of the foot is.
It's where the back of the foot is, even if it is in
the
mid-air.
air. You could just see a little bit of white behind it.
Yeah,
There's
that
just
one
fair
was
enough.
less marginal. The previous one was very marginal. But they've got the whole of the wicket to land on, so...
Yeah, very true. Defended on the back foot this time by Gill. Back to the bowler, no run.
I mean, why a spinner is pushing the line, I do not know. But they
No,
all,
I
they
don't know that.
but a lot of them seem to do it.
Yeah, Jadeja bowls a lot of no balls.
And Ashwin bowls a few as well.
Yeah. I don't think it's necessary, as you say. I've never bowled a no ball in my life. A bit like you never dropping a catch, Gary. Hartley into the wicket. They've got a very umbrella field on the offside. Leach is at a deep set cover, and he fields that, no run.
I don't think I ever bowled a no ball either, but I wasn't landing on the line, I was landing behind it.
I always landed well behind it. I probably should have landed near it, but down the track a little comes Gill, but Hartley bowls that well and tight.
I mean,
and there's no run.
In club cricket, you're often landing a bit behind the line because you don't want your foot to go in a bit of a hole carved out from the match that was played on the square on Wednesday night. So, you know.
Yeah. Well, I always measured my run up from the line and always ended up a foot behind it.
I did.
I don't know what.
I did 15 steps from the. From the popping crease, and always ended up behind it, but I was happy with that.
Hartley, that one turns, and Gill plays it with soft hands, just drops the short leg, no run.
I mean, I always think a run up is about just getting your rhythm, being happy in your approach to the wicket, and it's what matters once you take off, land, and deliver the ball.
Absolutely. That one again, he's fired in at leg stump, and slow enough it comes off the bat of Gill that goes down to mid-on and gets a single. So he ends the over with a single, and he will continue facing.
I mean, Hartley's bowled a bit like the work experience kid who's suddenly now sort of been promoted to the full-time job and doing quite well.
Yeah.
Yep. 87 for 1. Amit says, well, first of all, Brian very kindly was checking how long left today and came to the conclusion that supplies would be best sent tomorrow.
Yeah.
Which is very gratefully, very gratefully received, I must say. Amit, just one wicket, he says, then all will fall. Well, that's.
It'll be interesting. We've got Jaiswal. I mean, Jaiswal's got 50 odd runs out of an age score of 80.
Farong gone in 80 balls, must be a record. All 3 reviews gone. Well played, England. Still not bowling Duckett. Shame, shame, shame.
Is that our man in Thailand or wherever he is?
I reckon we'll be doing about 10 minutes overtime would be my guess.
Shame, 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 which was a song for Jimmy Reed, wasn't it? Ain't that a shame, shame, shame. Shame, shame, the way you do. Jimmy Reed, definitely.
Leach in, that one goes on with the arm. Gill defends, no run.
The Upper Clyde Shipbuilders union leader.
Jimmy Reed? No, not that Jimmy Reed.
Not that Jimmy Reed.
Not that Jimmy Reed, no. I beg your pardon?
That's what he'd sound like, I guess.
That sounded like Lester Piggott.
Leach around the wicket to Shubman Gill. Once again defends. Back down the track and there's no run.
And Lester Piggott used to do the best interviews ever because nobody had a faintest clue what he was actually saying.
He only heard the questions he wanted to hear, and then his answers, if he wanted them to be unintelligible, were unintelligible. It's not a bad technique,
particularly
really.
if it was about his tax affairs.
Yeah, well, he went down for how many years? Quite a few, didn't he? That's pumped out to the covers, and there'll be no run.
Seems almost quaint now in the litany of shysters and fraudsters that a man who made millions for bookies and also millions for punters was sent down.
Yeah. And there's some fucking horrible crooks out there. Never get touched. That one's played back to the bowler, and there is no run. Oh, 2 balls and we're going to maiden. Have we had one of them yet? I don't think we have we?
If you haven't filled in your self-assessment, now's a good time to think about it. I did mine yesterday, felt a lot better at the end of it.
Yeah, I've got to do mine before Wednesday, isn't it?
£392 I had to pay.
No, I won't have to pay anything, but I've still got to do it. Leach.
Speaking of tax collection,
yeah,
Leach,
yeah, he's around the wicket. To Shubman Gill, 2 slips, short leg. So on to the pads, drops down behind square. There is a man down there, and there'll be no run.
I had a free education at undergraduate level and 2 kids. There's no amount of tax I can pay that will cover what I've had from the States, so I pay it uncomplainingly, although I wish others did.
True that. We all have to pay the tax. Shubman Gill. 1 ball left in this over. I believe this will be possibly the first maiden of England's.
Will it? I thought there was a maiden earlier.
Was there?
I think Leach bowled a maiden. There's certainly been sort of one taken off the last ball of an over a couple of times.
Oh, well, that is defended by Shubman Gill. And maybe he's feeling the pressure. He's certainly not. He's going to be a hell of a lot more aggressive than this.
Yeah, 87 for 1.
87 for 1, indeed. Over to you, Tone.
Sorry, I'm just deleting something. I was trying to send a shame link, but I needed to do it directly into YouTube, so I'm going to have another go at that in a minute. Right. You want some messages, do you?
Yeah, ideally.
I can give you those. David Durrell, why is everyone wearing dark poo brown? Because we got up at respectively
3 in the morning,
around 2 o'clock in the morning
And
in some places, and 3 in others.
What colour are gorillas after all?
Yeah.
But I take your point.
I'm not actually in brown. My trousers are black and my top is camo. So that's a poor ball. No, greens. Yeah, these are shades of green.
That's green on
It's
a
me,
Dutchman.
That's 4 runs, yeah.
It's me, Sanshi.
It was short, it was a crap ball, and it was pulled by Jaiswal. Basically, they're having problems with Jaiswal. I fucking bowled Joe Root to Jaiswal. I really would.
There's a case for it.
But all round armoured.
But you've got to bowl Rehan because he will have the googly that takes the ball away from him.
Well, that's it. All Root, his natural action is taken away from him. That again is pulled, and he's getting away with it. Jaiswal is getting away with it purely because they're lefty and they don't know where to bowl to him. And that is straight to the fielder out deep mid wicket.
I mean, he has played well, Jaiswal.
Yeah, he has.
No, because you're thinking some of these are, easy boundaries, but he's using his feet. He's obviously being aggressive, and this is what happens when it comes off when you have an opening bat who gives it the full say-what.
Yeah. Well, exactly. Well, Round Armour is warming up those little fingers.
Not so little.
No. I like him. He's got good stature. He looks like he believes he belongs. Hartley bowling to Shubman Gill, who's very quiet and just defending back to the bowler.
He's also got Shane Warne's middleweight shoulders. It's kind of Rocky Marciano or Jake LaMotta.
Yeah, he's certainly got the shoulders. That's defended to city mid off. Stuck it in there, I think.
Marciano was a heavyweight, but these days he'd be a light heavy.
Yeah, probably.
Super middle.
92 for 1, India.
I don't believe that term from Leach.
Well, I don't know how they measure it. That's too short by Leach, though, and into Shubman Gill's hip. He doesn't time it well enough to get it all the way to the boundary, but it will get out most of the way. No, you get 2, I think, off that one.
I mean, it showed that Leach is turning the ball on average more than Hartley. Well, our eyes will deny that.
Yeah. But presumably they have all the data. Data's everything these days.
I know.
Data's everything,
It is.
Hartley gives that one a little bit more air. And it's defended back to him by Shubman Gill.
I'm with Mikhail Antonio, who doing the punditry on the match last night when they showed that Fulham had 12 shots. He said, Have they? I can't remember them. What were they?
Brian in Brisbane says, you 3 up in the darkness. Was this a remake of Gorillas in the Mist?
Oh, very good.
So it was certainly Gorillas in the Dark. I'll give you that. Mind you, that describes both metaphorically and physically our state, for sure.
Well, it's weird, isn't it? Leach has been taken off. Is Hartley going to continue? Is he going to take Leach
Bring
to
Leach
change ends?
Or Joe Root, as you say.
Joe Root, yeah.
Joe Root's. The 2 bowlers that you want matched up against Jaiswal are Rehan and Root. So it's surprising that they've let him get to 60 before he faces a ball that might be turning away from him.
Yeah. Well, Rehan is going to get a chance to bowl.
Yeah, those shoulders do remind me of Warne, actually. I mean, he's only 19. He's going to get bigger.
Yeah.
And it's got that kind of rippling
He's a confident.
stretch.
He's a confident bowler. I like him.
Yeah. Well, he is going to go for some. There'll be days when he gets 1 for 80, and there'll be days when he gets 5 for 40.
Yeah.
And you've got to expect that in a leg spinner of any age, especially at 19.
The more experience they get, the less runs they go for as well.
But you shouldn't always be thinking about going for less runs. You should be thinking about how am I going how am I going to entice the
Well,
big
I
shot
think that's
here?
what Stokes has instilled in the side, isn't it? That's the first ball by Rowan Arm, and he's around the wicket to Jaiswal, and immediately Jaiswal has just defended that one back to the bowl. He wouldn't have seen anything of him, would he?
No,
Round.
it's fast arm action as well, Rayhan, which means this googly's going to be harder to read.
Yeah, that one is into him though, and he's pulled, but there is a man out of deep square leg, and it'll just be the single to Hartley.
England need a couple of wickets in a hurry, don't they? Just to disturb things here.
I think
getting rid of Rohit was a big one, but they need another couple tonight.
Yeah, I think they really need to get rid of Jaiswal, slow things down. Because KL Rahul's probably not going to come out and smash it around like that, unless you bowl him shite. I mean, if you bowl shite, you're going to get hit, but things do seem to have settled down a bit. They got off to the fast start that they needed.
I mean, they've kept Shubman Gill quiet. He can't often have been on 5 after 29 deliveries
well,
in his Test career, because he's a charger.
As Ajit says on Armchair Cricket Podcast, maybe he's a bit under pressure because he was opening not that long ago. He's been usurped for that role. Kohli's got to come back. Is there space for him in the side? That one does turn. It's just propped at by Gill. Didn't look particularly certain about it. And there's a single. Square on the offside. Why can I hear some... what are you listening to?
I'll tell you in a minute. It relates to Lester Piggott.
Oh.
And I'll wait to the end of the over.
His spitting image puppet was terribly cruel, wasn't it? Never get away with it these days.
They all were, weren't they? Well, there's a big appeal there, but that was fast.
Save
It
your
came from
breath.
pitch quite well, but hit the pad of Jaiswal outside the off stump.
And again, Jaiswal using his feet well. I mean, he is, I think, obviously more worried about what he's getting from the wrist spinner. So he's getting down the track, he's covering the stumps with his bat and his pad.
Yeah. That one's floated in though and driven past.
Oh, it's a good shot.
Stokesy. Wide mid off. It goes all the way to the boundary. Jaiswal moves on to 65. He's batted exceptionally well, hasn't he, Jaiswal?
Yeah, he has.
He has, but
he's been given it.
That was a googly. That was a googly.
There was a googly. He bowls a lot of googlies.
Yeah, he does, and it's a good delivery. You can see it a little bit from the hand, but it's more visible in slow motion because the arm is quite quick otherwise.
Ahmed in. That's another googly. Worked into the leg side. Should be a man up there. There is, and it'll be a single.
But good to show him early, Jaiswal. He wants to tell him that he's got that in the locker, and if he's really on his game, Rayhan, he'll show him a googly that doesn't turn very much, then he'll do him with one that does.
Yeah. Well, he's moved on to 66, Jaiswal, and the Indian 100 is up. They're 101 for 1. They're only 145 now behind England. There's only 4 overs left in the day. There's 23 overs to be bowled, wasn't there?
This is the first test since November 2011 without Rahane, Kohli or Pujara.
Yeah.
And so we are seeing the future of Indian batting here in Jaiswal and Shubman Gill. Probably, 23 and 24 or something like that?
Yeah, something like that.
That noise, by the way, was me playing a video sent by Dr. Hugh Sheridan, which is a Lee Mack sketch of a jockey being interviewed. Quite amusing, but basically built around the unintelligibility of some jockeys in conversation.
Well, Leach is going to continue. So they haven't gone to route for anything. He's around over the wicket, to Jaiswal. He clips him out to deep square leg.
I mean, how is it that jockeys so often sound like jockeys? Tennis players sound like tennis players. Formula One drivers sound like Formula One drivers. Rugby players sound like rugby players.
I think it's the speak of the sport, isn't it? It's the media training the sport has. That makes them all sound the same.
Sometimes it's the education, the class dimension. But it's funny how you can, not with complete certainty, but you can often get a pretty good idea what sport, especially a sportsman, does from his accent.
Leach in Shubman Gill leaves that one.
Your average show jumper in equestrianism doesn't tend to go, well, I took the jump nicely, I thought,
Yeah.
Well, it was Harvey Smith, weren't it? Weren't it with Harvey Smith?
Jump in front of me, bang, over I went, there it was. Wallop.
Leach tosses that one up a little bit more, and Shubman Gill comes forward.
Ronnie O'Sullivan does
run.
dressage. It's a very good idea, actually.
That
would do it.
He's on form at the moment, isn't he, Ronnie?
There's no sportsman with more natural talent than I've seen.
What about Luke? What about Luke the Nuke Little?
Yeah, well, you might be.
As that's defended back down the track and there's no run.
I think he has a deal with the PCB to work out how old he is. That's what I reckon with him. If you're talking about the darts player.
Yeah. He's just had a shit diet.
16 going on about 26.
That's because all he's eaten his whole life is fucking pizza and kebabs by the looks of it.
You know that for a fact, do you?
Well, I don't, but that seems to be his fighting food. As that's worked into the leg side in his own run. Well, that's all they talked about.
Nothing wrong with his eyesight or his direction of a dart.
It's when they say, Luke Littler, you require 127, and he goes triple 14, triple 18, double 12. And you think, how does he do that?
Nothing wrong with his maths either.
God, oh dear.
It's quite astonishing what he did. But Leach into Jaiswal, goes back, pushes it back to him, and there's no run. 3 overs left in the day. Should I just carry on, or is someone who actually wants to carry? Hendo's supposed to be back.
It's 3 overs.
No, he is there.
3 overs left. We might as well stay for 3 overs, I think. Gupla Krishna says, "Are you guys happy with the bowling change? Would you rather bowl Root for Jaiswal?" I'd give Rooty a go.
I would.
I think it's commendable though the way he's stuck with Hartley, and he has sort of eased into his game. 1 more wicket tonight would be fantastic for England. 2 would be have them dancing cartwheels of delight.
He won't.
I think.
I mean, what Stokes has done there with Hartley is that he won't be tossing and turning tonight, replaying all of those boundaries that were hit from him, because he'll be able to think about that LBW review. He'll be able to think about beating the bat.
Yeah. Oh, that's tossed up. Oh, that nearly dropped under the bat though, didn't it? It looked like it was going to be a big full toss, and it dropped right at the end. Gibb was able to toe end it out to deep square leg for a single.
And you will get a bit of this from any young bowler, but especially you're going to get it from a young leg spinner.
Yeah.
You've got to take that rough with the smooth. And again, to Stokes' credit, he's got some cover on the fence for Rehan, but he's also got some close catches as well. You can't underestimate, especially for a spin bowler and especially for a young bowler, how much the belief of your captain can instill in you.
Yeah.
And
absolutely, totally. I remember.
I mean, that's where
especially when you're playing in a team you've not played before. I remember when I played my first game for Hertfordshire kids or whatever it was. Ran Ahmed in, defended back down the track, and there's no run. The first game we went there, the coach kept going on about I was the only genuine spinner, I think, in the squad on the day, and he kept going on about how the pitch was for a spinner, and then didn't pick me. And then when I eventually did get a game, I bowled like a drain.
Of course.
And it was horrible. Driven up to mid off, and there is no run.
I mean, Root and Cook were very unsympathetic to spinners, and they got their just desserts in many ways.
Indeed. Leach really came on leaps and bounds. Oh, that's a good delivery. Jaiswal is trying to come at Ryan Ahmed, who saw him coming, shoved it a little bit wider, and Jaiswal really didn't make it and had to jam his back down on it.
It's got drop as well, that ball there.
Exactly.
He's thrown it up. It's got drop, and that's the difference. That's
that's what you
he's
get
a wicket taker.
That's what you get with the wrist, isn't it? It's defended to short leg and there's no run. But Jaiswal seems to be the key here. You can get him out. And KL Rahul's batted well recently. But I mean, Jadeja's at 6, isn't he?
Yeah, but they've got Ashwin at 9.
Oh yeah, it's Barrett. Well, he has. He's come down the track. He's met that and he's got hold of him this time. Jaiswal has hit Ryan Ahmed back over his head. Last ball of the over. That's 6 runs.
It's beautiful and it's mine.
Disinterested Handjob says sometimes jockeys sound like jockeys because they are creepy little dollmen with a fetish for hitting horses.
Well, yeah, there is that.
Aksar Kambat says Gupla Krishna, but Bumrah and Siraj are walking wickets. Possibly that is true.
Not against England.
Leah says there's 3 distinct subspecies of gorillas.
On the back foot is Shubman Gill as Leach bowls the penultimate over of the day. It's punched out to cover, and there is no run.
And they range in colour from black to brown. She also says, I don't think there is a place for number 3 that averages over 30 over his career in this Indian team. Yeah, I'm sure that's true.
Defended by Shubman Gill out to cover, and there is no run.
Looks slightly like he's playing for the close here, Shubman Gill. Get another close catcher in. Leg slip.
Yeah. Leach. Oh, that one's a beauty.
Now that turned.
Oh,
That's the perfect delivery.
Now
well, it's not quite perfect because it needs to pitch on middle and leg, really.
Hyderabad, not Hyderabad.
Well, exactly. It pitches on the roundabout off, turns, beats the outside edge of Gill's bat. Taken well by Folks. No run. There's going to be just more and more of that as the game goes on.
A bit of a chunk of turf taken with the ball.
Every time. This pitch by day 3 is going to be difficult.
Tremendous day, isn't it? 9 deliveries left. What a day of Test cricket.
It's a great day of Test cricket. Leach pushes that one up outside off stump, and Shubman Gill is a very correct batsman. Gets right forward over the top of that, defends it to silly mid off, no run.
I mean, we've seen some good stuff. We've seen some ordinary stuff. We've seen some crazy reviewing. We've seen some fantastic shots. We've seen some decent bowling. It's what more do you want?
It's not all been top quality, but it's all been highly watchable.
And competitive.
That one again turns, but too short, and Shubman Gill is able to get back in his crease and just pat it down into the offside. Some terrible reviewing by England, has to be said.
Got a bit of bounce.
Yeah, the old one has bounce. The old one will keep low as well. I mean, this is it. The wicket will only get worse. It will be more capricious bounce. Probably more turn. That one straight, and Shubman Gill was able to work it out through vacant mid wicket. Stokes comes across some fields, and they'll get a single.
Now, you know,
one over left in a day. There was only one off that one.
Just needs one person to get a big score, right? What did
Ben
Stokes
did
get?
say that.
Yeah. Stokes got 70. Jaiswal's on 73.
Jaiswal's already past him and looking in extremely ominous order.
Well, the only good thing is tonight is going to end, and he's going to have to come back and start all again tomorrow.
Well, that is true.
And they are on Nelson. It probably doesn't matter if you're
I'm
in there.
not sure India's overly bothered about that. Leah says, I think I'll watch some races this year here. I fear I will have to go for cheaper tickets, meaning I will be in the section with the gangsters, pimps and sex workers. Oh, okay. Yes, sounds good. Gangsters, pimps and sex workers. I would have thought you'd have had to pay more to be in that section.
I think that was a
perfectly fair.
song by Cher, wasn't it?
Well,
or
I
was it Gypsy?
That was Gypsies, Tramps and Thieves, but that immediately came into my head as well. Then I thought, if I say that, does that sound in any way kind of anti-Romany in some way? And I thought, oh, maybe.
Well, this visa issue is Bashir. Is he English citizen? Was he born in England?
Sorry, he was born in Chertsey, just up the road from me.
So he has an English passport.
But his parents are of Pakistan origin.
Yeah, but surely does he not have a British passport?
Well, he does, but he's also dual nationality, I think.
Worked into the leg side. Nice shot by Gill. It's just over pitched by Ran Ahmed. 4 runs.
There's not one boy for me. I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
Moves the score on to 115 for 1.
Would he have played instead of Hartley? I'm not sure.
Not sure they would have done.
I mean, they've picked Hartley for the specific reason that he's tall and will get the ball into the pitch. You can't pick someone for that very specific circumstance and then not play them.
Use their Axel Purcell.
That's worked into the leg side, and a slight misfield by Stokesy as they set up for a quick single.
Well, they're not playing. They're not playing for the close, are they?
No.
Messi Jez, by the way, had said, doesn't matter how much the captain may believe, it's poorly selected side, and opening with Hartley was a crazy thing to do at the start of the series. England deserved to be beaten with that approach.
Well, yeah, I mean, the problem is England have very limited fucking resources when it comes to spinners.
George DeBell, read The Cricketer this month, and George DeBell's evaluating the success of the 100. It's worth a read.
Is it? I don't get
It's worth a read. I'll bring it in for you tomorrow, Bear.
Do they need Saudi money to prop it up yet?
What, the Cricketer or the 100?
No, the 100. Both. Ahmed around the wickets of Jaiswal. Who slaps that? It's a bit of aerial. No, it wasn't. It was all on the ground. It looked
Good
like it was
stuff,
a good
Mark
bit of
Wood.
fielding by Mark Wood, who's out in the covers. He's thinking, what am I turning up for? I bowled 2 overs and I bat at number 10. It's
And
not
he's
like
paid
bowling-
his subs.
And he's paid his subs, and it's not like I'm bowling in England.
Do you think he's being asked to make the tea?
Yeah. Sure, he's happy to
Is
play.
he the one with the Range Rover that can get the kit bag in?
I mean, I guess he'll probably only bowl about
He's gonna
7 or 8 overs in the entire test, and therefore test after test. Well, I suppose just being out in the field is tiring.
Maybe they'll get him to take the little flags out the boundary at the end.
Yeah.
Go round the ground and do that.
That one turns in to Jaiswal.
Folks
Half
appealed for
appeal,
that. That was
yeah.
basically halfway to the Indian Ocean. It
Yeah,
turned that much.
yeah, it was going down way down there.
And Hyderabad's in the middle of India, isn't it?
I mean, he didn't. I'm not sure he's reading the googly here, Jaiswal.
No, maybe not. That one is a googly. He flinched a little bit, Jaiswal. I don't think he did pick that one at all. He played it off the pitch to short leg. Last ball of the day coming up.
I don't think he picked it because he was in no position to
No,
play
exactly, totally. And last ball of the day, Ryan Ahmed is going to come over the wicket. Now, it's Ryan Ahmed of Pakistan descent as well, doesn't
Yeah, but he had the visa held over from the World Cup, and they weren't going to put the World Cup in jeopardy. I think he was born in Pakistan as well. I'm not absolutely certain.
That's on the pads of Jaiswal. Last ball of the day gets worked into the leg side to get an easy single out into the deep. That was the last ball of the day, I thought, wasn't it? Yeah, that is. It should be time.
Should be. Are they waiting for the clock to tick around? Because no one seems
They
to be
shouldn't
going
be waiting.
anywhere.
They
They're
should be
walking
waiting.
off, aren't they?
They should be walking off.
I'm pretty sure they are.
I think they are now.
90
yeah.
overs in a
Yeah,
day,
yeah,
they
yeah.
bowled 90. 10 minutes over, 15 minutes over. So that's good. Good day's play. England all out for 246. India 119 for 1. And Jaiswal is batting superbly well. 76 for 70. It went off like a train against England, who just couldn't keep the runs down. And they got to 50
Well,
in about 5 overs. They were going about 10 and over.
You literally can't start anymore like an express train and hit the first ball that you face for
Yeah,
6.
For 6. This session 28.3 overs, 150 runs, 3 wickets, 2 of which are England.
Bazball?
5.26. So, well, India have met Bazball with Bazball. The problem is England's spinning department is pretty weak.
Was that Hartley's very first ball, that 6? As
Yeah,
well?
yeah,
how
it was,
many,
yeah.
How many players have started their bowling career in
Well,
Test cricket
that's
with
one, exactly.
being
be
lumped
one-
for 6? It must
It'll
be
be
a
one of those quiz
fairly low
questions
number.
somewhere at some point in a cricket
Yeah,
quiz.
Talk amongst yourselves. I'm going to have a look.
It'll be in the stats roundup at Cricinfo at the end of the day's play.
Yeah.
Well, he's looking a bit sullen there, is Tom Hartley, but he's certainly got something to take away because he bowled some garbage, but he is on debut and he is in India and he is against batters who, as you say, Bear, are looking to take him down. But he also bowled some decent stuff as well. He's not going to. If they were thinking they were going to pick Tom Hartley to apply pressure, he's not that kind of bowler. What he is he'll get some bounce and he might get some turn, some catches. He doesn't turn the ball particularly in England, but he will always get bounce. I say if you're picking him, you've got to believe in him. You've got to set your fields for that. But England are going to go for runs in this series. They don't have the bowlers who can keep a lid on these Indian batsmen. The question is, can they induce the collapses?
Well, and the other thing is, can England actually do the same to the Indian bowlers? And they managed it reasonably well today. I mean, you look, Jadeja's gone for 88 off 18 overs. Ashwin's gone for 68 off his 21. It's not massive, but it's pretty good pressure. The only one who's really effective was Axar Patel.
Yeah, Ashar looks the difference, doesn't he? Or one of the differences.
I think the answer to the question, by the way, is just one. Sohag Ghazi, Bangladesh off-spinner against Chris Gale in 2012.
No, that was the first ball of the match, I think.
No, he was the first bowler to have his first ball in Tests hit for 6.
Oh, amazing. But I remember Chris Gale hitting the first ball of the match for 6, but maybe that was a different one.
No, that is a different, just happened to be Chris Gale. Not necessarily that surprising.
No, it isn't.
And he was an off-spinner, was Sohag Ghazi, 2012. There you go.
Well, Chris Gallian's prime in 2012, eh? Well, that's it. That wraps up the day, really. England are a little way ahead, 137 ahead, 127 ahead. Jaiswal is the man who needs to get out. There could be a potential collapse in the Indian middle order. There's a lot of sort of all-roundery type players. Jage are down. Someone who could make the difference, I guess. That's the problem. And England will hope for early wickets tomorrow.
They will. Thinking about tomorrow, I'm sure Tony's angling to get home. I know I am. It's been a long night in today.
I am. Just a couple of last messages, if I may. Muttley, woof. I've only just woke up in time for the final over. Nope, stumps already, says Mutters. Love and sausages. And Dr. Hugh Sheridan says, I used to carry out medical examinations of motor racing drivers competing in British Formula Ford. Even though I only saw them for an hour, they always impressed with their focus, calm demeanour. I think you're right there. It takes a certain kind of steely intelligence and ice in the veins to be a motor racing driver at any level, I think.
Yeah.
So I'm not surprised at what you saw there, Dr. Hugh. I think that's us for the day.
Okie dokie.
And what a day it's been.
Indeed.
Although I think, on balance,
India's
India will
day.
be the happier.
India will be happier. If England have got a couple of wickets and 30 less runs,
if
if
England don't win the first session tomorrow, if India score 100 off for one wicket, this game looks an awful long way away.
Well, then it'll be over on Saturday with England collapsing in a heap in the afternoon. Right, play the jingle, Gary.
Theme tunes?
Yes, theme tunes. Number 1.
See you tomorrow.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla
Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time has come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, O'Brien Kevin.